was messing with my settings incorrectly. I was just before stream just masturbating wildly, and I guess I hit my keyboard a bunch of times. Anyway, good evening, or well, good morning actually. Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone's doing great. DSP is not, which is funny to me. Apparently, he's been doing some power coping. I haven't watched any Dark Sfadil content since Wednesday. Man, this has been a busy week, you know. There's a quote, and you know, put aside for a minute who's involved with it, but it's a good ass quote. And it's let me make sure I get it correct. It's something from, I think, Lennon. And he says, you know, there are years where nothing happened, or there are years where weeks happen, and then there's weeks where years happen. And that's essentially what we got with this week of February. February what? February 9th through the 15th has been a week where we've had years worth of DSP content compressed into one period there. Because this dude has been rogging out and coping out and flipping his shit all this whole time. And then he has this interview, and the interview, I watched maybe 2 minutes of it before I realized I needed to watch the entire thing without having seen it before, you know. And I saw Broside Phil showed up, and that's cool. And I saw a little bit of what happened afterwards, mostly just thumbnails. I saw a little bit of DSP saying, well, no one even really fucking cares, which of course. What brings you on this early and not later like tonight? Today is my day off, and my wife's kicking it with her friend, so I thought, hey, it's a perfect opportunity to watch this. Yeah, staying sober is going to be a challenge, but I made it so I had to be because I don't have any alcohol in the house. I do have some weed, but it's upstairs. I'm not going to go get that. Maybe Phil should stop doing interviews. They don't really seem to go really well for him. Well, I was being kind of a smartass on Twitter and said that DSP's becoming Bossman Jack, but with interviews as opposed to gambling. One more interview, dude. One more interview. One more. I can turn it all around. One more. One more. No! No! I lost it all. I lost it all. Every single time now. DSP, don't listen to these guys in chat. You are just about to change everyone's mind. You need to do one more interview, and then maybe one more after that. And everyone will respect and love you again. Everyone. Front page news. Local pig roach redeemed. You know, I could see it. It was great. Not as good as side scrollers, but still solid. From what I understand, it's kind of become this thing where, not to nerdify it, but it's become this question between what's better, Empire Strikes Back or Return of the Jedi. You know, because they both have two different themes of the movie. One is far more depressing and one is more uplifting and heroic. Well, I figure you could probably use this to describe this interview and the side-scrollers one. Because the side-scrollers one was more, from what I remember, or hold on, I need to rephrase this. This interview, from what I remember of it and what I saw of it, it seemed a lot more openly attacking. Whereas the side-scroller one was more gentle in how we pulled this information out of Phil. It was very subtle. This one coming at his throat, and I'm there for it. Nobody's a smart ass on Twitter. They think they are, but nobody really is. Hey. Okay. He won't hear you. Who are we talking about? DSP? Damn it. You're right. I wish he would. So to set this up, this is from 4 hours ago from Expand Donk. Kino Casino responds to Darkside Phil's disaster interview with Steve Cambion. I thought I'd see what their thoughts are as to what happened.
Expand Dong.
We do it because it's riveting.
We love
meaningful
showing
content.
meaningful
No kidding,
content.
Speaking of which, all the chat's all the rage about Steve versus Phil.
What happened with that?
Now let me just clarify.
Go ahead. You explain.
Here's what happened.
Tell him what happened.
We made you, Steve. Steve, how could you betray us like this, Steve? We invite Steven into the show. We get him this big audience.
Mm-hmm.
We set up all these opportunities for Steve.
Does PPP only buy shirts from the dorkiest places possible?
Sucks off
he only
Phil,
gets his clothing from Clownwear.
And it was supposed to be about Project 7.
Mm-hmm.
I told Steve, you're going to interview
Oh, it's a
Phil
wrestling
about
shirt. Okay, that
Project
explains
7.
it.
You're going to watch the clips. You're going to play like DSP doing
I'd like to see
noodles.
DSP Project 7 shirts and wrestling shirt style.
Positive commentary.
Early
moments
2000s
that
wrestling
defined a
shirts.
generation.
Kids in school thought they
A
were tough for wearing
generation
Stone
of
Cold
content
t-shirts.
online,
Which, I mean, I thought I was
Dark Side
tough for wearing the
legend.
shit I wore.
FF13
And
review.
then what happened? I learned today the convoluted snake scheme that Steve executed. He was subverted by the detractors. Duty got to him. Alt
DSP
apparently
really
got
believes
to
this,
him,
doesn't he?
and they
Yikes.
poisoned Steve
I
again.
think on some level DSP doesn't believe this is happening. He doesn't believe that they're genuine, but he kind of has to. He has to believe this. He has too much of his own emotion attached to it at this point.
Against King Phil.
No.
Exactly.
They
Great white hype.
poisoned Steve, and they removed
That's
the
good, dude. Listen to me.
broomstick from his hand
Whoa.
and gave him a shovel to bury Phil in fucking shallow grave.
It's
I
the
couldn't
opening to New
believe it.
Vegas.
It's the year of the snake. Steven just went into business for himself.
It's nuts.
He snaked everybody. And then
Everyone
he called
by
out Phil's
snaking Phil.
shameless grifting, his scams, and his lies.
I'm not surprised, honestly. I had a feeling about Steve.
I can't believe it, Steve.
I can't believe it, BR Joe. That's
it.
crazy.
Folks, how could this have happened?
This
Fucking
is
crazy.
Christian
We're
manipulation at
deceived
this
by
point.
Steve.
It's embarrassing. I used to say all the time that
Oh,
DSP wouldn't fall
buddy.
for this level of shit, but
I
here he
didn't
is
know it
falling
was
for this
I know.
crap.
supposed to be a good interview.
This is
And we were setting,
Julie
I thought
kind
we
of shit.
gave Phil a great chance. He was,
We did!
and then these detractors came in and
Oh my
subverted
goodness.
the whole thing. And
Fuck them.
I had
Damn
no
them.
idea.
Damn
damn
the
them.
hell.
Damn you,
He has to buy it,
Dude.
Irie. He's not really in a
Damn
position where he can make any other choice here.
No.
At 2.
No.
Okay, I assume it's going to go on like that for several more minutes. Let's skip ahead and see if he's still screaming.
Like-
I was actually really busy yesterday. What was what transactions would he buys with his debit card and shit?
Yes, man. They have every
Okay, enough. I'm done hearing your screaming. All right, so it was all a big old frame job. And they had nothing to do with it. Steve broke ranks. Steve was, you guys ever see Miracle in Santa Ana? That was a good-ass movie. Yeah, he was the dude who betrayed everyone. Damn it. Spoilers. Now let's get into it. I'm gonna do a clone count for this interview, and I'm going to try to not pause too often, because it's a long-ass interview. Ooh, cool, we got our own theme? Hell yeah, man. I need my own theme. Okay, what's my theme? Okay, we're gonna put a car battery in a metal trash can and throw it down the stairs and see if we can remix that somehow. Yeah. I'm ready, Irie. I'm stoked. Yeah, I'm ready. Those guys are so obnoxious. It's weird to say this, but in some ways they're worse than Phil because there's nothing to really grab hold of with them. With DSP, he's obnoxious as shit, but it's kind of interesting watching him be weird. These dudes are just lame. Yeah, Cardinals. It's like early 2000s again, man. I'm ready to get on my skateboard and go to Blockbuster.
It's time to take your second red pill. Truth seekers exposing the truth.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably watch the Cope segment after on a different stream. I figure I should get this one done.
Truth seekers exposing
As I understand it correctly, Mbode was telling me that for the first stream, more than normal, 90% of the stream was Cope. And then maybe some gameplay there at the end. I mean, what really can he say? Dude got annihilated. I was reading a lot of the Twitter posts. Honestly, there are times where DSP should rage quit. Okay. Fascinating song.
On Truth and welcome, friends.
Hello, Buggy Neo.
Greetings and salutations, friends. Old friends, and I'm sure we have a
And
lot
even
of
a
new
bear.
friends tonight, and welcome to all of you. So tonight we're going to be starting
Someone
a
makes the
brand
first
new
JoJo intro
series
and the
here
intro
on
from
Truth
Gundam until
Seekers.
1. That'd be your thing.
And, you know,
Be
a
a brother
wiser
that DSP
man
was
than
on
me
before
once
the
said
six.
that opportunities multiply as they are
I think it'd be
seized.
possible.
So some
The
time
first
ago, I got an
Mobile Suit
opportunity
Gundam theme
to
is
guest
kinda
on the
goofy.
Kino Casino, and I'm so glad I did that. But it was really kind of strange to me because I've been in my own little genre for so long, and being on that show opened me up honestly just some of the craziest and most controversial topics and people on the internet. And I, for one, have always been a fan of like powerful, creative, artistic people, especially early adopters of certain things. Some people know as
Oh,
an
you're a
early
big fan
adopter
of
of
Phil,
digital
eh?
audio
Very
technology.
good.
I was making music on computers before most people knew that that was even possible.
Oh,
Um,
he's like Phil.
so
He invented it.
I really have this tremendous respect for people who break new ground or use their creativity with technology in interesting ways.
Well,
And
you're not
tonight's
going to find that
guest,
with
Darkside
Phil.
Phil, is one of those people.
Okay.
Now, to be honest, Darkside Phil is a hero to some and a villain to many others.
Who is he a hero to?
He was
Me,
an
I guess.
early
Okay.
video game competitor before a lot of people even knew that there was game competitions, but also he was an early pioneer and
And he
adopter
died.
of Let's Plays. Some people say he may have invented that term, Let's
No,
Play,
he did not.
and then the game that you're playing, and of course, video game streaming.
What
And
has
he's been
DSP
at this for many
invented? Almost
years,
nothing.
which really has earned him a permanent place in internet pop culture. And regardless of where you stand on tonight's
Yeah, he
guest,
does
love
have
him
a
or
place in
hate him,
history,
he has
and
become
he
one of the
made sure
most
to make that
controversial
place
people on the
worse and
internet.
worse as the years went on.
Um, and as I said, before most people even realized like that you can make a full-time living playing video games,
Look at
Darkside
what
Phil
was his
was
name?
there
Thick
doing it,
14 or
and
something
he's
like
been
that.
doing
He
it
was
ever
the dude in
since. So
Neebs Gaming.
really, no
He
one
was the
can
voice of the
deny
sniper.
that he deserves some
No
credit
one
for that.
looks back on him
But it
horribly,
got me thinking,
and it's
what
tragic
cost?
he
What
died.
was
But I
the
mean,
price of
that
that?
stopped
Because
him
along
from
with
creating.
the success of
Hold on, let
becoming
me
a
put it this way.
professional video game player,
When you're dead, you
there
can't
came a
make
great deal of
stupid
trials,
decisions.
tribulations. Of course, we all know there's all
And
these
it's likewise, if
controversies
you're
about
alive, you
him,
could just choose
disputes,
not to make stupid
detractors.
decisions.
You know,
Man, shut up. Where's
wins,
Phil?
losses, failures, some would say. So tonight we're gonna try to go deep on all of this. And a note on support for tonight, since we have this guest here for a limited time, I always keep my commitment. We read every
Limited
single
time,
super
first
chat. We
lie
thank
of the
every
stream.
single gifted membership or gifted subs over on Kick, and we
Captain
thank
Alex.
everybody.
Man, Captain
But I'll be
Alex is on
doing
my
that
shit
after
list.
the
I'm going to
interview
start
is
shitting on
completed.
this
I
dude
just
more.
think
He
it would be
pissed me
rude
off.
if we keep interrupting the guests to praise the cash every few minutes. But we do thank you for your generosity and support, and what a generous crowd it is, because before the show even began, Wacky Shuck gifted 10 free YouTube memberships, which is why you should subscribe right away, because if you subscribe, if you're a subscriber but not yet a YouTube
This guy
channel
looks like
member,
he's wearing a
and
wig.
some kind
I
and
don't know
generous
why.
person gives memberships,
He kind
you
of looks
might
like
win a
Dr.
free
Disrespect,
one.
where I don't think
So
any
I'm
of this
gonna
is
just
real.
run through the live chat.
The
real
sunglasses
quick and,
obviously aren't
shout
real,
out
but,
Ralphie
you know,
Mail with a kind and generous $10.
the hair,
Big
not
ups to
correct.
you.
And the
Love you.
chin, he's got
Yes,
some
yes,
sort of
we
a
really think so.
prosthetic on. He
Basketball
blends it in with some makeup.
Americans.
That's not his real chin.
Yeah, I'll try and do that. We're gonna
And that's
try.
not
We
his
have
real
a lot
skull.
of stuff to go through.
He has a
I was
loner
just talking
skull.
about this board I have next to me with all these Post-it notes on it, but we're gonna try to get through that.
Come on, man.
We
Where's
thank
Phil?
those
Shut
who
up.
Gifted the memberships.
Yeah, Thick 44,
and I
man.
lost
Thick 44 was
one.
cool as hell. He had such a good delivery
Well,
to his
let's
jokes.
see. We have Mr.
I guess
Phil
where I was trying to
Nothing
go
sent
with
a
that with
super
Thick
chat
44 is
saying,
that
"Please don't
DSP
let
had
Phil
an
lie to you. He
opportunity
lies
to
a
be
lot."
looked back
I mean,
on
come on,
fondly,
guys. Try to be.
and he
Listen,
decided
can we be
not
kind
to.
and respectful to the guest tonight at least? An uncreative deconstruction with a kind and generous $5 says, "Praise the cash, ack."
It's weird that he kind of
Yeah,
still
so
has that mindset
after
that he's
this
only
point
just
in
as bad
time,
as
and
he
feel
was
free to
back
let
in
me know if I've
2010.
forgotten
What do I
the
do that's
super
so
chat.
bad? Yeah, that was
Uncreative
applicable back then.
deconstructionism.
It's different
Thank you very
now.
much. So the
Dude,
support
Captain
going
Alex is
forward, we're
basically
going to be reading
off-brand
after
Darkside
the
Phil.
interview.
When I was
Like
watching
said, I
his
just think it's
mobile
kind of
suit
rude, 'cause I know
model
there's
kit
going to be a
rants,
lot of them, but I will
thought,
read
oh, this
every
is what
single
Phil
one.
would say.
I'll give some additional commentary, and if we hit the goal tonight, maybe I'll eat some delicious RB sandwiches.
My
I'll
favorite
put a
thing is that
vest
he reminds
on,
me
a
of the
hat
dude
on.
from
I don't
Grandma's
know.
Boy.
I don't know. We have different goals. Usually, I just do overtime. We don't have those interesting goals like Darkside Phil.
Yeah, you're not going to have a sandwich on the stream?
So the
Man,
rest of the
skip
support will
this
be read
shit.
after the interview portion, but I give you my commitment. I read every single one, so don't be shy about
Marilyn
that.
Manson, that's a good
I'll
one
be sticking
too. I
around
like
to
that.
interact with the live chat.
He does
I'm
have an
gonna give some extra
interesting
commentary on all of this.
style,
This
I
has been a
suppose I could
crazy
say.
week. of research and trying to figure this all out.
I always envy people who could wear
Now,
all
I'm
black
sure
all
that
the
there's
time,
some
though.
supporters of him
Because I've got
watching
scalp
that
psoriasis, so I got some bad
want me to
dandruff
be
at
very,
times.
very kind, and I'm going to do my
And,
best to do that. Be
You know,
kind and
that's
gentle to him,
worse.
somebody
You
reminded
think
me.
goths have it bad, or
And I'm going to
goths
try
think
my
they have
best
it
to
bad?
be fair, but they
Well,
should
what if
know
you have
that
scalp
I've been
dandruff? You can't
investigating
even wear
Phil's
black.
history for a
That's a
couple of
real
weeks now,
goth
and
for
I
you.
found some
That's
things
real
that
misery,
I
man.
wouldn't be doing
Write
my
me a
job
poem
tonight
about
unless
that,
I asked
goth.
him some very hard questions about some of the controversies in his history and what my
My life is so
investigation uncovered.
miserable, I can't
And
even wear black.
conversely, I'm
I
sure
get a
there's an awful
medal.
lot of
World's
detractors, haters,
greatest
trolls,
goth.
call them what you will,
Yeah.
that are watching and want me to humiliate him or even crucify him here. But
Hey,
that's
we
not
going over
my
the slow
goal.
roasted
That's not
pig?
what we're
Yes,
here.
from
Our
what I
goal tonight is
understand,
simple.
it was.
I
Would
want
you
to
say
get
it's
to
slow
the
roasted or
truth,
fire
about
roasted?
Darkside Phil, one of the most
Because I think
controversial
slow
people
roasted
on the
was
internet.
the
So we've got
side
limited
scrollers.
time. I
This
will
one
be
seemed more
monitoring the live
explosive.
chat. If we have time, maybe he'll do some viewer questions, but we're going to begin and welcome one of the most controversial people on the internet, Darkside Phil.
LTG. There he is.
Welcome.
He's confused where he is, of
the
course.
camera's on? The camera's been on the whole time?
Not funny, Phil.
Oh, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Yeah, I hope you
Ack,
weren't
ack,
beating
ack.
one off while we were waiting.
Well, I did a really quick cleanup job. Don't
Very
worry.
nice,
I figured-
DSP.
I
It's
don't
good
know.
to get
I heard
one
the
out.
last time you did no cleanup, but
Yeah,
we'll
exactly,
get to
Cardinal.
that. So
I don't conform
listen,
to black clothing,
Darkside
but only
Phil,
because I can't.
First of all, thanks for doing this because I know you have this huge following, and
Yeah.
whether it's hate
He
watchers
does.
or not, I don't know. But
What's
you
with
got
this
a big
3D Mega
following,
Man
and,
pixel art back there? That was
we've
very
got
distracting.
So many people already watch, almost 1,000, well, 700 people watching.
It would have been
already, so
funnier if
wow,
DSP had
thank
a
you
bunch
for
of
helping
pixels in
give
his
a
hand.
boost
Like
to
you
my
could
channel.
make it. You
So,
know, those
I've
pearl
done,
beads. You
you
could make a
know,
bunch
I've
of
done all the
pixels,
research
and
into
then
you,
be
but I want to
shaking
hear
that
from
and say,
you.
"Oh, the camera's
So
on."
you
That would have
start
been
off
funny.
as a competitive gamer,
Okay,
mostly
okay.
Street
Let's
Fighter,
listen to Phil.
right? And you went all over the country competing with
Yep,
all the
running up
best
debt.
players, right?
That's right. I grew up a
No,
fan
that
of
didn't
video
happen.
games. I was
First
actually
lie.
introduced to video games by my uncle at a very young age. He,
Oh,
he
really?
was actually
What other
playing,
things
like, a
were
flight
introduced by your
simulator
uncle?
on his computer in the 1980s when I was just visiting his house.
Oh,
And I was like,
bet.
what the heck is that? And he
I
saw
remember
how
those
much
He had his
PC,
hand
those
in my
early
lap.
ones, all
Oh.
blocky CGA and shit.
all wireframe, not even anything rendered.
Oh,
right?
wow,
See
yeah.
right through everything. And he
Oh,
saw that
wow.
I liked
Did you
the
say it was
game,
buggy
and he
back
gifted
then?
me his Atari 7800
Did you say your
console,
inputs
and I
dropped
brought
back
it
then?
home. I was
I hope
like
so.
fascinated, right? He gave
Oh,
me all
man,
this.
you were spoiled. I started with Atari 2600.
Man, you're spoiled. I started
Phil,
with
I
Sega
showed my
Genesis.
8-year-old son who's a
Shut
gamer
up, Neo.
Atari, and he was like, "Are you for real, Dad?" He's like, "It's like stick figures." Because you know why I showed him that? Because he was complaining about the graphics on some game of his not being good enough.
Wow.
And I was like, "Do you know what I had? Let me show you."
We were using a lot of imagination when we were playing video games.
DSP was
and the
probably
box
not
art
going to
looked
be ready
nothing
for
like the
that.
game back
Oh
then.
yeah, it
remember?
would always be
Imagination?
some distorted, like
I don't
painting
need
or
that.
masterpiece. Like, oh,
I'm
it's
a
gonna be like
genius.
a freaking crazy Leonardo da Vinci
Yeah.
painting in here. Then you turn on the game.
Yeah,
and
or a
it's
hot barbarian
It's cool,
chick,
Cardinals.
right? Like
Right,
a hot
right. I'm
hoping
barbarian
so,
chick. Then you
so
get
I
the
can
game
get my
and
stupid
it
shit
just
out of the
looks
way now.
terrible. So then, but after that, you sort of, I hate to rush, but we got
That's
so
fine.
much to get to.
Yeah, we've got a
So
lot of
after
stupid
that,
shit to get through.
You figured out that you could just broadcast yourself before anybody was doing this, really.
That's
you
not
figured
entirely
out
true.
that you could just broadcast yourself playing games. And this was pretty crude when you started. I know you get a lot of shit about this because you kept the crude setup for too long, right? You just put a webcam on a TV.
Not even that
and just played
advanced.
like that, right?
Not even that sophisticated.
Damn it.
It was actually
DSP.
a super old digital
I'm like Joseph
camera that
Joestar
I had
over
had
here.
from like the early 2000s. It didn't even do HD. It was like a 480p
DSP
camera.
was streaming
only
in the
did,
Zapruder footage.
a small 4:3 aspect ratio.
And if you
So
look
I
very
had to
carefully,
actually
you can
angle
see
it to
Senator
fit my
McConnelly
widescreen
saying,
TV
dude, what the
into
fuck, my
shot
input
because
dropped.
it wasn't
Oh,
the
wow.
proper aspect ratio. And for me, when I started doing it, I started actually doing videos every day in 2008. And I was inspired by guys like the Angry Video Game Nerd or the Nostalgia.
Oh, I
Kid.
like that guy. I like
Colonels,
that
I'm probably
guy.
not
These
gonna
were
watch
guys
it.
who they had absolutely
If
no
nothing else,
production
because
budget, right?
I'm
They
not sure
didn't
what
have
I'm
a
gonna
lot of
do
money
for
to
the rest
sink
of the
into these
evening after
projects,
this.
but they had
I was
talent.
really
They were
thinking
funny, they
about
could
getting high and just
film well.
watching
Oh,
And I
the
said,
Angry Video
watching
Game Nerd, his
documentaries.
early videos were like incredible. And
Yeah.
and what a concept. Like, I'm gonna play Nintendo games and yell about them. But
Right.
Yeah, it was a great concept. Too bad he didn't stick with that.
So I'm looking at this, and I had been into competitive Street Fighter, but I got a really bad lower back injury. I had a
Yeah,
severely
yeah, you got
herniated
shot in the
disc,
back
so I couldn't
by
travel
elves.
anymore to play Street Fighter. And I was like, I want to get back into games, but I see guys like the AVGN, and I'm like, I wonder if I could do something more than just playing for
So there you go.
myself.
He
So
wasn't
one
an
day, just
innovator.
on a whim. I
defeated.
just set up a tripod. I put this old ass camera in front of the TV. I started recording and just basically just saying whatever came to my mind. And it was at first just kind of observational. But
No,
as I
it
started
was mostly
uploading
you
videos
being
and people started
stupid,
watching
DSP.
them, they were like, you know, it's a teen audience, especially back then on YouTube. It's a bunch
Oh,
of
sure,
teenagers.
yeah.
So,
Yeah, a bunch
so what
of
do they want to
kids.
hear?
So
They
I
wanna
said
hear,
sex stuff.
like, you know, swearing constantly, similar to what the AVGN would
They
do.
loved
They wanna
Beavis and
hear
Butthead.
sexual comments. They want to hear you talk shit to the people you're playing in video games and stuff like that.
Oh, come on, Phil. Is this your excuse for saying a lot of wacky shit back then?
Oh,
Because you
dude.
still get crap. People find clips that are 15 years old of you saying
Dude, I was
something
watching him
like
on the
about
winery. This guy
girl
was
or-
Back
throwing
then,
out juice
there
slurs,
was
man.
absolutely
It was a Wild
nothing-
West. It was a Wild
Exactly.
West.
There was
Okay,
no
he's
cancel
buttering him up
culture.
here.
It was
All
just
right,
like
all right.
say whatever you want and see what happens, and that's exactly how I treated it. And it took off.
Yeah, and
Like,
also,
I thought this
Irie,
was
I'm
gonna
gonna
be
I'm gonna
something
count that as a
stupid
new
and, like,
clone
5
because
people would
as
watch,
he
and within, like,
describes
2
it back
months of me
then,
making
it
these
was
random
state of the
clips,
art.
I was getting
So,
sometimes tens of
I mean, he
thousands
should
of
say
views
that
per
contextually.
clip, and the clips were like a few
Say
minutes
it was
long.
good back then, but
So
he's saying it
my
was crappy
channel's
back
taking
then as
off.
well.
I'm like, this
That's
is
not true.
crazy. Like, why are people watching this? The quality's terrible and everything, right?
Oh,
But
definitely
after
the one who
people
waits.
kinda
This is the
egged me on and
strategy.
said,
You
"Hey,
want to butter
we
up
like your
Phil. You
content,
actually
keep
can't
going,
come in
but can you
hot with
improve
Phil
it?"
because
So
he'll
I
just
bought an
leave.
HD camera.
I made a
started
joke
doing
about it not
variety of
long ago, but
games.
it's
I
pretty
started
true
playing
that DSP is
multiplayer games,
essentially a
and it just
Safari
kinda
Zone
grew and
Pokemon. You
extrapolated
have to
from
have a
there.
very specific
I
approach
did it for
to
about
catch him.
2.5 years as a
You
hobby.
can't just
I had a
lay in
full-time
quick
job.
attacks
I
and
worked an
swifts and
office
stuff and
job.
then hit him with the
But
Pokeball.
then the company downsized and I got laid off.
You have to throw
And
a
I was like,
robust
"Uh-oh,
burger
what am I
in front
gonna
of
do
him.
now?" You know, I just bought a new place because I could live closer to this job for a smaller commute, and I was in a bad
Yeah,
way.
no kidding, Demon
But
City.
luckily, I'd been doing this YouTube thing for 2.5 years, and I said, I wonder if there's any way that I could like make a living doing this. Well,
No, you basically
in a few
told
months of
people to
trials and
make it a thing.
tribulations, I got partnered with a company called Machinima. They
What
started
happened
slapping
before
ads
that?
on
What
all
happened
my
with Blip?
videos. I
Tell
started
me about
making
that.
Well,
It's my
that
favorite part of
didn't
the
end
story.
well, though, did it?
Not much ends well for me, as you know, if you followed my history.
This interview
Yeah,
won't
you
end well for
you
you.
have this, but dude, it's peaks and valleys.
I love the
right?
DSP
Like,
show
that's
writers.
exactly
They're so
right. Just
clever.
like
Somebody
anything
sometimes.
else,
somebody
right?
told me this when I was having a really tough time trying to grow.
They're
my
masters
show,
of
my channel. They're
dialogue.
like, dude, it's peaks and valleys. Like you're not gonna have like every show be.
Yeah,
huge
sometimes you have slow days. That's why you
the
beg,
algo won't
Steve.
pick
And
it up.
come on, man, get it
So you got to
together.
be okay with those peaks and valleys. You've had a bunch of those
Stupid
kind of peaks
bastard.
and valleys. I
There
would
should be
say.
no valleys,
That's
all
right.
Then
peaks,
what was
baby.
it? There was the Machinima deal, and then that went to
I wanna
shit,
bring
and
back
then you
calling
got another
people
deal
baby.
with another company, but then one company
I'm
kinda
thinking of bringing
scammed
back
you, and they
1950s,
pretended that
1930s,
they had
1940s
the
kind of
juice to
attitude.
give you what you needed, but
At
then
least
they
in terms
didn't,
of
and there was
rhetoric.
less money,
You dig?
right?
It's so crazy, like the whole
Don't be a fogey.
ecosphere of YouTube and how there was these companies that were predatory.
You got any
and
square
stuff,
heads
and
in
were trying
here who
get
wanna
people signed to
disagree with my
contracts,
new
and then they would
stance
not
on
pay them.
being
It was really,
cool?
really bad. If anything, that's one of the best things YouTube has ever done is kind of like did away
This
with
guy
all
is
those
not
partner
cool.
networks where they're
This
not
guy's
needed
a
anymore.
square.
Because that was just a big problem in my opinion. You know, the only reason I ever partnered with Machinima, YouTube back in the day would not let you put ads on video game footage. They thought that's too risque. Like, oh, they might get hit with a copyright strike because you're playing someone
I don't
else's
think that
game.
was their
But if you
reasoning.
partnered with a
And because
company like
DSP
Machinima,
can't know the answer to that, I
Machinima's
don't know
kind
if I
of
should count
taking
that
that
one.
responsibility. So if you get hit with
I
a
think it
claim,
was more
they
that
gotta
video
deal with
games
They
were
have to
seen
deal
as
with it,
stupid
yeah.
and dumb back
So then I got
and
paid
it's
to
still
monetize
kind of
my
seen that
gameplay,
way.
and that's where it took off, and I started making big bucks doing it.
Yeah, and
I don't
speaking
call
of the
my
big
wife
bucks,
babe. I
did
call her
get a lot of
dork girl.
questions, and listen. A lot of the questions I'm going to be asking are coming from viewers, not me.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
don't get
Detractors,
pissed at me,
stupid idiots.
Darkside Phil.
No, it's your show. I'm going to hold you
No,
personally
I don't know about
accountable
all
for
that.
Well,
everything that
Well,
happens.
things-
a lot of people have said to me,
That's a
things like,
Panelise thing.
This guy has made millions of dollars. Where did it all go?
Mhm.
And
well, you're
I
looking
guess
at it.
especially, in case you're not aware, like I mentioned right before we start broadcast, that you have a degree in finance. So
Mhm.
people are kind of, I guess, understandably going like, this guy has a degree in finance. He's made at least $1 million since he started. But yet he always needs money, and that's a big criticism, And by the
Mhm.
way, I'm on your
And
side.
it's our
like, I have a
fault.
viewer-supported show.
No, he
I
partnered
hate
with Machinima
asking for
because he
money, so
told
I
people
make
to
a
click on
joke
the
of
ads
it.
and
Like
got
I
yeeted
get
out of the AdSense program.
televangelists.
You're right. That's absolutely true. Thank you
Clips
so much,
to
Irie. I
ask for the
appreciate
money
that.
so I don't have to, and just I make a joke of it. Like I understand that you're under the gun and you got to pay your bills, but people are pretty critical about, like, you made $1 million.
And I'll say
What
this: I think
happened to
another
money?
component
thing
to it
is,
is that
when
DSP
when you're a
judges other
content
people.
creator, right,
If you have
you're
a
under
finance
a
degree,
different
that
eye
doesn't
of
mean you
scrutiny.
can't
It
ever
really
get
is true.
bankrupt.
Like
That's
anyone
not how
else
it
who has a
works.
small business,
My issue
they
is
can
that
make money,
DSP
they can
does
spend
all
money
this
however they
while
want, but it's all
lecturing
kind of
people.
behind closed doors and no one really
You
cares.
can't be a
It's not
failure
public.
and then look
Yeah.
down on
But
people.
when you're
That's not
someone
how
who
that
puts yourself in
works.
front of the public every day, all of a sudden people start to say, well, it's funny because we know that he did really good, but why does he say he needs more? If he made so and so amount, then why is he doing an event where
It's
he
the
needs to
trolls,
raise
man. We
money and
ruined
yada, yada,
everything.
yada, yada. I've told
We
my
robbed
story
his bank.
many times. I will certainly tell it to you again here tonight of my very, very bad financial decisions that I made over the years that ran me into a bankruptcy and all that stuff. Luckily, I have recovered from that, thankfully, and I'm
Oh,
getting
thankfully.
much better
Oh,
off
that's
now
good
that
news. I'm
Yeah,
glad for you.
resurgence.
And
Did you
listen,
hear about my
I have
renaissance?
a background in finance too. Like, I worked in corporate accounting.
Oh, an actual
Sometimes
job
that's
as
what you
opposed to
got to do
DSP.
so
Huh?
that you could get out from underwater and then fix your whole world, really.
that's
Like,
right.
so did you just kind of fall into too much credit card debt, or
Yeah, let's hear
It's a
it, Phil.
combination of factors. Factor number one is that I had a condo that I bought in Connecticut. We had just mentioned this. When I had the office job, I had bought a condo right near the job so
Mhm.
that I could commute back and forth.
No,
It was
so you
much
could.
easier
Nope, that's a
than
lie,
where I
DSP.
previously lived. And
It was
I
so you
had that
could be
condo, and
appealing to
then
that
around
girl
2014,
that you
when
had
I
the
was
hots for at
actually
work.
quite
DSP.
popular, much more popular than I even am today, and I was making a lot more money, I wanted to move. I wanted to get out of Connecticut because that's actually where I lived. I lived in Connecticut at first, but it was too expensive there. Like, the taxes are sky high, and I just wanted to move somewhere that I heard was nicer. And I had always heard people say, "Oh, Washington State is really nice, great. You get all the evergreens out here. There's
you just
Doesn't
moved
live near
to
any
another
evergreens.
state because people told you it was nice? Didn't you go check it out first?
I did. My aunt, first of all, my aunt lived here for many years, and she was always a big fan and proponent.
The way
And then
DSP
I
says
actually came
aunt
out
versus
here
ants kind
for
of
like a
bothers me.
vacation
Because he
to
doesn't
test
have
it
any
out,
of
and I
these
was here for
inflections
over a
anywhere
week,
else, but he
doing
pronounces
things
it
here,
as
seeing if I
aunt.
liked it, and I
Oh,
ended up liking it a lot.
Her
And
Majesty
so
the
in
All right, well, that
2014,
makes sense. I was confused for a second. I'm like, this guy, but you're talking to a guy who once moved
neither,
to
the human
Wisconsin
centipede.
for a girl.
The attractive
And I
lady at
was
work that
never,
he
I
had the hots
never
for,
knew
who was already in a
Wisconsin or how
relationship.
cold it was. Boy, did
no.
Dude, it
DSP
gets
has always had a
negative
thing for
40.
being Mr.
I
Steal
made
Your
it
Girl.
one winter there with this girl, and it's a shame.
I'm
'cause she
kind
was
of
so
into
beautiful.
cucking
She was
guys.
model-esque gorgeous, but I just couldn't do the winters. I got on a plane and got home right after the
What if
first
he
winter,
is? That'd be
dude.
weird.
Wow.
She'd tell you stuff like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm taking out the trash. She's like, it's negative 40. You can't go outside. You might die. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah,
I can't go
DSP wouldn't
outside or
even
I
do
might
that,
die?
man.
So,
Damn.
yeah.
That's definitely something
You'd have
that
his
I
wife do
researched
it.
was, like, there's
Cat,
other states.
you've
in the
got
United
more
States where I
fat.
could
You can
move 'cause
insulate
I'm an online
yourself from the
content creator.
cold.
I don't need to be physically
Yeah, you
anywhere,
can
right?
live in, you know what? I know a guy who lives in Bali, and he does his and he only has an audio podcast, but he makes a good living, and Bali's cheap according to him. I don't know where he's living, but yeah,
You
you
just
can live
said.
anywhere. That's one
Right.
of the benefits, freedom.
I was researching like what would be the best states to go to, and honestly, like financially, Florida and Texas are perfect because they actually have laws in place that protect small businesses.
They
don't
protect
tax you very
Phil.
highly. Real estate taxes are low. Like, everything there is low. The problem is the weather.
Yeah, no
You
kidding,
can't
Cardinals.
take the cold, dude. I cannot take humid heat. I can't. It drives me nuts. Like I just can't take it. I've been
I
to
grew up
Florida.
I grew up in Philly, so you want to talk about humid heat?
There you go. Yeah.
Very good.
So
I didn't know this
I
was
decided
competition.
I wanted to move somewhere that had like a moderate climate, and here in Washington, it's
Yeah,
like
exactly. The human
middle of
centipede.
the
I
road
don't know.
almost all year. We get like maybe a month and a half, 2 months of summer, but outside
Maybe
of that,
talk
it's
about
pretty
OBS
nice
really swings you.
in between all the time. So I moved out here, but I still had this condo in Connecticut,
Mhm.
and my aunt was going to live there.
Uh-huh.
We were doing
Yeah, and
basically
then
we were
she
gonna do
went and
like a
died like
swap.
an
I'm
idiot
moving to
and a
Washington.
jerk.
She's moving to Connecticut to be near my parents.
And
who
she
are
didn't
still
tell
in
me she had
Connecticut,
gout.
and she's going to live in my condo.
She took it to the
So
grave.
she's paying me to live there for temporarily, and that's how I was going to have the income to pay for 2 mortgages, basically. She gets sick and has to go into hospice care and passes away within 2 years.
Oh, that's
Hold on, I want to pause real quickly. He admits here that it was based on a temporary sort of foundation. So then why did he do nothing to anticipate the end of this temporary thing? And the reality of it is that everything is technically temporary because a person could die at any time and that changes the equation. DSP doesn't ever plan for that. He doesn't plan for things
Out of
happening in
nowhere.
the future.
Like, no one
Because the future is a
expected it.
million years from
So
now.
now I'm stuck with a condo in Connecticut, that
How am I
I'm
supposed to plan
stuck
for the
paying. And I'm like, well,
cyberpunk
can I sell
era?
it? No, the condo's underwater because after I moved, the real estate
Happens.
market tanks.
Yeah.
So I can't sell it. I don't
Nope,
have
that's
tens
also
of
a new
thousands of
clone.
dollars
You did
to
have the
pay
opportunity to sell it. You
if
chose not to.
the mortgage company that I owe more on the mortgage.
That
than the
guy
house
was
is
willing to
worth. If
help
I
you
sell
sell it, DSP,
I
and you
tried
said
doing a
no. Or
short
rather,
sale,
you
they
got
denied
mad
it,
that he
wouldn't let me
wouldn't
do it. Like, I
just do it all
couldn't
through
anything,
email.
right? So I'm stuck in this financial situation.
Already
At the same
lying
time,
to
all
this
that's
dude.
happening, I very much overextended myself out here when I first moved out here. Like, I paid a ton of money to move across the country. I got railroaded for that freaking move. They ended charging me almost $10,000
You can need
just to move
an
across the country.
18-wheeler to go from coast to coast.
Yeah, man,
right.
that's a
Yeah.
gigantic
And then I
task.
furnished the house from top to bottom, and basically I went from having.
Do you
money in
know
the
how
bank
expensive
to
shower
spending
stools
all
are,
of it,
Steven?
and then going into big credit card debt and stuff like that. And I'm thinking in my head, it doesn't matter. I'm a big YouTuber, right?
Yeah, the
This
money is
gravy
going to keep
train's gonna
coming.
last
I got my
forever,
hot ass
right? I
non
don't
Asian
want more, 'cause what happened
girlfriend.
was the
Oh,
bottom
yeah.
fell out, and the internet kind of turned their opinions on me.
Yeah,
Started not
yeah.
to like me, and next thing you know,
Who did
my
that,
views
Phil?
are down, my revenue's down. I got people hitting me with false copyright strikes on my channel
Oh
that
my
are
God, this
completely
again. I
illegal.
hate
but
hearing
YouTube
about this
doesn't
shit.
care.
Oh, I went through that with a pirate. I had a copyright pirate that was copyright all this shit. It took me months to get over it. And
Yeah, so
write
you
all the
understand that
letters and
detractors are
all.
scum and should be
Right. And
killed,
so
right, Steven?
my channel, which actually was one of like the top 50 gaming channels ever on the internet, was kicked out of YouTube's algorithm because of all these
Yeah,
copyright
that's true,
issues.
Mississippi.
And now my channel wasn't getting any more extra views during the busy gaming season of the year. I lost a ton of money. So I was still making good money, but like half as much as I used to. So now I'm paying 2 mortgages, not getting the income
What's
from
that
my aunt
thumping
anymore
sound?
like I expected. I got credit card debt.
Oh,
up to
cat's
my
pogo
eyeballs.
sticking
I'm making
downstairs.
minimum
Okay.
payments on all of it because I'm not making enough money to pay down anything anymore. And it just got me into this really bad financial situation that essentially had me change the kind of content I made and who I was on the
that's
internet.
understandable because listen, I got a wife and 2 children and a household to take care of. It's tough enough to just take care of one house.
Yeah, it's true, Irie.
Let alone 2.
Yeah.
I have this.
If we're gonna do clones by lie admissions, yeah, this
it's
number
in
is gonna
it's in the
jump like
boondocks
crazy
and
because that's
taxes are a
DSP's
couple
favorite
$100
form
a
of lying.
year,
Even though he
you
doesn't do it as
have,
often, he loves doing
a lot
lies
of
by omission.
utilities there. It's pretty all
Because
good,
then
so
it outs
that
you
I can
as a
afford,
crazy
but
stalker that
2
you know
whole
the additional
households where you gotta
information.
pay the electric and the
Great, huh?
all the bills.
DSP has all these
mortgages.
fun little
Yeah.
tricks to out
Yeah, it's
people. I
bad.
kind of
So-
like it. I kind
So
of
yeah,
respect
so what
it.
ended up happening
He's
was around
he's like a buggy,
2017-ish,
horrible Columbo.
YouTube's ad revenue tanked. because
Well,
of the ad
earlier
problems.
I
So now on
said that
top
it
of
was
all this
because of
other
this,
stuff going
and you
on
added
at
this
the
thing
same
in.
time with
So that would
now
make
I
you a
gotta, like,
detractor.
pivot. I'm like, I used to be a guy who
Shit,
only
you got me.
made on-demand videos. I did stream, but I didn't talk with my audience. Like
You
now,
didn't do a
today,
live show, yeah. Now
Hey,
you
we
then you
were-
transition to live, yeah.
we are
Put your
so
hands
interactive
down,
with
Phil.
our audiences today, and that's one of the great things. It's like having a relationship with the people who like.
Yeah, I
you
have
and
a
your content.
relationship with
But
these
back then, it
stupid
was like,
idiots that
I'm
I
alone, I'm
hate.
ignoring everyone who's watching me. I'm
Also,
just
I
gonna
don't
make
know.
a
That's a
video,
new clone because
But I had to
DSP has
change. So
stressed over and
2017,
over
I
again that
became a
he's not
full-time
their
live
friend.
streamer,
What kind of
and,
relationship is
then,
that?
Ad revenue had to go, not really be my source of income
Yeah, just
anymore. I
one
had to
more
start
bag.
asking the
My
audience
wife
for
loves
contributions.
cake.
That was a huge change for me, a big change. I tried my best for many
Glenn,
years
how's Truth
to
Silverhand doing
try
talking to Phil?
maintain, but it
He's
got so
buttering
bad.
up
What it
pretty
really
good,
was, as
Sonic.
you mentioned, it was the credit card debt, because with those credit cards.
Then
if you
again,
were
it's
paying
never
minimum
really
payments,
clear if
they're
you're
not going
buttering
down,
up
and it got
Phil
so
or if you
unmanageable.
just don't
And
realize
then on
he's a
top of
complete
that,
shitlord
I
yet.
basically got to the point where I couldn't even pay that mortgage in Connecticut anymore. And I'm like, what am I going to do if I stop paying? They're going to foreclose. So I had to go through a bankruptcy, and that's really where the turnaround was. Once I went through that,
We
and
already
got
counted the one
all
before
that
DSP. You had an option. You
revolving
chose
debt
not
gone
to.
and that extra mortgage gone.
Well,
I've now
this is Phil. This is a source of a lot of the criticism about you is your financial choices, and I think that's largely due to the fact that you ask your audience, for money for bills and things. But when it comes to the
Uh-oh.
bankruptcy,
Shit. Data.
before
Get out of there, Phil.
people- Let me try to get that big.
Oh no. We got to leave. Hit the smoke
You
bomb,
had
DSP.
You had and I'm gonna be, listen.
Holy shit, that's bad.
I had a job in corporate finance where I had to look at people's information.
I
Like
want
this
to
all the
pause
time.
here for a second. So let's just look at the open dates for some of these because it's nice seeing them all spread out here. This dude got a credit card opened April 1st of 2014. And then only a little over 2 weeks later gets another one. Wait, no? not just gets another one, gets 2. Oh, but see, I was forgetting. Oh, that's 2016. That doesn't count. That doesn't help my point. So in less than a month, he got 3 credit cards opened. That's already the beginning of the end, DSP. 2014, this should have been your warning right there. If you're getting 3 credit cards opened in 1 month, this is unsustainable.
Because I was a credit analyst. And so I kind of know probably what happened here, but you're people that are very critical of you, they say things like, I got a lot of messages like this, like he spent $131,000
Exactly,
in
demon
unsecured
centipede.
credit. Like,
Friends have wallets.
That's like
losers that I care nothing for have
Do
expectations.
you know what all this 131,000 comprised of? Or
It all
very
started
silly.
when I moved out.
I
here,
just
was
recently
furnishing the
opened my
house,
first
buying
credit
all
card
my
ever because I've
equipment,
always
all
had the
of that.
mentality
So
of
you're
if I don't
talking,
have the money, I'm not
tens
getting
of
it.
thousands of
And that's
dollars,
happened multiple
to
times where I
start.
was disappointed
And then
because
it
of that,
just
but
ballooned.
that's just
And the
how
reason
I
it
thought it
ballooned is
worked.
because I didn't
I
have the
could get
income
this
anymore to
pre-order,
pay for
but I'm a
anything.
little short
I
on
had
cash
these
right
2
now.
mortgages, I
Guess
had
I'm
all
not
these
getting
bills,
it.
and I had half income from what I was
But
previously
I
making.
realized
So I had
fairly
budgeted off of,
recently
if I'm
that,
gonna
oh
keep making
shit,
this
I should
amount,
probably have a
and then
credit
when my
score
YouTube channel
anyway.
basically declined and tanked, I lost so much income that I now had to start putting almost everything on credit cards. And I mean, listen how stupid this is. All right.
No, yeah, it's
And my
stupid.
logic in my head, because I'm panicking, what am I going to do? Right. I'm thinking, I know what I'll do. I'll rack up this credit card that's 0% interest for a year. Right. I'll keep it on there for a year and make payments. But then what I'll do is at the end of the year, I'll transfer that card to another card that's 0%
Oh yeah, infinite
on
money
balance
glitch,
transfers,
Phil.
right?
That's
And then
awesome.
I'll
that's
do that.
something, to be honest, that sometimes works. Like my wife and I have done that.
Well,
But
if
CDSP
we're
you're
very
did nothing wrong.
careful to transfer at the right time, and she
Yes.
does the math. Is the fees to transfer it worth it?
Right.
Thank you, Shroom Dukem.
And wasn't.
I'm
Even
gonna start
extravagant
buying
amounts. Like,
DoorDash
one
with
time
my
we
credit
did
cards.
3,000 for appliances we needed, like a washer, dryer, and a
I do need to get one of those
Right.
powered USB
so that
switches.
can sometimes be a good strategy,
Probably
but
mine.
not
Oh.
if you don't move it all.
I can announce it. Dudes, I've ordered the puppet. It's, man, I don't know what happens with these puppets. Is there some sort of, guys, if you're into stock market trading, invest in puppets. These things keep getting more and more expensive every time I look it up. It was $400 when I first started rolling around the idea of getting it. Then it's $500. Dude, it was $630 that I had paid for this damn thing. Now, granted, I love it, and it's going to be badass, and it's kind of a big investment, but it's something I've always wanted. But holy shit, man, I don't know. What's the stock index on these puppets? I should do some insider trading with puppets.
Off before
With the
interest
puppets,
kicks in.
about
That's
puppets.
right.
Did
And
you
so
screw up on that, Mr. Finance Major?
I screwed up on so much. I did. Like, first of all, I was
Inflation,
basically
man, it's
living
hitting
on
these
credit
puppets
that I had
hard, dude.
gotten when I was a popular YouTuber and was making way more. So
He's
I
gonna
had
always be
Credit
pissed at
was
me the one
based
who
on
wins.
a higher income that you had then lost.
exactly.
Yeah,
So
probably
here I
it's
am
gonna be.
sitting with all this credit that I can use, and I'm like, oh, maybe my channel will come back. Maybe things will turn for the better.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be able to sell the condo in Connecticut eventually. Things will turn around, and I'm just kind of like, I hope.
He
I
does
hope. You
come
can't
with
live on
a
hope. You gotta live on
platinum
reality,
spoon.
right? But that was me being stupid and being ignorant and being dumb and making bad choices after bad choice after bad choice. So, you start off with, let's say, 20, 30,000 of credit
And
card debt.
completely
but
understand
then
this, GSP.
all of
I
a sudden,
completely
it's
understand
going
making
up because
financial
you got
mistakes.
fees,
That's
because you
part
got
of
the
being
interest, and I'm
human.
not paying,
I've
making
made
minimum
bad
payments,
financial decisions,
juggling everything.
but I've
Then you
never
stop
put it
paying
on other
things.
people to help me.
That's not good.
That's always been the
You know what I
difference.
mean? So it just got so bad.
Sorry, then they default, and then there's
Oh
charge
God.
Yeah, they roll
and
back
that screws
netcode
up your
it.
credit, so you can't get additional credit to try
Right.
to fix your
Mhm.
situation.
So
Mhm.
I got to the point where there was no way out. Like, there was no way I was ever going to pay any of this debt. There was no way I could afford it. I
So
couldn't
you
sell
kind
the
of
condo. I
admit
was
to
dying to get rid
intending
of
to
this
do
thing, and
fraud?
they wouldn't let me short sell it. I couldn't find anyone to help me out at all.
That's not true.
So
That's
I
not
had to go
true.
through with the bankruptcy. It was like the only way out,
Nope.
really. When
There was someone
I
who was willing to
trying
help
for
you, but
years
you
to
chose not
avoid it,
to.
and then I was basically at my breaking point.
Well,
And
yeah,
also,
when he-
people
when
at
he
the time were
realized you have
telling him to find someone else to help him
130,000
sell it, and he said
unsecured
no.
credit cards, it's going to take you 27
DSP,
years
if he
to
looks
pay
into
it
one
back or
solution and
whatever.
it doesn't work
Right.
perfectly, there is no
even at a
solution.
couple thousand a month, it would take you forever to pay it
Forever.
back.
Yeah.
I
This
mean, that's
guy's
kind of the
annoying.
situation that bankruptcy is for, right? To kind of let you get a reset.
Here's the thing,
when
Deep
you
Infinity.
get
I
so
bought the
far in debt,
puppet.
there's
I intend to get more
literally no
props
way
later.
to
So he doesn't have a
climb out.
spoon,
You
but
That's
I
right.
want to get a
Yep.
spoon. I want
So
to get a
the
cowboy
thing is,
hat.
the
I want to get
bankruptcy
him a
got
couple
rid of the
bills.
condo. It actually had me surrender the condo.
I've got a bunch of different
So it was
ideas of
foreclosed
props I
upon.
need to get
It
him.
got it out of
But
my
I gotta
name.
get the
I
dude
wasn't
first.
responsible for that
And I want to see if I
All
can
the
put some
credit cards,
magnets in
you
his
know, went
hand
away.
so that I can
I
hold
was still
these
left with
different
debt. I was
things.
still left with the mortgage on this house, with the car loan for my car. And you know, so a few things that, you know, I wasn't able to get rid
I
of.
want to get him a little
Another thing that,
controller.
of course, people all bring up taxes, right?
I want to get him an
during this
arcade
time
stick.
period, I wasn't paying my taxes properly.
Anyway,
That's
DSP,
on
what's
me.
going on,
You know,
man?
it's another thing I wasn't doing because I didn't have the money, and I screwed it all up, and I owed all this money to back taxes to the feds, and that
Mhm.
still has to be paid off.
Oh, this
So
old
I
chestnut.
still do have significant debt. It's just that it's luckily not killing me and choking me anymore. And
No,
I'm in a
that's just Cat
situation now
doing
where
that.
I'm making money and I can actually
I
reinvest
have to wear a
into my
turtleneck
business
now.
and do
Thanks,
improvements
Cat.
and things, and do better for my family. You know, I've learned from those horrible choices that I made. I mean, it's on me. You
You
as much
always
as
say your family. Come on, dude. You got a wife and a cat. That doesn't count as a family, right?
oh, that's absolutely ridiculous. So here's the funny part about that.
That's
Like,
funny.
people say that, right? And it's like, okay, in the sense of a husband, a wife, and kids or whatever. No, I don't have. What do they call that? The nuclear family or something
Yeah,
like that?
it's
No,
atomic
I'm never
powered.
gonna have that. Like, we're not gonna have kids.
Cat
We've
looks like
made
she's
that choice
atomic
together
powered.
that we don't want to have children. But that doesn't mean that I don't have a family. I have
No, you're
other
right.
relatives,
I
you
mean,
know,
you're
parents.
right. If you have other relatives, sure.
Yeah, I
Oh
my
yeah,
wife
see,
believes
this
me.
guy
Cat
agrees.
that's
Phil, you got this,
essentially
man.
like
This
our
interview is
son.
gonna go
No, he's not a
perfectly.
human
Steven
son,
is
but
gonna be
basically he's our
completely on your
responsibility,
side by
and we
the
take
end of
care of
this.
him. We spend a heck of a lot of time with him, you know.
You got
It's
a cat, son.
yeah, so yeah.
Well, I
And
mean,
so,
if
you know,
the cat's really
it's
cool,
ridiculous because
okay.
people act like
Well,
for
Wolverine
example, one
figure
of
would
the
be
people who gives
fun.
me shit for that is Review Tech USA. He's another YouTuber, and he rags on me saying, "Oh, Phil says he has a family, he doesn't
I'm
have one."
familiar. Isn't this the guy that just made his ex-wife shave him or some shit?
Dude, I
I
did
was
not
just on
watch that
Kino
shit. I do
last
not
night.
know.
I'm
Yes,
trying
the
to.
guy,
Steven hits
the
him
guy
with a
whose
good
name is
point and
Review
folds
Tech,
so
but he
quickly on
doesn't know
these
how to
early
build a
parts.
PC
That's
live
the
on his own show.
technique.
It's pretty
That's the
funny, right?
technique.
So-
Because then
But
DSP
I
gets
mean,
convinced
this
that
guy
he's
is
got
ragging
some
on
sort
me
of
saying I don't
edge.
have a family, yet this guy also
I'm
has
telling you, you have to
insane
apply a
problems with
sort
his
of
own family situation that he puts
a
forward publicly
strategy
in his
to
content
getting
all the
stuff out of
time.
Phil.
So why would you try to criticize someone else? You know, I think it's just semantics. It's not, you know, if people really don't think someone has a family,
I
they
think
don't
it's
have
more
kids,
about
I guess
DSP.
you
You
can
think
argue
it's
that if you want
equal,
to, but if
and
you
I
look it
don't
up in
think
the
it's equal.
dictionary,
Cat's
it
not
doesn't
going to
say
be
you
equal
have
to
to
a
have
child.
kids
As
to
much
have
as
a
I love
family,
cats
so
and hate kids,
whatever.
you know, it's just not going to be
Oh
seen
yeah,
that
I
way.
mean, I understand it. You got a lot of disputes with those kind of people, right? Like Review Tech and Keemstar, and a lot of other content creators. You
How
seem
many
to be
subs for Phil
battling
to
with,
procreate
and
on
they kind of
stream?
take shots at you, and
I
you take
also
shots
want to
at
know,
them.
Phil.
Well, yes and no. I don't really take shots at them. What it is about, I'd say about 10 years ago, it probably happened about the time I moved out of Connecticut to Washington State. It became a viral movement on the internet to
Wait.
essentially make fun of Darkside Phil.
Hold on, I want
Because
to see
before
this.
then, those years of 2000 shots at them. What it,
You and you take shots at them.
well,
I understand it. You got a lot of disputes with those kind of people, right? Like Review Tech and
Okay. I
Keemstar,
thought that's who we mentioned.
and a lot of other content creators you seem to be battling with, and they kind of take shots at you, and you take shots at them.
well, yes and no. I don't really take shots at them. What
Yes,
it is
you do.
about,
Yes, you do.
I'd say about 10 years ago.
Yes,
It probably
you
happened
do.
about the time I moved out of Connecticut to Washington State.
100%.
It
DSP is
became
almost
a
always the
viral
first
movement
person
on the
who
internet
swings.
to essentially make fun of Darkside Phil. Because before then, those years of 2008 to 2014,
And people were making fun of you
I was
for that.
actually seen as one of the biggest gaming YouTubers, and people respected me. People reached out to me with opportunities. Like I said, I partnered with Machinima. I'm going to E3 and covering these big events. But at one point, public opinion turned. And there's many reasons for it. If you want to get into them, that's up to you, because I know you have many questions to ask me tonight.
No,
But
yeah, let's try to move forward. Actually,
Positively.
I told you I had this whole board here next to me with post-it notes because I don't want to miss anything.
And it's hard to
So,
do, Irie. I don't think a
listen,
lot
the
of us
next question I'm
detractors
gonna
would be
ask you may
willing to
be
kiss
considered,
Phil's
like,
ass.
private medical information.
We all have too much
If you don't wanna
dignity.
answer-
Maybe
if you don't
I
wanna
would.
answer
Maybe
this,
just a little
then I
bit. But I know you
understand.
guys would shit
Depends.
on me
Let's see what
super
it is.
hard.
But let me explain this to you.
Okay.
I have a son who is autistic, severely autistic,
Okay.
nonverbal, in fact. He doesn't speak. But I've been around a lot of autistic people because of raising my son. He's 12 now. And one of the big criticisms about you is you're constantly asking for support, constantly asking for
Mhm.
money.
That's cool.
And I don't know, I've been
That's
observing
chill and
some of
interactive,
this. So I
idiot.
wanted to ask you, have you ever been diagnosed with being on the spectrum or having Asperger's?
When I was growing up,
He invented
that
it.
stuff, no one ever talked about any of that stuff at all.
They were
I
too
doubt
busy
that a
saying
single
slurs.
doctor would have ever even like done a test or measured anything like that when I was growing up, unless you were like showing overt signs outward of
I think you
stuff like
might
that.
have been, Phil.
No one ever talked about that stuff. You know what I mean? So no, I've never had a test. I don't know. You know, who knows? Maybe there is, and maybe there isn't. I wouldn't know.
Well, I think you know, and I
Yeah,
could be
called
wrong.
the dude
I mean,
autistic
I'm
to his
just an
face,
observer
basically.
here, an outsider looking in. But it seems to me that you have a little bit of trouble, like comprehending social norms. Like,
Mhm.
for example, like
I think a lot of that
do you
could.
have a
I'm
perception?
going to interrupt here for a second. I think that DSPs struggle to understand social norms. I don't really think that comes from being autistic. I think it comes from him being narcissistic. Because that's what I see in a lot of narcissistic people, is that they just don't really get how people work. And mostly because it's from an egocentric perspective. So from their perspective, well, of course I'm human. Of course I have feelings. Of course I have wishes and ambitions and pains and agonies and disappointments and failures and all this and that. Of course I'm a fully fleshed out human being, obviously. Everyone else is just these weird phantoms that I occasionally have to interact with. They don't have any feelings. They don't have any thoughts. They don't have anything they're doing. They're all Walmart NPCs. I don't give a crap about them. That has nothing really to do with autism.
Of like how many times during an average stream that you ask for support or money, because that's one of the big criticisms too.
But the social cues of asking for money, well, dude, I want money. Give me money.
Because it's actually
Can
it's
it take a
directly
guess? Can it
it's
take a
directly
guess?
proportionate
Yeah,
to
okay,
how much
sociopathology,
support I
yep.
got during that.
And having no friends.
You know what
All
I
right.
mean?
So
Like,
if you don't get support, you ask for it more. Is
that's
what
right.
you're saying.
Ask and you shall receive.
Beg and you
Okay,
shall
but
receive.
do you understand that turns a lot of people off? Like,
Absolutely.
and
Sure.
I don't care.
hate
They
to
don't have any
include this,
money.
but I'm going to include this. You know, I'm not a big gamer, but my son is. In fact, though, we're having a real problem with him with screen time. I just got him a new game today for his Nintendo.
Call him an idiot, Phil.
We're trying to cut him down on screen time because it seems to me he's 8 years old. He's a big gamer. PlayStation VR.
I thought you said he was
Switch,
12.
And he
You have two
also,
kids?
He watches video game streamers. He watches Ninja and he watches Hassan.
Stupid
and,
person. Watching stupid content creators, according to Phil.
XQC he watches.
Yeah, stupid person. Trifecta.
You know, I asked him out of the blue, I'm like, do you ever watch Dark Side Phil? He goes, no. I go, do you know who that is? He goes, yeah. And I go, well,
See?
you watch
Super
these
popular.
other guys, don't you like his show? And he goes, I watched him sometimes, but he asks for money all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
I almost was going to clip a video of him talking about this, but I thought, I'm not going to hit you with that. But like, there is a perception, even among people, and I swear I didn't coach him. I didn't know he knew who you were, but he's always either playing a video game or watching a stream.
Wait, so how did he
I thought
find
maybe
Dark
he
Side
knows who you
Phil?
are. He did know who you are. And by the way, he told me to tell you that he could beat you at what is it, Friday Night Freddy? He could beat you. At
Oh, hell
any
yeah,
of those
man.
games,
DSP sucks at that game.
so you know.
You piss on this
What,
guy.
Street Fighter? Like when I play Friday Night Fights?
Friday Night at Freddy's, I guess.
Oh, Five Nights at Freddy's.
Five
you
Nights
will.
at Freddy's. Yeah.
I hate those games. I suck
Yeah,
at
they're
it.
for idiots. I
Well, I
mean,
heard you're going to be
idiots
doing a
and your
marathon.
kid.
He's always playing them, but like
There could be.
so-
Yeah, we might
but-
be doing
but
that.
Yeah,
what I'm
I wanna
saying,
know
Phil,
about that,
is
Centipede.
there's this perception that you.
It's going great, Sonic.
I don't know.
I'm
maybe
enjoying this
wrong.
interview. It's
Like,
fun.
In my world, it's customary to ask for support once, maybe twice through the stream. Like if you take a break in the middle, when you come back, you say something.
Mhm.
But like,
I think to
Did you
illustrate
know
the
there's a
difference a
whole
little bit
YouTube
between me
channel
and Phil is
dedicated
that
just
I
to
had that
counting
puppet
the
goal
number of
on
times
screen,
that you
and I
ask
for
forgot to
money?
bring it up so many
Absolutely.
times. People
There's
had to
there's
ask me,
entire,
what's that about?
Like, networks
Oh, yeah, I'm
and
asking for
programs
money. Forgot
written
about
to
that.
count the amount of times I say a single word in all of my content ever on YouTube.
And there's an
Is it-
entire. Did you know there's an entire search engine called Pig Go?
Yeah, exactly.
Where you
Yeah,
can search by keyword. But
that's right.
listen. I'm trying to.
Phil,
help
you gotta admit
here.
it's
I really
funny.
am, because I understand why.
Oh, shit,
people
Franny,
are,
shoutouts.
like, you know, saying this stuff, and I thought they're got to be exaggerating. But then I found this Ferroni the tractor. I'm sure it's what you would describe as one of your detractors.
I mean, they
Horrible
call
human being.
themselves the Tractor. They have it in their name.
When you were playing Dark Souls,
They
you
admitted
asked
to
for
it.
money 62 times. When you were playing light razzing, I don't know. He makes plays on words on the games you were playing. You asked for money 85 times.
Mhm.
You tested a mic, and then you begged for money 31 times while testing the mic. And this one is just greed mode, beg count 58.
It's funny as hell to have it said to
Successful
him.
streamer begged 78 times. And I'm not going to play these videos because they're very disparaging. They like make you have a huge head and try to make it funny. Popeyes felt it, beg count 100.
100
So to
begs,
eat
man. Holy crap.
You begged for money 100 times.
Is going to be the
Flight
second new puppet
Simulator,
holder
you
soon?
begged
Because
for
we already
money
got a guy with. We
111
have multiple
times.
people with
Call of
DSP
Duty,
puppets.
Rage
There's
Quit
that
9
lady who
times.
does
They
the
clipped-
Cyrex
And I
puppets.
gotta
She's
tell
got
you,
DSP
I
one, I
watched
believe.
these with a counter going.
But mine's gonna be the
"Ask for
best."
money 101 times in one stream. They clip
It
them
better
all
be.
and they put them together. I don't know what beg more is, but you ask for money 101 times.
I don't. I'm not saying this is shit on him. I'm saying it as a difference in outlook. I forget. I'm really sorry. I forget who it was who had the other DSP puppet, and he recently made a video with the DSP puppet. And someone in the comments was asking, "Why don't you make more videos with the puppet?" And he answered something to the effect of, "I have a hard time finding myself wanting to do it, wanting to put myself in the headspace of the puppet." And I'm over here thinking, bro, that's pretty much just going to become my content. Well, it won't be because I'll have to stop myself. But if it were up to me, it would just be DSP puppet all day. I'm going to have the DSP puppet even when I don't have the camera on.
We've got Wife is Strange, beg count 33.
Shadow of Gout.
Life
Nice.
is Strange, I guess they meant.
Yeah.
Nightly Kingly begs count 65. Shadow of something 77 times.
145 begs. Let's watch that one.
WWEC Ban World beg count 88 times. 145 begs in this stream. And all this person does, Phil, is go through your streams
Yeah, I
and
wonder,
then clip all
Centipede.
the times you ask for money. And then they put it together, and I guess they make it kind of funny. I wasn't really
Blanc. Yeah, that's it.
amused by this. But I'm just wondering, like, do you realize
Good content.
that
Love
you
his content. I just
asked
spaced on his
for
name.
money that many times in one stream?
Well, first off, I've never watched any of this content to make it clear. I don't actually know how truthful that is. I'm
I
certainly
went through
not
with
saying.
a counter, Phil. He's right. I mean, unless he's like AI, he's got like CIA level AI to make these clips of you asking for the
All I'm
money.
saying is I'm answering this question in perspective of I have no clue if anything that a detractor puts on their channel about me is true or not. All I can ask is from my perspective, right?
That's a new clone. How many times does this dude go on long ass rants about how everything they say about me is a lie? I'm not even named Phil Burnell. That is a lie. Now, I don't really know if they say anything facetious or fictitious about me. I don't know. How could I know? I don't watch it.
I haven't seen that content. I can't really respond to it. But no, I mean, I do ask for
Oh,
contributions.
thank you, Centipede.
Basically, as soon as I start my podcast, and if we're talking about how I did the day before, I'll mention, how we did. And I'll say, hey, let's hit the goals today. We have some goals in place. Here's the rewards coming
He's
up.
trying to
If we
sell
have
it
a
better,
reward
but
that's
this guy
scheduled, we'll talk
watched the
about that.
videos.
During each podcast, I'll mention it several times for sure.
Well, this is why I brought up the autism, because I don't know if you know this, but people with autism have like perceptual problems and social problems. and they
Perceptual
don't
problems? Dude, I
recognize
blocked that. What are you
social
talking about?
cues. And like that's what made me think that maybe you're on the spectrum, because a neurodivergent person or a person on the spectrum might not realize that they were asking that many times, and that this is what I'm saying. People with autism also have a problem with social norms. So like the social
running around
norm is
naked. Phil, you
ask
don't
for
do that,
support
hopefully.
once or twice a show.
You can have
And I think
different
most
puppets
show
and
hosts would
various
agree
states of
with that.
intoxication. You
If
keep
you-
going
if
green
you
like
make
that.
4 or
Just
5, I
it
don't
would be
know,
fun to have
what,
like
88
DSP
times,
with very
122
bad
times,
9 o'clock
56
shadow
times in
almost,
one stream.
and have a
It's
bottle in
it's
his
a little
hand.
bit
That'd be
extreme,
fun.
and I think that's why your detractors go.
I'm gonna
after
tell you
so
what I
much,
really
because
think. The
no-
detractor should be killed.
I'm not aware of anybody else. And this is what I did.
Wait, hold on. I want to hear that again.
It's a little bit extreme, and I think that's why your detractors go after you so much, because nobody. I'm not aware of anybody else. And this is what I did. I went to Twitch, and I just started
That's true.
watching some
DSP's right.
random gaming streamers, and I got links from people to watch, and I watched from the beginning to the end. And over on Twitch, at least, most of the gaming streamers, hey, thanks for the support, gift some subs. Here's our goal tonight. And a lot of them didn't even have goals, but they would read the the gifts or the tips or the cheers or
Yeah, but they don't do this
whatever.
for 16 years,
But
Stephen.
they
What
don't
aren't you
ask
getting
so
about
many
this?
times. So
They don't have a
I think
business
that's
degree.
why,
They don't operate a
you know,
household.
because it's just
God,
too much. You
why is
don't
it so
think it's too
confusing
much?
for you?
Let me put it this way: the people who have
What with
issue
green
how much I
eyes and
ask
stuff?
are the people
Or, well, I guess
who
red
benefit
eyes.
the most by bringing it up. It's that simple. People who make this kind of toxic content, an entire channel dedicated to counting how many times I ask for
How's that
donations.
toxic? It's just
I agree.
factual.
That's a little obsessive to
You
count
know?
and to clip every single
He
time. that you ask
doesn't.
for
He
money.
doesn't
Yeah,
clip every
but
single
I
one.
have to say, Phil, regardless of whether you call them a detractor,
And it's also just factual. DSP
they're
says you can't be
factually
offended by
accurate.
facts.
Okay,
That's a
fair enough.
fact.
And that's
That's
the problem.
data.
They're
How are
factually
you
accurate.
offended by
Well,
data,
here's the
DSP?
all the
thing.
time.
I don't think that's a problem.
I saw
think
this
that's
Excel
the
spreadsheet
perception.
the other day that
Some
pissed
people
me
think it's a
off.
Don't
problem.
you think some of the
Others
stuff
don't.
is cringe though? Like, for
Of
example,
course it's cringe. It's meant to be cringe.
it's meant to be cringe.
over the top and cringe.
Phil,
That's the whole
Nah, I don't know
idea.
about all
was
that.
it last night or the night before that you were like, we got to hit this goal?
How's it going, Lil
because
Shadow?
I don't know if I can order Arby's
That's
tonight.
right.
Yeah,
We
17
gotta get
years
the
here in
Arby's
April
the
or
next
something
day.
like
We
that.
gotta get it. My wife's coming home from work. She doesn't want to cook. Let's get the Arby's for the day.
This is kind of a deflection though. But don't
It
you
is
see
cringe,
how, like,
DSP. I would never
what
do
if
that
I
with my
said
wife.
like
It would be
Mike,
too lame.
Look, I would consider
not
this
even
cringe.
disrespectful
Like,
to
what if
her,
I was
it's
on
lame
my
of
show
me.
and I said, I'd like to order pizza for
Yes,
my kids
Human
because I
Centipede.
don't
I
feel
wanna
like
make a
cooking,
Red
but I
Eyes
need to
Black
get $50
DSP.
in super chats first.
Okay.
I would never do that because I would think that is so cringy.
Well,
That is like,
that's different. Do you know the context of me
Cringe.
actually ordering Arby's? Because it's not me just ordering dinner for my.
Do you know the
family. That's
context
actually
of me
not what it
being
is.
stupid?
no. Then you do the review of 3 sandwiches. Come on,
Right. Yeah.
Actually, Arby's
Which
sounds
is an
pretty
ongoing
good. I
series
might
I've
get
been
some
doing
later.
over a decade, and I actually canceled the series, and people gave me so much crap for like 5 years. These people were like, "Dude, why are you not doing?" The
And
show
you
anymore?
banned
You're
every
wealthy
last
as
one
we
of them.
try to say." So I said, "Hey, you know what? I'm doing well. We'll bring it back if we hit goals or
I think
whatever,
that could be
we'll do it."
popular. Who's that? There's a real nerdy guy that does food reviews on YouTube, and he's got
Review of the
really-
week. Review
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
week.
That
DSP
dude's
inspired him.
fun. He's fun. He's nerdy as shit, but he
Yeah,
just all
DSP
he does
invented
is eat
that.
Taco Bell.
He
and
actually
Burger
owes him
King and
residuals.
McDonald's and
Yep.
Chick-fil-A and whatever.
I was doing that way
Pizza.
before he was. I just never blew up for it because I was a
Well,
gamer.
Yeah, because it was really
Pioneer.
stupid, and
Yeah.
his wasn't
Yeah,
necessarily stupid.
Let's go back though. Before
I
we
don't know.
forget,
I don't.
'cause
I
have
can't really
I'll take
count it
another
as a
one
new
off the
clone because it's
board
not
here.
an empirical statement or
So,
anything. But
one
him
of the
saying, "Oh, it's always been about
one
the
of
cringe."
questions I got most
That's
as
not
well
true, DSP.
is that
You've always
people-
taken
and I
yourself
think
way
this
too
is, again,
seriously.
Just a misunderstanding.
If you take yourself seriously,
I
you
got
don't
so many
cringe. You
people
don't be
sending me
cringe.
messages going, how can he say
That's why I'm
his
cringe all the
expenses
time. I
are
don't
this
take myself
much?
seriously at all.
So this is just from the bankruptcy filing. 1 month you're saying 9,000 is in
Ah,
expenses.
shit, I'm gonna
the
count
next
it, I don't
month
care.
5,000. The next month 3,100. The next
I want to
month
get little
4,400,
outfits for my
the
dark
next
side
month
Phil too.
43,
I want to get the
49,
Yoshi hat for him.
5,200. You know, people are saying there's no way you could have that much in business expenses. But is this a combination of both business and personal expenses?
See, here's the thing, and
hold
this
on.
is why you have to understand when people
Context?
start to bring this up. Anything that I say about this publicly at all, these people will take what I say, twist it, and then try to get me in trouble. All right, so I've been. through
DSP,
this
you've been
rodeo
doing this for
before. I don't
16
mind you
years.
bringing
How
this
can
up.
you
I'm
not
gonna tell you
articulate your
exactly from my
thoughts without it being
perspective
twisted?
about
That's
what I
on
think
you,
about
man.
this, okay.
After a
So,
while, it's on you
when
that
I'm
you
going through the
can't be
bankruptcy,
understood.
Okay, I have to provide all the information that they want, and boy, did they ask for a lot. They asked for
Sure.
everything.
I've been to
right?
bankruptcy hearings.
Yeah, I was
on
at
the
Phil's.
plaintiff's
It was
side.
hilarious.
So you know
Yeah, I
all
know.
about how detailed.
How's it
it
going,
can
Greedy
be.
Piggy?
Let me
You saw the
give
cat?
you
Yes!
Perspective here,
And I want to
was
make them
told
kind of shitty.
both by my bankruptcy attorney
I should get into
and the
sewing and
judge
stuff like
involved,
that. I can make my own
that was
stuff.
the weirdest, most complex bankruptcy they ever had to
Have
do.
convict
because my
side Phil
detractors
have a
kept
little
messaging
orange
the judge.
jumpsuit for him.
Okay, like every 5 seconds, they were messaging the judge saying, "Well, did you know he has this? Did you know he made this? Did you?" So the judge is like, "What the hell is this?"
And then he
I'm just
rage
trying to do
quit. The judge
bankruptcy, and I got
flipped out.
1,000 people on the internet harassing me for this shit. I don't even know what this means. Just listen to this. I know this is a little side. You'll get a laugh out of this stuff.
Oh, it'll be funny.
So when you do the bankruptcy, this has to be online. So this is public information.
Yeah,
You can see
exactly,
it
Little
right
Shadow.
there.
Don't they
can find
teach you
this
that
online.
in
One of the
in
things that happened
finance
was
classes?
the initial filing didn't list my cat Jasper as a financial asset.
Yes.
Okay. Why? Because my bankruptcy attorney didn't do it. Okay. It's that
But
simple.
you should do it.
Now, normally in any bankruptcy proceeding, no one would give two
It's
shits.
always someone else's
But
fault. It's my bankruptcy
detractors
attorney's fault that I lied.
messaged the judge saying, Phil is lying to you and committing fraud to get his bankruptcy through. He has a cat and he didn't tell you.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
that's kind of petty.
but
And
that
the
is true
judge had to
though.
hold a special meeting with myself and my attorney asking us
Oh, I'm
why
sure it
we
was
didn't
special.
do this. Are we trying to scam them? So when this happened, the bankruptcy got blown into the most complex shit. I had to go through
But Mr. Rules here, I brought it up the other day that one of the DSP's contradictions that I find very annoying whenever it pops up is DSP's adherence to rules, but at the same time wants to be a rule breaker. And that works on two levels. One, he just breaks rules. And the other one is that he wants to be this kind of tough guy maverick. You know, he wears a leather jacket and smokes in school. Okay. He doesn't follow the rules. All right. He's cool. But then whenever something happens where you're not following the rules, you're not doing this legally, you're not doing this correctly. So we got rule side Phil, rule dictator Phil, not following the rules. And then he expects us to just be cool with it, or rather it expects anyone to be cool with it. And that's not how that should work, man. Because this is a government funded thing and the funds come from us. Your bankruptcy is paid by taxpayers, man. So they have a moral and financial obligation to say, hey, this jackass isn't being truthful. And the reality is, maybe he wasn't necessarily lying. Maybe he straight up forgot or he didn't put that in. But the reality of it is that it's not out of pocket to say that DSP is lying and trying to get over on people. DSP has made it his ambition in life to screw people over as much as possible. So whenever something happens that makes it look like he screwed people over, most people are going to accuse him of screwing people over.
line by line by line of all the things that
Exactly,
I spent,
Sniper, the latest
when
man.
it went
I'm
to,
innocent and
you
I
know,
can't
but,
prove
but
it.
business
Phil,
is not-
with respect, like this is a very simple question.
uh,
When you're listing these expenses here, is that your total expenses, personal and business together, or just business?
Dude, you said you did
I
bankruptcy
actually
stuff.
don't know.
Oh,
because
he's
that's
trying to get him
what
on this.
my
Never mind.
bankruptcy
He's
attorney
playing
put
dumb on
together for me
purpose.
properly per the law in Washington State. I don't
Can
know.
can I talk to him about this and get some answers on that so that
No.
everybody can calm down about this?
I mean, I doubt it, but
Well, if you give your permission, he can talk to me.
let me put it this way.
Shit.
Everyone involved
DSP,
in this
cut the
bankruptcy was
stream.
already mass harassed by a zillion people.
A
And
zillion
I'm not
people?
going to harass anybody. I'm going to ask him that very simple question.
And what's his?
that I
And
asked
if it's
you.
a zillion people, what's a
Is this
zillion in one?
expenses
You know,
your
I'm
business or your
looking at
personal
that,
or
like,
both?
my take on that.
your
would
take
be
on the thing that happened.
That's probably what they considered whatever is qualifiable as the expense, whatever to qualify for the bankruptcy. You know what I mean? Like what is
It's like,
quantifiable
well, then
as
honestly, your
expenses
bankruptcy
for
attorney
whatever
should
they
be
needed for this document. I don't even know what
criticized
this
if they're just going to be
document
pulling
is
numbers out of their
actually,
ass.
because I don't know how bankruptcies work.
Well,
you know.
it's from
It's
your
a
bankruptcy
rogue-
filing.
It's a
public
rogue ass
information.
tax
That's what I
attorney who
pulled it
doesn't
from.
follow the rules,
But I don't know.
but
like,
they
what-
get
is
results.
Is this for meant to measure?
The tax attorney is always
personal
getting called
expenses?
into
Is
the
it meant to
commissioner's
measure
office and getting yelled
business
at.
expenses? I don't even know.
I want your
Like,
badge and your gun.
That's why I
I'm a
think there's
tax
some
attorney,
confusion then,
but
because
you can have my badge.
The people that are upset about this are saying, like, for
I'm
example,
taking you
I
off
got a
the
message,
case,
and
tax
I'm
guy.
sure paraphrasing, but somebody.
So what are you
sent me a
going to do,
message and
tax guy?
said,
I'm going back
I
out
was
there.
watching
I have to solve
Darkside
this
Phil
Phil crime.
during this.
But your badge was taken
during this,
away.
and
Authority comes from
I
my
know
gun
that
and my abacus.
In this time frame, he didn't buy, for example, 2 new gaming PCs.
Honestly, that sounds pretty
backdrops,
badass. DSP
microphones,
found a cool ass
or anything
attorney.
to improve his show. So how does he have $9,000?
I invented Better Call
Saul.
Saul.
Right. Change it all over this
And-
6-month period.
And that's the thing. I don't know what's considered an expense. I don't know if that's business or personal.
What, dude? How could you?
for example,
You went to
again,
school for
is what
this,
I
man.
can't speak to it because if I speak to it, they're going to clip me and say, "See what Phil said," and they're going to try to get me in trouble, right?
But
to give you
he
some
doesn't get it that ignorance can be just as bad as malice. Well, maybe not just as bad, but still bad. You saying, hey, I don't know what I'm doing at all times, and here are my financial records, or here's my, my form for bankruptcy. I don't know how I did it. That's not good. That's not good either. So when DSP does this little excuse of, well, if I say anything, the detractors are going to use it against me. I'm using this against you. Honestly, I use this against Phil more than DSP just being wrong. Oh, well, I didn't realize it wasn't this expense. Okay, maybe he didn't realize it. I've watched this dude for a while. He doesn't realize most things. But instead, him saying, oh, well, I'm too stupid. I don't know anything. Okay, well, that's bad.
perspective here. This room that I'm broadcasting out of right now, okay,
T-pose.
is only used for work.
Ignorance is not
So
bliss,
therefore,
especially
this
when you're getting
room-
grilled on it.
Yeah, mine
for
too.
tax purposes and all of that, for
Good
somehow
call,
it's
Larry.
considered either an expense or a write-off. I don't know. Does
I don't
that
know.
factor
I don't know.
in?
I don't even live here,
All right,
man.
well, let me help you a little
I just
bit
show up
because my
sometimes.
wife is an accountant.
Okay,
and boy, and boy,
Maybe,
is
maybe
It
we'll
is
finally get some
strict.
answers
Well,
because
boy,
I don't
is she
know.
strict.
I don't know,
But
dude.
here's
I didn't
just
even
some
know I
other
had a
confusion.
bankruptcy.
So some of the other confusion is that, and this is a simple question too.
Mhm.
Are you writing off like your whole mortgage payment as
I
a
hope
business
so.
expense? Are you
No,
writing off?
I don't think so.
all
No,
of
that's
your
not
utilities?
I don't
All
think
right,
I
so-
am.
to my knowledge, it would only be.
You know,
if
you
were
can only
renting.
write off a percentage of your household expenses. Because
That's why
you're
we
just
got to
using
start
that one
taking
room
DSP
for
tries
this.
down to the
Should I be
kitchen. We
very
can write
clear
that
here?
off too.
I'm not writing off anything. I have professionals who do my taxes, and it's not H&R Block or one of these, fly-by-night bullshit companies. It's a real tax attorney.
Ooh, real.
Oh, I know. They're on the
Real.
back
He has
page,
his
right?
name
Check them
printed on
out.
the door,
I
man.
pay tons of money for them to do my
Yeah.
taxes every year, and they do them right, 100% up and down. Left
Except
and
for
right.
all
They do a
those
great
times
job.
they didn't,
So
DSP.
I don't know what's written off and what's not. I don't know. I can't answer.
And
that
how do you
question.
know if it's
Another
right if
one.
you don't know what
So-
is right?
The asking for support.
Is
we'll
this
go
correct?
back
I
to
don't
that,
know. Well, how
because,
can you judge if they're correct?
One of the other criticisms, I guess, is that you ask for support too much, and I think that maybe I can help you understand. Some
This
of
interview
these
is going by
you
pretty
call
quickly, though.
haters
It's
or
almost an
trolls.
hour already. Holy
Because
crap.
in some of this stuff, it's kind of like I said, it's cringy, right? Like,
Mhm.
like
Oh, DSP
Sure.
invented
Purposefully
cringe.
so. Yes.
you're saying that you do that on purpose? You make
Yes.
it cringy
Absolutely.
on purpose?
It's hammed up. It's hammed up on purpose. I'm not. Do you really think?
That's not true. Here, I'm going to show you guys cringe on purpose. I think I showed you guys this before. It's this dude I found him on TikTok initially, and then I found out that he had a YouTube channel where he does all the same shit. So I'm going to show you guys what cringe on purpose looks like. I think he made a video recently. But yeah, it's this dude who acts in character as sort of an incel anime fan edgelord. And when you watch it, you do feel your skin crawl, but it's because he's very good at what he's doing. Let me see if I can find it. Has he not made anything in quite a while? Oh man, there's some stuff about puppets. Awesome. Well, while DSP's talking, let's see if I can find
It's a big deal. If I had Arby's on Wednesday or Thursday or Friday, it doesn't matter. It's just you jam it up. You make people get motivated to do it. That way
You
we
yell
get
at
it,
them,
right?
yeah,
As
yeah,
opposed
I
to
get you.
if everything's never a big deal and you don't hype anything up, then who's going to have incentive to ever care about
Yeah,
it?
who's
I'm
ever
a
going to care
crowdfunded
about me
individual.
screaming
You
and
got to
begging
hype
for
up these
money,
events.
bro?
We're going to do a DSP tries it. We're going to do a marathon.
DSP
Well,
keeps
some
me
people-
frozen. I'm
Some
enjoying
people
it.
feel say that you have this like bloated sense of self-importance.
Yes,
like the money's
that's
just
correct.
Yours.
That's correct.
No.
You deserve
Yes.
it.
I-
Yes.
I want you to react to this and tell me the truth.
Okay.
You don't think that this is too much?
If you like my content, and if you can support the streams today, please
No,
do.
that's not what I'm looking
In
for.
particular, I absolutely need help with tips today. If you tip me today and I hit the goals today, I'm in a good position for tomorrow.
Yeah,
If I
that
stream
sounds
today and I
desperate
hit
and
none of
cringy
the
and
goals,
horrible,
I'm
so.
fucked. And essentially, I'll be
Oh my
going
God,
grocery
I'm so
shopping. I
pissed
guess
with
we're
this
gonna
YouTube. Come on, man.
eat a lunch meat sandwich,
Sorry.
for our day off. I can't even have a meal out or nothing.
But yeah, that's funny and chill and
You know,
positive.
this is the situation I'm in, and it fucking sucks.
All right. So look, this is
Yeah, I
this
can't
is
find it.
to
That's
me,
great.
that-
Whenever you're trying to
No,
find
to
something
me,
on
that's-
YouTube,
that's
nowhere to
too
be
much.
found.
But don't you understand that some people? All right. So if your position is that you're doing this on purpose to make it cringy and you're laughing about it's a joke, but some people in your live chat,
Yeah, and you can
really don't know
understand
that, you're
that some
joking,
people
and they
will
might
not
think
enjoy it
that
and
you
No,
won't
no,
have-
no, 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 no.
You,
no, no.
Phil, you
No,
basically
no,
say
no,
this
no,
is
no, no,
great. It's such a grift, but it's grifty.
This
You
is-
you
this is-
basically say like, if I
Listen.
don't get tips,
Yep.
I can't buy groceries, and I may be
Yeah, DSP, it's
subjected to have to
weaponized, man.
eat a lunch meat sandwich on
That's
my
right.
day off. I won't even be able to get takeout food.
And who wants to do that on their day off? When I'm
But
in
you're
6
putting
days a
that
week
on the
full-time?
audience. You're putting it on the audience.
First off,
so-
I'm trying to remember that.
I would
specific
understand
situation
this
because I don't
angle of
actually
being
remember what the heck
cringy
that
if it
situation
wasn't
was.
actually
If you're wondering why I'm
used.
saying tips, it's because tips I get immediately, so I could actually spend it on something right away.
Right.
Like for example,
That's
you're
hype,
getting a
man.
ridiculous amount of super chats, but as you know, you don't get those right now. You got to
Do-
wait.
am I
like
not
a month,
subscribed to
month and
this
a half
dude or
before you
something?
get
What the
anything.
No, I
Who
gotta
is
wait
this
until
guy?
the 21st, and I
He's
don't
pretty-
live
there he is.
paycheck to paycheck. And
That-
All right, here's the guy.
Wake, wake, my darling.
This.
is back. Question numero uno.
I knew dudes like this in high school.
Sissy, is it okay to goon if I have a lady like Mikasa? Let me guess, you've heard all of those tales about how good girls like bad guys. Whilst there may be some truth to that statement, I assure you, pupil, that a milady would much rather be in the company of a sophisticated gentle sir than some little
This guy rocks.
goon.
I like this dude a lot.
Is that really the type of life you wish to have? To goon out there in the streets? Nay. Trust when I say you want.
See, DSP, this is the difference here. This guy is cringe, but he's hilarious. I'm enjoying this. This guy is cringe, but I'm typically not enjoying this. But yeah, this guy's name is Lorlo. Funny dude. He definitely earned this with this character that he is. I want to talk to him. I want to talk to him about, is it fun to get in character for this? I bet it is. But here, I'll put his URL in the chat because he's a cool dude.
That's
And
right.
this is-
and
And
I was.
also, in your defense, we talked about this a little bit off air.
Yeah,
My
DSP is just
show
being this
doesn't
guy.
pay any of my house bills. I have other sources of income, and and speaking of that,
Definitely a
we'll
sniper.
get into that next because there's some other stuff there. I took another one off, and this one is about abusing users and taking advantage of users.
That should be a bigger post-it
and,
note.
There's some people that are like, why the stuff that he says. Let me share my screen again. We got another one to share with you here, and I want you to react to this one and tell me.
Yeah, Phil is not a character.
Is this too much?
Phil is a
or
character
is
right
this-
now when he's on his
is
best
it
behavior.
Okay, because
Let's hear this in context, guys. I've never heard this before.
In
I just
context?
wanna
Well,
quote it, but
you often say that people take things out of context. So I'll play it, and then you
Okay.
can explain it.
What
and you can put
is the DSP context? The DSP context is you've got this dude who makes bad financial decisions and treats everyone like shit. There's your context. You really don't need anything more than that.
in context for me.
sure.
Thanks for the money, dummies. Because that's exactly what you fucking are. A bunch of fucking empty-headed idiots who paid me money to get absolutely nothing out of it. Thanks.
That's a
Oh,
character.
I know exactly what that is then. So literally every single day,
Literally.
there are people who will send
This
me
is kind of true.
small tips. I'm not talking.
You don't want to
they're
get this
sending me,
one.
like, a
Quote
giant
super
amount,
best
they'll send,
friends.
like,
There's
$1.
too much
They'll send
evidence
it,
of
like, a
DSP not
50
being a
cent super
character.
chat.
Exactly.
And they'll put the most insulting possible message in there, insulting my wife, insulting me.
Oh,
And
that's
so-
Exactly.
cringe, yeah.
That's response to that is saying, yeah, dummies, go ahead.
Wish Steve
Keep
roasted
sending
Phil
it to
more
me
about
because you
the
get nothing
abusive
out of it,
behavior.
'cause
He's real bad.
Actually, if I remember this in
DSP is
context,
textbook
they were
abusive
expecting
behavior.
me to read every message.
He has
and
an
I said, I don't
extremely
have any
abusive
obligation to
dynamic
read any
with his
messages at
viewers.
all.
And it doesn't
If
even
you're gonna
really
be
get into
insulting,
the
moment that
over the
you cross
top
that
verbal
line,
abuse.
I'm just, gonna
Just
ignore
how
you.
he
So go right
manipulates
ahead,
them.
send me tips, send me super chats. Thanks for the money, dummies. Now you wasted your time because I'm keeping it and I'm not.
Okay,
reading your
maybe that's a
message.
bad clip, but there's plenty of times where you
Alright,
do
well,
talk down to people and say, "Oh,
I
you
guess
gave
I
me
could see that
$2. That's
fair,
basically
but-
nothing."
and maybe that's taken out of context, but from a public relations standpoint, it's really not. Do you agree that maybe it's really not good to have that clip out there on the internet?
Oh, public
'Cause
relations.
there-
DSP
there
didn't
are
take any
things
classes
against
on that
it.
shit. He was
There
sick
are
that
5
day.
zillion clips of me out there, and they will never stop. So at this point,
Yeah,
I
they'll
could
never stop
literally
because
say
DSP
anything, it
keeps
doesn't
being
matter.
stupid.
Just to be quite frank with you, the things that they've said and done about me over the years, that there's so much vile stuff out there
That you did.
it's just white noise at this point.
That you did.
You know what I mean? Like I just don't give a shit.
That
what
you
they
did,
clip.
that you were
I
part
really
of?
don't. It doesn't.
The clips of
bother me at
you?
all.
All right, and I got another one on the same sort of.
Oh shit! Oh no, not the Pokemon one.
This is you support.
Wait, might not be.
I don't
Let's
know.
hear it.
Let's get your reaction.
Nice.
To
It'd
some
be
of
great if
this.
you could support the stream tonight in any way. It's going to be critical that you guys support the content in whatever way that you can. Really, if I don't get support on these streams, it sucks because that means that I'm not making anything on the videos. If you'd like to support my final stream of the week, please do in any way.
This
I
is
would
just
give
a
you shout
bed
out. Last
compilation.
chance if you'd like to support the stream in any
This
way.
is
I would
Frawny
appreciate
right
it.
here.
Guys, thanks for being here. It would be great if you could support the stream in some way. But outside of that, any support would be appreciated. It'd be great if you could support tonight's stream. You've been asking me nonstop for variety. So I'm giving you variety. I'm giving you what you want tonight.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't realize this is like 12 minutes of you asking for money straight. Like,
Yeah, that's gonna get
At least
exhausting.
3 to 4 more bills today. We really
No,
have.
but here,
It is funny,
here's a
Sniper.
perfect example. You're saying like, oh, I got to pay bills, so you guys have to pay up.
Paul, that's the
Okay,
power
can
of
we-
being
hold
the
on, now let's
cockroach.
put it in
You kind of
context.
can't be
Because
killed.
it's not in
More
context.
today. We really have almost no support at all. Guys, it would be really great if
You think you
support
got
the
rid of
stream
all your
today.
cockroaches
We
in
have
your
had a
house,
very
right?
slow
There goes
support
one
stream.
across the
I
kitchen
don't know
counter.
why.
Whoa.
I don't like having this game be my lowest supported stream, being honest. It's such a great game. You guys have asked
Hey, just
me for
show
years.
the
I
scoring
wanted to
clip,
play it for
man.
years. It kind of sucks to know that this is sadly a game that people aren't really digging. I don't know. We have another hour left, okay? I'm just going to be doing story, as you can see.
What game is this?
It'll be great if we can get some more contributions in particular. Like I told you guys at the beginning of the stream tonight, I really need help
Can't
with
really
tips
tell. Is
right
that
now.
Monster Hunter?
I've got my
Same
day off
stream.
on Monday, and then big bills coming
No,
up
this
right
is,
after. So tips would be preferred.
Oh, what's that one?
Today,
Horizon Zero Dawn?
Views don't really matter to me. I don't care if I have 200 viewers on the stream for Chrono Trigger. I really don't. It's not a big deal. Chrono Trigger did not get great support.
But
last
I
year.
agree, Paul. The
I'm
DSP
nervous
should have been
that
banned
what's gonna end up
50
happening
times
is this
over.
game ends up
Whenever he
being
brings up,
the
if I
story
actually did these things,
and
I'd be
doesn't get
banned off
support.
the internet.
And
It's
what
kind
if
of
there's a
frustrating
game when
because
also
that
the
is
other
what
streamer
should
doesn't
happen.
get support? That's going to be a concern.
Phil, would it really be the end of the world if you had two streams in a row where you
Actually,
didn't hit
yes.
some goal
Actually,
that you
yes.
have?
Today, no. Back then, and some of these
okay, that's a new
older
clone,
clips, 'cause
'cause
those are
you
clips that are
treat it
way
that
out
way
of
now.
context from like during the bankruptcy and stuff. Yeah, it actually would have because I was living paycheck to paycheck. Sometimes I was living stream to stream. That's how tight it was.
Well, I've heard you say that you were going to work on not asking for support so much. How do you think that's going?
Always
for
the
you?
one who waits.
No, it's different.
I
now because
appreciate that
the way that I
DSP
ask
fails
is
in
in
such
a different way,
uniquely
and allow me to
interesting
explain.
ways.
Back then, as you saw in the older clips where you noticed the webcams fuzz
In such
quality shit,
interesting locations
that
as
was-
well.
that was when I was
There's
going.
some later clips in here too, though.
Oops.
more
Those
recent.
are-
I
Yeah,
don't want
right.
it to be like that anymore. All right. That's why I'm
Oh,
not going to
crap.
put Vest Streak
Debunked.
down here on the leaderboard, and we're going to start counting. We're not going to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, I've once again, for the 4th straight stream, 4 in a row, I received a $150 tip from Jinx.
Oh, big ups, Jinx.
That's 4 in a row.
Yes, Scott. I'm watching it for the
6
first time.
streams in a row. We have hit the goals. All the goals.
You see what I can see what your detractors mean though. Like you seem to like guilt people. Like, well, we got to hit the goal because we've hit it 6 times in a row. I mean, do you understand like the law of averages? Like, okay, you didn't hit it tonight, but you hit it 6 times in a row.
He does
so if you
understand.
don't hit it tonight,
He's brought
it's
it up
not-
before, but then
I
he
don't know,
goes
to
right
me,
back to doing
seems
it.
like it wouldn't be a big deal to miss it
Right.
on the 7th out of 6 streams, right?
You're-
DSP
and you're right.
understands that
Again,
these
it's about
things are
context.
wrong,
I'm
but
trying
he
to-
doesn't
I don't
care.
know what time period this
He even
is,
understands the
because
underlying
there's been
mechanics of
different
it,
times
but
when we
doesn't
had
care.
things going like a streak where that was the thing, was to keep it going and hit it every time. And like right now, for example, I don't care if I hit my goals every stream.
Ooh.
I didn't hit my goal earlier today. I tried to motivate the audience to hit the goal.
That's a
We didn't
big
hit it.
clone
I didn't
change
say,
right
"Oh
there.
no, I'm so angry with all of you. The sky is falling in the world zone."
The
You
the
know?
care
Some of
has
these clips where
only
you're gonna
been
be
the
saying
same,
things such as,
DSP.
well, if I don't have enough tips, I can't go grocery shopping or whatever. It's because it was true. It's because that was years and years ago.
Yeah, they
at a
don't
time
care,
when things were
Sniper.
much worse for me.
But Phil, you just
They
said that
really
you
only
couldn't
care when
order
bigger people do
Arby's,
things, and even then, not
like,
really
2
care.
days ago.
Right,
unless
and
you
that's
hit the
and
goal.
that's different. That's a joke. That's because
I'm
we
enjoying
were
it,
hamming
Scott.
it
This has
up.
been really
We
fun.
want to hit the goal. We
All
want
right,
to do it
okay.
soon.
If I go
That's
to
different.
listen, Phil, with respect, if I go to Pig Go right now, and I put in the keyword term groceries, how long ago is the last time that you said if I don't hit the goal, I can't hit groceries?
Oh my God! Actual saying that I can't
Groceries
afford my
probably pretty
groceries?
far.
Today is the 13th of
But
February.
he says other
2025.
things that are
When's the
just as
last time
bad.
you
He'll say
said
stuff
to
like,
your
"I need to
audience,
pay my
if I don't
bills.
hit my goal,
I
I
need to
can't
feed
buy
my family,"
groceries?
stuff like
It
that. So
definitely hasn't
groceries
happened since I
might
appeared on
not
the
be the right
casino.
word.
That's for sure. It definitely. I mean, I would think it probably hadn't happened.
The
Before
fact that
then.
you need those guys to class you up is pretty funny to me, but okay. Like, really? The
Dude,
casino guys said don't ask for grocery money anymore, Phil?
oh no! What I'm saying is, when I appeared on the casino, all right,
That was fun
for
that he
the
shit on
first
those
time in
dudes.
over a decade, people saw me in a completely different light. Instead
Well,
of me
they're-
just being
I think
destroyed.
Yeah, he
Easton is
definitely
trying to
asked
run your
recently.
redemption arc. That's what I think. And, I wish that there is a road to redemption for all men. But some of the things that I've been through when
Except LTG.
investigating you is
Mhm.
really scary. Like, I just want to ask you about the incentives and benefits. Like, do you really think
None.
that it's a benefit for your audience to see you put on a vest, or
No.
put on a hat, or eat
No.
a sandwich? Like, that's what you're rewarding them with? I don't get it. I'm by the way, I'm an outsider looking in. Maybe
Okay, sure.
maybe that's normal in
Did
your
you?
world.
Well, did you know that I don't do that stuff anymore? Not the sandwich, because we've already talked about DSP tries it. Are you aware those goals don't exist anymore? They were phased out.
Fairly
Phil,
recently, he
on
said
Smart-
he'll put on a
on
hat if he
Smart-
got some money.
show this week, you
I
you
wanna
made
say it was
people give you
maybe
money
3
so that
weeks
you could
ago.
eat snacks on stream. That's
I
another
didn't,
one of those.
no, I didn't make them. That's a reward for us hitting a support level. That has nothing to do with made them do it. So that they didn't do it because of that.
You told them to do it.
But
because
you
of that.
understand, it's the same as asking for grocery money almost. Like, send me
Yeah,
money
the one
and I'll
ways.
eat a
That's who he
snack.
reminds me
All
of,
right,
the grandma's boy
here's the
character.
deal.
So no, but here was
There
my
is-
point.
There is.
The-
I
the-
understand your point. Let me respond. There is a
Okay.
distinct difference. There is a distinct.
Oh, he's getting
difference,
defensive
'cause
now. I
what
like
you'll
this.
notice. By the way, I don't know if you know we're tiny. I don't know if you know that.
But here, I'll fix it.
There
There's
you
a
go, Phil. I
distinct
didn't realize.
difference
There, now you're
between
just tiny.
years ago,
Ack.
when I was actually financially distraught, legitimately financially distraught.
Financially
okay? And I'm on my
teabagged.
stream and I'm saying, please support the stream today. I literally need tips. I even said things like, don't send me super chats. Don't become a member.
I've
I
seen
need
those.
tips
Yeah.
today because I need the money for tomorrow to do something with it, right? That's a lot different than anything I'm doing today, where today it's a positive reinforcement and an incentivization.
It is
lot
not
of
a
joking
positive
and grasp. I've
reinforcement
actually
if you
kinda learned
berate
a
them the
lot
whole
from the
time,
casino
DSP.
Since I've
Oh,
been
me
on
too,
there and
yeah.
I've watched them, how they do, they positively incentivize their audience.
That's
right?
not
Instead of saying,
positive either.
It's a negative unless you support. You say, if you support me enough, I'll give you a positive. That's a different kind of reinforcement.
It's
that
still
I'm
pressure.
learning and I've
He's still
instituted in my
essentially
content.
making them.
So every time we
DSP
hit
likes to
10
hide behind the
goals,
idea that I can't
we
make you
all
do
talk
anything.
on streams
Which,
about
I mean,
what
on
is
a
it you want
technical
me to
level
do.
is
Just this
technically
morning,
true.
on
DSP
my
can't
Kick chat,
force
someone
you to
said,
donate.
I want Phil to
But
try
he
the
makes it
Shamrock
so that
Shake
that's
from
the only
McDonald's
way
because
the
he shit talks it
screaming
all the
ends.
time. But when was the last time he
Actually,
had one?
Shamrock
I was like,
Shake
you know,
sounds
it's
very
true.
good.
I don't even remember. Probably 15, 20 years ago.
Should I do
and
some
hated it.
gameplay
So
stream
people
after
want to
this
see me
and
do
just
that
get
as a
high? I
reward.
don't
So
know.
that's a positive
I'm thinking
incentive.
about what to
You
do.
hit a certain amount of goals, I'll get it. We'll do a taste test
I
video.
want to work on my model
And,
kit too.
and I
I've got
know
a lot of
another
things I
thing that
want to
you're
do.
thinking, because you're probably thinking, well, how is Phil eating
Exactly,
something a
Cadence.
reward for his viewers, right? Well, there you go. See, I'll play devil's advocate to myself here, right? Like,
Oh yeah,
here's
that'll be
the thing.
fun. You should ban yourself.
If I were to say every time that we hit a support goal, I don't know, I'm going to raffle off something. I'll raffle off a portal coaster. We'll do
Yeah,
this
why
and that.
not?
So who benefits from getting the portal
The
coaster?
one person as opposed
One
to
person.
0.
One person will get this portal coaster. Everyone else who tries to get it,
Oh,
hundreds,
come on,
maybe
Phil.
thousands
What
of
about
people.
you? Got rewards for like showing people your underwear or your socks?
That
Those are
rewards one
jokes.
person
You-
as well.
You don't really do that PPP and Ashton, or excuse me, PPP and I care about that. We're joking. It's
All right.
incentive to try to get people.
Yeah,
to
come on,
support.
stupid.
Sure,
I
let's
call
have
him
a
Triple
real
P
reward.
Ashton.
All right,
That's
well,
hamming it up over the top.
Here's
But if
here's where I think you can make some progress with all of your
Okay.
haters and detractors.
okay.
Will you commit
Exactly,
for the
Sniper.
next 6 months to not ask for money?
Hell
for your
no.
bills,
Hell to
your
the no.
mortgage, your
DSP will bite down
internet
on
payment,
cyanide before he
your car
agrees to that.
payment.
Mhm.
Will you commit for the next 6 months to not
Positive
beg
reinforcement.
or
He makes him
ask
sound like a
beg
puppy.
for
He doesn't
money
understand what
for your
positive reinforcement
personal
even is on a
expenses
I have
for the
not
next
done
6
that.
months?
I have not done that for ages.
I don't
Like I
know.
said,
Positive
since I've
reinforcement. Positive reinforcement is the thing with the. I guess this will just be education time. Positive and negative reinforcement versus positive and negative punishment. Positive and negative indicates that something was added or removed from the environment. It's not necessarily meant as a indication of decency versus indecency. It's a mathematical equation. Reinforcement is something done to encourage an activity, and something that is a punishment is used to discourage an activity. So, for example, you could have positive punishment, which would be if you do this thing and I'm pissed at you, I'm going to ban you. That's positive punishment. Or I guess it's negative punishment since you're getting rid of the person, but positive in that something is being done, an act is being done. A negative punishment would be I'm going to remove your game console for a couple weeks because you're in trouble. Positive reinforcement is DSP is adding something to encourage people to do it more. And the other thing that DSP doesn't understand about what reinforcement and punishment are is that reinforcement and punishment cannot be done before the action. Not really. That's not how that terminology works. It is done after the action so as to encourage the action that happened. So when DSP is saying, I'm holding up these snacks as a form of positive reinforcement, that is not positive reinforcement because the action that you are seeking has not happened yet. So realistically speaking, when he's eating the sandwich in front of them, that's positive reinforcement. It's a difference. It's a subtlety that DSP is lost on. And he would say that it's nitpicking or splitting hairs. But there is a difference there. DSP is justifying begging as though it is reinforcement. And it is not. It is not reinforcement. Not just because, hell no, it's not. It's stupid. But it's not because it's not even technically correct.
On the casino, since now I do something positive, it's a positive reinforcement.
Positive
to get a
reinforcement.
reward. It's not me
Begging.
asking for something to buy something. Or
And by the way, I'm
I
learning
call him
from
Triple
you.
B.
So I didn't start a goal
I
tonight.
call him
So
lard-ass.
I'm just setting the goal now. We want 50 super chats, any amount,
there you go.
and I will eat Arby's for that.
Hell
there
yeah.
you go.
Yeah. And
Now,
I've
what are you gonna
started-
get?
I've
What are you gonna
started the
get?
goal. I don't know. I think I want to
That's
try
not
the
a
burgers 'cause
reinforcement.
I saw what you did, and you're right.
It's
I
it's
drive
more
by
of a
an
reward
Arby's on the
system.
way to
It's
my
kind of
cabin.
different.
The only thing I've ever liked from Arby's is curly fries. My wife likes some of the old sandwiches, but they stopped
Dude, you got to
making
try
some
the
of
mac and
them.
cheese
Yeah.
bites. Those are pretty damn
I'll
good.
get a burger. I'll eat Arby's.
I'll eat
I
a
think you'll like
burger.
50 super chats, but
I do
don't
think you'll like the
believe in
burger.
DoorDash, so they have to wait until I actually physically go get the sandwich.
What?
I don't
What are
believe-
you, some
Oh,
sort of
that's another
caveman?
criticism.
You out there
Do you do
foraging for
DoorDash,
food?
like,
Uh-uh.
twice a week,
This is
or how much-
21st
how much
century.
do you do
Food comes to
DoorDash?
me.
I do. I usually, if I'm not going out on my day off, I will DoorDash one meal that my wife and I share as like a dinner, so we don't have to.
That's
cook
not true.
because we literally cook every
That's
other
not true.
day
DSP,
at
you
home.
DoorDash all the damn
Or
time.
if I'm doing one of these big rewards after hitting 10 or so goals,
You
we'll
pretty much
DoorDash the
exclusively
meal to
DoorDash,
show up
dude.
so I can do the video live because no one wants to sit around while I'm going out to get.
Okay,
the
so
meal
we're
and
an
come
hour
back.
in.
They
Man,
want
this has gone
to
by
be
like
here on
nothing. That's
time during
cool.
the stream, so that way it saves.
And
that.
if you guys don't mind, I want to stop here for a second. Okay, so when does DSP peace out? DSP pieces out at around 3:15. Okay. I'm not going to watch him do his wrap up and the super chats at the end. I just don't see them as being that relevant. So, well, okay.
Downtime.
Something
But no,
about
I
this
don't
made it seem a bit
DoorDash
more daunting.
Every other meal. Listen, I have a loss.
You know, because I've been
something like
watching ones
40
that,
pounds in
like
the last,
quartering, that interview somehow
5-6
lasted
years.
19 hours.
How could I have done that if I was
Even though I think it's one of
DoorDashing
his shortest interviews.
every day? It doesn't even make any sense. You know what I mean? I'm eating healthy meals that my wife is making nearly every day, and that's why I'm able to do that.
That's fair. But are you going to commit to not asking for personal expenses for 6 months?
Nope.
Sure, because I don't do it
Nope.
now.
No.
Again, I
Okay.
don't
All right,
ask for
I'm
personal
going to
expenses
hold you
now.
to that. I'll be checking.
He
Pig Pig
violated
Go
it
every
today,
week.
I bet.
will.
Or at
Now,
least
here's what you
yesterday.
gotta
Where
do,
it's
though.
groceries, mortgage, day off.
That's fine.
You can't
I
ask
don't
for money
think-
for your day off either. You can't ask for money
Oh,
for your day
that's
off 'cause
never
that's a
going to
little
work.
cringe.
Never.
But back to one thing. I got a lot of
Never.
messages from disgruntled users of yours who were banned.
Not really, Sonic.
Okay.
And many of them said that they used to send you a lot of money, and some of them even sent me the receipts that they indeed were big contributors of
I
yours.
think part of
Do
that,
you,
my issue
as
with
a
DSP
show host,
banning pay
believe in
pigs and then
free
shitting on
speech
them
your show?
isn't even so much the
Free
banning them.
speech
Because,
as
yeah,
long as
just
it's not
because you give someone
insulting,
money doesn't make you
to the
immune
point
to,
of
you
being
know,
personal,
the wrath of the ban.
or
However,
that it's not
DSP always
doxing,
treats
that
them
it's
so
not something
shitty in the
dangerous.
process.
Okay.
It can never be a
And
situation
also
where,
insulting
okay, well, I
each
got to
other
ban
in the
this
chat
dude.
or
I'm
other
not really a
viewers,
fan.
right? You shouldn't
Unless
be
it's
getting into
Derek.
arguments or quarrels
And then
with other
bans 'em.
people, derailing the chat because let's say for
I
example,
got banned for
I'm
asking a
doing
legitimate
stream
question,
of, I don't know,
DSP.
Final Fantasy, and you go to the chat. And people are literally sitting there arguing with each other, insulting each other. What are you doing? I'm
but-
playing Final Fantasy.
Let
Why
them
are you
argue.
doing
Let
that?
them have their fun.
How many people are you banning though? Because look, I was checking the kick chat logs, and I only did one of the mods here.
Now, I do think that
banned
this is kind of
1,200
disingenuous
users
because a lot of these people,
Okay.
they probably
Yeah.
deserve to
Wait,
be
wait,
banned, at
wait,
least in the
I'm
sense that
still
they're
scrolling,
clearly
Phil.
just there to
You
antagonize
guys,
Phil.
this is
banned
easy.
1,200 users.
This is-
1,200 users.
That is a lot of
And
people.
I was able to find some of the people who
Holy
contributed to you on this list of permanently banned
And Kick has been
users.
up for how
So
long?
when I hear you saying, "Oh, I got to get money or I can't pay my bills,"
Hold
and
on,
then I
hold on,
see
hold
that-
on. I saw one jump out there.
when I hear you saying, "Oh, I got to get,"
DSP is killing obese cat was banned. Okay, look, if you want me to play devil's advocate here, this guy should be banned. And honestly, at least in terms of DSP's rulescape, okay? Now, me, I wouldn't ban that. I wouldn't even ban it if someone said, you know, my wife's fat, because it's just not true. So it doesn't bother me. But at least from DSP's perspective, when he goes with this concept of, I only ban people who are insulting to me, I only ban people who are derailing chat, I only ban super sick shit. Okay, if that's your 3 criteria, okay, fine. Let's use that rulescape and say that DSP is killing obese cat should be banned. Fine. Okay. The problem I have with it is that DSP never really adheres to that set of rules. He bans people for disagreeing with him. Or not agreeing hard enough. I appreciate that he did ban me that one time because I'm going to use it forever. I got banned and I didn't violate a single rule. And that's the issue. Now, the issue isn't that, Fat Cat sucking Tyrone's dick was banned. That's not the issue. Yeah, that dude probably isn't going to donate and probably isn't going to say anything helpful. All right.
Get money or I can't pay my bills. And then I see that there's users that are giving you money that you permanently banned because they said something you didn't like. I don't know. And in your defense, I have a total free speech zone here. I don't ban anybody generally unless they say something really crazy like racist or,
Then you must be banning Kino Casino all the
There's
time.
1,200 users from just one of your mods permanently banned. Do you know how many you've banned since, let's say, December?
Hell no, I don't keep track of that shit. DSP carves a notch in his bedpost every time he bans someone.
Those are bot accounts,
That's why his bedpost exploded.
Well, some of them are, but some of them are people
most of those are bot accounts.
Most of the time in the microwave.
I don't know, Phil. I had a couple of phone calls with some of these.
DSP throws that shit in the toaster.
It's not everyone is a bot account. I'm telling you, the vast majority of those are the same
that sounds like somebody that
the vast majority. Here's the problem: is you can just make an account, jump in there, and start spamming, and then you get banned, and you're in there in 5 seconds with another account. I mean, you can talk to any moderator.
Yeah, I'm going to be real here. Steven is not doing good with this as the example. This is not a good example of DSP's banning sprees being
I mean,
wrong.
You would think, oh no normal person.
Because that's the whole point of going on Kick Chat is to say something slick and get banned. Okay, that's how that works.
Next one.
But it's more about people who didn't do anything wrong. Like that person who complimented that Cammy one time got banned. That's wrong. That person did nothing wrong according to your rules.
Okay.
According to your own terms of service.
I've gone to my main channel page of my Kick account.
That one dude, what was it? I always forget his name. The Chef Boyardee guy.
My laptop.
He got banned for saying, I'm not comfortable using that payment system.
And they'll just wait. I can see when they make an account. And if it's an insult, the name is the insult. They don't even have to say a word. The name itself is an insult towards myself. Like it'll be like, Phil's fat wife 204 ban. Phil,
no, Phil's fat wife 204.
But 1,200 in a space of a couple months, really?
We're talking. Really? I'm not kidding you.
I haven't permanently banned or hidden 4 users in 4 years.
Yeah,
so
I think I have 6 people banned, and I think 5 of them were bots. And one of the dudes just
they're out of their mind.
Was a perpetual problem.
Okay.
DSP would think that's rookie numbers.
Do you accept any responsibility for why you piss people off to that extent?
Hell no. Hell no. What the hell's wrong with you?
Because, my father had this saying, Phil, and it was called high on the hog. And there's a perception that you're living a pretty great lifestyle and you're begging your audience to provide that great lifestyle for you. And
is this the total shift in the interview? I hope so.
They're like, why should this guy get all this money? And 3 Arby's sandwiches if I didn't,
That's right. And that is called jealousy.
No,
right?
no,
That's
no.
exactly what that is.
DSP, it's not jealousy. I hate this argument. My best friend found the best argument against this. Whenever people say, oh, it's jealousy that you don't like this thing. The best argument, I can't believe I never thought of it. He thought of it. Damn it. Is if it's true that jealousy dictates my anger, why am I not angry at other people? Why am I not angry at these other streamers who get paid all this money for whatever, Now, some of them I disagree with, like Jack Doherty. Jack Doherty doesn't deserve a penny to his name. He's human garbage. But that's not out of jealousy. It's not me saying, man, I should have his money. I don't feel like I'm entitled to that money. I don't earn that kind of shit. I sit around talking about Gundam and JoJo all day. Should I just expect a gigantic bank account for that? I actually should. But if I truly hated Phil out of envy, he would not be the only person that I hated. And it's more about the violation of the social contract. It's a violation of what we were taught as kids. We were taught as kids all kinds of complete bullshit lies. Like, don't lie. Don't be a manipulative asshole. Treat people with respect. Evidence is important. Science is important. All this and that. All these things. Or kindness is important. Man, all that shit's lame, man. None of that really factors into real life at all. And then you see a person like Phil who violates all these things that we were taught growing up. Have decency. Have respect for people. Be financially literate. Don't be a dumbass. All that stuff. DSP violates it. He's just an asshole all the time. And so that's why it bothers people.
I understand it. 1,000,000% I do. I get it.
Yeah,
all right?
it's
There's
jealousy.
people who I'm
Obviously, I
jealous of
envy
too,
Phil's
who
life
I
of
think
begging for burgers.
shouldn't have what they deserve. What they have, they don't deserve it. Okay, but the difference is, I don't go after those people. I don't systematically
exactly,
harass
Greedy
them.
Piggy.
I don't insult their family members. I don't try to get them, arrested. I don't dox them. I don't swat them.
No, but you
I
say
don't
that my family
create
members would be
50
better off
ghost
if I were
accounts a
dead.
day
You did
to
say
go into
that.
their chat and spam. You know what I mean? Like, I don't do any of that. For me, my philosophy is if there's someone I don't like, okay, I ignore them and I move on.
Oh, there you go,
positively.
Spurs fan. I appreciate
That's fair
it.
enough.
But that's
Now-
what they don't do. They're obsessed. They're crazy people.
Yeah, I'm obsessed,
Now I want
crazy,
to
and
move on
envious,
to the
Phil.
interrogation. I have so
His
much
laugh is
to do.
kinda
I'm gonna try-
goofy.
I keep taking things off this board.
Kinda
but
reminds
going
me
at
of
a good
Johnny
clip,
Knoxville's
though.
laugh.
I'm proud of you for hanging on this far. You know, everybody said you were just going to drop if the questions got hard.
Why?
And-
I was on a 5-hour podcast with
That's the
Science
technique
Thrillers,
as
and I
well.
did a 12-hour
Praise him.
live reaction
Praise
to a
him.
4-hour
Wow,
documentary
Phil,
about me.
you're
I've
doing a
covered
good
all of
job
this
with these
already.
questions.
Oh,
Yeah, I
I
am
love your
actually.
show.
I'm pretty good
Well,
at
now,
this.
because
There you
now
go.
things are going to get kind of spicy. So I have
feel like you could
one,
make a guide for
post-it
this.
note here. Can anybody read what that says?
Polygraph.
It
That's
says
dumb.
polygraph
Come on
test.
now.
It says polygraph test.
DSP had to do a
I don't know if
power
you know
lean
this.
to read that.
Ashton from Kino knows it, and Andy Worski know it. But I have a polygraph machine, and I'm basically
Yeah, exactly,
certified
Cadence.
polygrapher.
Got banned for
So,
nothing.
For the rest of tonight's broadcast, I'm going to ask you to answer all the questions truthfully, and then
Oh well, there you go. That's
after
pointless.
the show, I'd be willing to come to you and administer a polygraph to make sure you're answering the following questions
man.
from here on in.
I mean, it's a
truthfully.
silly idea. It's a silly
And
idea I would have
failing
while
that,
high, but
I
come
I
on, man.
happen
That's
to find
ridiculous.
a retired FBI polygrapher that lives right in your area, and he's kind of friendly with me. He's done a job for my show before. He's in Seattle, so he could just easily drive to where you are and administer the polygraph.
Do it at the
either
Burger
your
King.
house or at a hotel nearby your house. Would you be willing to submit to that?
Okay, this part gets wild. I'm going to pause it here. I appreciate your all's understanding. We'll watch some Luke's though real quick. I'm going to go use the restroom.
Many members of Dojo Ledoux have been asking, when the heck is the Sensei gonna come back and make a new episode of Ask Ledoux? Well, wait no longer, for the Sensei is back. Greetings, pupils! Well, it certainly has been quite some time since we had an episode of Ask Ledoux. Well, why don't we just hop right in? Question numero uno. Sensei, is it okay to goon if I have a milady like Mikasa? Let me guess, you've heard all of those tales about how good girls like bad guys. Whilst there may be some truth to that statement, I assure you, pupil, that a milady would much rather be in the company of a sophisticated gentle sir than some low-life goon. Is that really the type of life you wish to have? To goon out there in the streets? Nay. Trust when I say to...
All right, I'm back. Make the puppet take a polygraph test. I would have to rig up some sort of polygraph machine that goes ballistic whenever he says anything. Because what are the sensors hooked up to, right? They're hooked up to your body. How would I do that? I could get one of those old toys, the plastic ball that would rattle around, had a little turbine in there or something, and you had usually like a raccoon tail attached to it. You guys remember those toys? Old toys. I could get one of those and put it in a bucket and then attach all the sensors to the bucket or to the toy and just have it rattling like crazy. Something like that. That'd be fun.
For what reason? What benefit do I have to do that? Because
so that you could clear your name, like everybody keeps.
Oh.
Listen,
I heard
Phil,
there were going to be a Gundam
everybody
tabletop
keeps
game.
saying
There
you're
already
lying
is a
about a
Gundam
lot of
tabletop
stuff
game,
that we're going
but
to
it's
get
not
into
official,
next.
so no one
Oh,
cares
So,
or at least
here's
heard
what
about it.
I'm
None of it's
here
official.
for Ashton from Kino and Andy Worski, who
Stop
want
yelling,
you to
sir.
have the redemption arc.
Hold on.
And I thought, what better way of redemption than passing a lie detector test?
The DSP
Let
just
me-
What
couldn't do
better
it
way
anyway.
to prove
Even if he's telling
all
the truth,
these
he couldn't do
evil
it.
detractors wrong? I've got
Allow
a
me-
polygraph. I've got a polygraph set up and a chair.
And
right?
it said
It goes in a
DSP has
briefcase. I
gout.
could take
See,
it on
he
a
passed
plane. I
it.
could be at your house in a couple of days. I need a little bit of time to,
Use
get
the
plane
soundboard.
ticket
Yeah,
and
there you
figure
go.
it out.
Okay.
But like Phil, what better way to shut up all your detractors?
That
forever?
wouldn't shut
You
us
say
up.
those
We
bank
all know
leaks
it's
aren't
bullshit.
yours, right? We'll put you on a polygraph and ask you that question again.
Is your name
and verify
Darkside
that
Phil?
You've been telling the truth this entire time, and you haven't lied about that.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a great idea, and if you don't agree to this, it doesn't look good for you. Because it kind of looks.
It doesn't
like
look good, but it definitely
Let
doesn't
me
look
fully
bad.
responsibility.
Shall
It just
I?
looks kind
Shall
of
I fully
dumb.
respond? Okay.
There you go.
Massive team.
By the way, that's 2 offers, and here's what I would do to make it completely fair. If you agree to it, I'll do
Do you
a
have enough clones for this
polygraph,
interview?
and
We're
the
gonna
FBI
see.
retired polygrapher.
I hope so.
He's an expert and he's a member of the
We might be
American
low for the next
Polygraphers
couple streams.
Association. He's a world recognized expert. He's worked on tons of criminal cases, worked for a lot of high-profile
Cadence, he always
lawyers on
has
the
this
West Coast.
confidence. He knows
I'll
he's
get us
going to do
both
okay.
to do
This
a
interview
polygraph.
will
So you
be
have
all
2
right.
shots,
By the
and
end of
then
this, Steven
we'll
will
both
acknowledge
tell
that the
what our
detractors are
results
stupid, crazy
Because
assholes.
I haven't been doing it for
Who hurt
25
his
years
family.
like this retired FBI guy. So in fairness to you, we'll do 2 of them, and most likely we will concur on the results.
We should do
So
9 of them. Or 7 of
That
them.
would
Project
mean
7.
It would be impossible for you to pass 2 of them if you were lying, in my opinion.
This is silly, but I'm enjoying where this is going.
Okay.
So
can I respond?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. So first off, what you have to understand is very simple. All right.
I'm a
What
content
you're
creator for doing
proposing
this
to
for
me
16 years.
is an opportunity to prove my detractors wrong. Okay.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what this is.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity.
My
I'm giving it to you. And by the way, by my own expense, I'm going to pay for the other.
Oh, shit.
I'm going to pay.
Wait,
for
no,
the
that's
flight,
bad because then
the
DSP can't
hotel.
beg for it.
I'll pay for my meals. You don't have to pay for anything. I'm going to
Allow
pay
me
for it
to
all.
respond because you're not letting me respond.
Oh,
Allow me
go
to
ahead,
respond
go ahead.
properly to it. Okay.
All right.
Quiet down, Neo.
My viewers, my supporters, the people who actually like me, who are on my streams every day, who watch my content, who support me via all these contributions, right?
Smoke
Don't
up.
give 2 flaming shits about anything that my detractors have issue with me.
Yeah,
They don't.
that's true,
They know
'cause you
all about
cultivated
all the
that.
controversies. They've heard my answers. They're happy with them. You understand? They don't give a shit. In
But
fact,
DSP, you are not trying to have a redemption in front of your supporters. Do not get that, man. Well, my mouth drooling sycophant supporters already believe me, so there's no point in doing something that could redeem me. That doesn't make any sense to me, man. That doesn't make sense, because what about Moist Critical? What about all these people who have all these negative things to say about Phil that aren't part of the equation? He's not interested in changing their minds. Okay. I mean,
If
you
I bring it
can't,
up-
but...
up on my streams,
Yeah,
they get
exactly,
upset.
Scott.
Why are you bringing that up? You know we don't care. We don't care
No,
what this
Paul
one said
can't.
about you, what that one's saying about
That's
you.
fair enough, but wouldn't
We're
it be
ignoring
good to just turn the page and never have to answer any
Trust
of these
me,
questions
bro.
again after you pass a polygraph?
Let me finish the answer because here's the second half of the answer here.
Okay.
The detractors that I have, all right, have found a financial incentive to never be satisfied by any answer I ever give.
This is not a call to action. This is illustrating a point about DSP. I have received no money for this stream. And here's the thing. I didn't bring it up. I didn't expect it. And I'm not pressuring anybody to. And the last most important thing is that I'm having the time of my life right now watching this. DSP, I despise when he comes up with this narrative that we have this financial obligation to continue hurting him. Buddy, I could be making 0 cents and I'm still going to keep doing it. All I did, DSP, is I put out a cup for people to put money in. That's it. That's it. I'm still planning on playing this guitar down in the subway, even if no money shows up. It's annoying to me that he operates under this mindset that we're these mercenaries like him. And it works only against the most stupid of people, that anybody could be convinced of that. He doesn't even really understand what a hobby is. And we saw this when he was talking to that dude about the Street Fighter thing. The Street Fighter guy was saying, yeah, we share all this information. He says, if you're not getting money for it, why do it? That's it, DSP. You don't get it. You don't know what a hobby is. On a fundamental level, you don't see why you would do something and not get paid. Well, other people don't have that mindset. I'm not getting paid to build these Gundam models, except for that one time I did. And I got paid in some Steam games. It's exhausting to tie everything to money. It's exhausting to have everything that you're interested in be commodified. But for Phil, because you're not doing that, he can't compute.
By anything.
Even if you
There have
passed a
been-
polygraph, you think
Even
they
if
would
I
keep it
passed a
up?
polygraph, even if right now I opened up my bank account to show you
Exactly,
all the
Muslim
information,
Muslims. It's
even
just
if I
not a
showed you
factor
every
for me.
possible thing to clear up anything they've ever said about me, they wouldn't care.
And
because they
I'll go a little bit further with it. And this isn't necessarily blaming people when I say this next statement. I understand we're used to DSP saying things and it's taken as blame. I had no interest in monetizing my content at all. But people told me, a lot of people, actually like 2 or 3 people, they said, hey man, you might as well have it open in case people do want to. And it took me a while to grapple with that. Finally who convinced me was my wife. And she said, well, you do realize sometimes people want to give money. And I scratched my head and I said, oh, okay. So it was almost like Derek with DSP. Derek had to have his arm twisted in so many different positions before he finally banned Derek. And then me, anti-Phil, had to have my arm twisted in so many different positions just to create an avenue through which people could give me money. I feel like there's no greater night and day difference between me and Phil with
immediately
that.
pivot to the next thing they don't like, the next thing they can over dramatize, the next thing they can make
But
drama
don't you
out
think
of.
the people that
because
are in
they
your
monetize.
corner would say, like, look, he passed a polygraph. Those bank leaks weren't his.
Yeah, and Stipe
his
the ladies,
spending.
man, we
But,
all
you
know that
there's people
that
polygraph
are-
tests are
the
bullshit.
The people
So
that are in
we'll
my
just
corner
dismiss it.
are in my corner and don't care. Like I said, they literally don't want to talk about this shit ever again. They're done with it.
Then
This
why are
stuff
you
is
here?
The bankruptcy stuff is 5 years in the past. Listen, you want to talk about criticize me and how I asked for contributions today? Fine. I will accept that. Sure.
I criticize for
But
things
we're
you
talking
did the
about
other
stuff
day,
that's
Phil.
Done. That's been rehashed, done. It's done with. The reason my detractors keep bringing it up is because it makes them money.
Yeah.
They can monetize
Yeah.
this cult-like mentality.
It's
of
big money to
idiots
tell people that
who
Phil
don't
has
like
gout.
me, and they make tons of bank on it. You've seen it yourself researching me. There is a network of these people who are making insane amounts of money, more than me, if you add them all together.
Well, yeah,
So
if you add
they're
them all
never
together,
gonna
that's
be
multiple
satiated.
people.
If right now you were here and you asked me the
If you
question,
add a lot
and
of
I answered
numbers,
every
it
one,
can
and you said,
exceed a
"Oh
bigger
my
number. It's
God,
crazy.
You said the truth on every single answer.
I feel like that's true.
They wouldn't care.
Let me be.
And
let me
that's
be
it,
very
too,
honest
Spurs
with
fan.
you, Phil.
I
don't
enjoy
think that
talking with
you'll
people.
pass
I like
either
hearing people's
polygraph.
thoughts. That's
And that's
worth
why you
more
won't
than
take
money
it.
in a lot
I
of
don't
ways.
think-
Now,
I don't think you
DSP
could pass a
really could not
polygraph
Hold on
understand
now,
that.
hold on. a
Based
second.
on the evidence
Whoa,
that I
whoa, what I
found,
missed, what I missed.
Phil, I don't think.
Answer.
Yeah, but
They
let
wouldn't
me
care.
let me be very honest with you, Phil. I don't think that you'll pass either polygraph, and that's why you won't take it.
That's
I don't
fine.
think you could pass a polygraph
Hold on
based
now, hold on. a
based
second.
on the evidence that I found, and
Hold on.
we're gonna
Did
show
I-
it to the
did I-
audience tonight.
Did I say no yet?
You can't. Well, let's go.
You've been
Wait,
kind
did
of
I
pointing
say
that
no yet?
direction.
Make the
I-
decision.
I'm explaining to you. the
Shit or get
situation.
off the pot. There's
All
a
right.
road to redemption.
Stop pointing at me, Jojo.
Right
Put your
here.
hand down.
Right here, I'm giving you the road to redemption.
If
You could
want,
piss it away,
Wings of redemption.
and people
if
are
you
going to
will.
shit on you
Or wheels of
forever for
redemption.
passing up this road to redemption.
That's what
or
Jade
you
should
can-
be
or you
named.
can take the high road here and prove everybody wrong
First of all,
once
it's
and for
not-
all.
It's not the high road. That's bullshit. It's not the high road because the people who care about me don't care about any of this.
I wouldn't
They
say it's
don't.
the high road.
They're
It's
coming
more
to
of
my
a
streams every day
dorky
to
road.
enjoy games and to hang out. They don't care about any
Don't
of
you
this
think
drama
that your
shit at all.
supporters would like knowing that you didn't blow
No, they don't
thousands of
care.
dollars on a mobile
Yeah,
game?
they don't care what
I
I
already
do.
told them
They
I
were
did.
giving
I
you
love
money
this.
the whole
I've
time.
already
This is
told-
good.
I've
Think they would
DSP
benefit
admits
from
no one
that?
gives a
I've already
shit
fessed
that
up
he
that I
cares
did.
about.
I already cleared all that up. It's already happened.
I've
Well,
already
I
debunked
guess in
everything,
fairness,
idiot.
You may be right, but
So here's the definitive answer. Okay.
okay.
The only
Hold
way
on.
I will do it.
We're getting ahead of
is if it
ourselves.
actually benefits me, and it disproving my detractors does not benefit me in any way. So
Well,
what-
assuring your supporters that you didn't rip everybody off while you
That-
were spending tens of thousands of dollars on a mobile game.
Let's pause here as well. Is DSP he doesn't realize that there are multiple camps of people with different perspectives on any sort of situation. For example, DSP thinks of things in terms of supporters and detractors. That's the two cultures of people that exist out here on the internet. And Ashton, because he's big enough to be a culture by himself. So you got these three cultures, basically two. And DSP's not going to do this thing because it doesn't matter if he debunks the detractors, he already has his supporters. But he doesn't factor in that the detractors plus the supporters of DSP maybe equaled at the very most 2,000 people or 3,000 people. It's a very small pocket who's in any way invested in this shit at all. And there's people who are potentially not in either camp, but was formerly in the supporter. There could have been people who liked Phil and then got turned away because, they saw the evidence that he did bad things. And those people, upon seeing the redeeming evidence, could come back. But DSP doesn't look at it that way. He doesn't look at it from the perspective of, well, there might be people out there who have heard negative things about me and aren't really interested in watching me. Well, what if they see your positive test that proves that you were totally telling the truth? Maybe they will start watching you. He doesn't think of it that way. He's in a very limited schema with this perspective.
Would go a long way towards healing the, maybe some of your old
Exactly, Master
supporters.
Chief.
Didn't
Too
you lose
powerful.
supporters over the bank leaks? Didn't people walk away from your show and never give you money again? Wouldn't they
I
come
have
back
no
Lil
idea.
Shadow,
and say,
I
I was
could
wrong
understand.
about
No, they
DSP?
would not come back. That's ludicrous. They would
Oh, never mind.
never
He just
come back.
debunked me.
Those kind
I
of
was
people,
stupid.
if you're already going down this crazy cult like hate-filled rabbit hole about someone, it doesn't matter anymore. You're already got your mind made up and nothing's ever good enough.
All
I
right,
know
moving
'cause
on.
I've
Let's
gone
go.
through
This was stupid.
over a decade now, where I've had
It wasn't
opportunities.
stupid.
I
I was
have
pretty
proven some of this
informative,
stuff wrong.
but
they don't
this is
care.
one of those cases
They're
where
on to the next and
DSP,
the next and
the
the next,
original
and they keep moving the goalposts.
impetus of the
So I'm
conversation
not
isn't
out to
important.
disprove
It's
my
more about the
detractors.
conversation
I
that
don't give a
happened.
shit about them. I
All
care
right,
about the people who support me every day, and they don't care about this.
Everybody's everybody.
If this is gonna happen, okay, if this is gonna happen, I need to have actual real incentive for it to happen.
Pay
That's
me.
it.
Oh,
Pay
in
me,
other words, we're going
Marty.
to pay you to take a polygraph to prove your innocence and help you prove your innocence.
There has to be incentive.
I'm already
or else there's
paying
no
for
point
it.
to doing
You
it.
know what? It's going to be a couple $1,000s for me to get a plane ticket, hotel, meals, whatever, and pay the other polygrapher. It's
Mhm.
going to be a couple thousand just for
Yeah,
that.
pay up, idiot. You better hit
I'm-
some support goals.
even if I
Have
put
you
it
tried
on a
begging?
monetized video when we're done, I don't think I'll recoup that. Now
Wonder
you
how
want me
many
to pay
evidence
you on
you have
top
that
of
Phil
it?
is a
That's a
scamming
little
them. They already
much.
made up their mind.
It's your
They
idea,
have
and
a
you're the one
parasocial
asking me to do it,
relationship
not
with
me.
Phil.
All right.
I
Yeah, you
don't
can't
care.
dislodge the
Let's move
people
on
that
to this
laugh.
next thing. And remember, I'm going to ask you to be honest with me. When it
Uh-huh.
comes to the bank leaks, you said this was on
I agree,
October
Trevin. He should have.
27th. Just received a $1,500 bill for legal fees to clean up the identity theft I just went through in the USA. You get billed for being a victim of a federal crime.
That
Needless
didn't happen
say,
to
this
me.
is effed up, and I'm pretty upset
I had my
to get the
identity stolen. It
news
didn't
on my
cost
day
me
off
anything.
of all days. So
And
I wanted
this
to ask
goes
you
to that
if you
point.
could
If
let me
DSP's
talk to
telling the truth, it
attorney
just makes him look
or
more stupid.
show me the invoice privately.
I bet that happens. I bet
Talk
people
to the
just ask
attorney
Phil
or
for
show
money
you
to
the
do these
invoice for
tasks, even
what?
though they're
For
free.
this particular thing I'm referencing in the tweet.
Yeah, you basically said that.
Oh, thank you for clearing
received
my name. How much
$1,500
is this
bill for
going to
legal
cost
fees.
me?
That would have to come
No,
from a lawyer, right, Phil? So you'd
1,500.
have a receipt. or you could
1,500,
show me
huh?
a bank
Okay.
statement that you paid a lawyer $1,500 over these bank leaks. Because based on what my investigation uncovered, Phil, I don't
Mhm.
believe that you paid any lawyer.
Would you
Anything.
like me to explain what this tweet
As long as you're not
actually
going
means?
to, yeah. Go, but you've
Let's
already
go.
explained
How's
what
it
it
going,
meant.
Lewis?
You said that you had to spend all this money to straighten
That's
this
right.
out.
But
Yeah,
that's
I
not,
agree.
that's not
Pay
elaborating.
me
That's
for
a
me to
free
be
tweet
innocent.
doesn't explain
That's
the
awesome.
situation. I can tell you
I
right
don't know.
now
It's
what it
actually
is.
kind of cool if you frame it that way.
Well, just give me the proof that you spent $1,500. It's pretty simple.
Keep
thing to do.
receipts.
I would have to go back. Well, I have to explain to you what it is.
What?
Now you're talking in circles, though. Phil.
I'm not talking in circles. I want to tell you. But you're not letting me. want me to
You
explain
getting mad
it?
there, Phil?
Yeah, come on.
Don't get mad.
Okay.
Oh, but
Steven
before
has
you
so
do,
much
before
more
you do,
patience
No,
than I
why are
do.
you cutting me
I would have
off?
told
Let
Phil
me
to
answer.
shut the hell up
all
when I
right,
minutes the
you
interview.
try to answer quickly. You
Yeah,
got a lot to
same.
get to.
If you want me to answer the question,
I think that
Let me answer
DSP
the
interview
question,
with
or else
me
don't
would
ask
be quite
all
possibly
answer
the
the
most
questions.
worthless interview, but I think I would have a lot of fun doing
Explain
it.
the $1,500 legal.
I don't think
bills
we
that
would
you
get
can't
any
show
information
me.
out of Phil,
Go
but I would
ahead.
confuse the shit
legal
out of him the
bill
whole time.
is
Phil, you ever
my,
watch Ed, Ed, Nutty?
tax people having to clean up the situation.
Who's your favorite
Here's
character?
What happened? Because
So you paid an
Kind of
accountant.
fan of Eddie.
Cor-
Well, that
I
explains
paid
things.
my tax attorney. is
Okay.
where that legal bill came
Yeah,
from.
that's what I asked to
say
see
it's
the
a-
invoice.
I see it's a legal bill. It's my tax attorney billed me for his time to clean this up because I was
Right.
already on back
So
payment.
can you
plan
show
from
me the
IRS.
invoice?
Dude, I
I
ate
could
it.
look for. I don't know if I still have it.
I
This is
ate that shit a
4
long
years
time ago, man. It was a
I
DSP
don't know if I
tragedy.
have it.
I can call them and confirm if you give them permission to talk to me.
It's awesome, Irie.
Again,
Yeah, you
I
should.
can look for it. I mean, I don't. Do you really think that I want people contacting my
And
my
here
tax attorney?
I just want to show you this because I have a lawyer. I have a lawyer in my family. So he's
Uh-huh.
written a non-disclosure agreement between you and I, which basically stipulates that if whatever records you show with me, I'm only going to use.
This is
to-
irrelevant here, but It's wild to me that this dude made an entire folder and database for Darkside Phil. And why that's wild to me, and I'm going to count that as a new clone right here, because DSP's seeing what's on screen as well. Why isn't DSP calling this man a crazy stalker? It is crazy stalker behavior to have a folder dedicated to Darkside Phil, cataloging information and evidence against him. DSP, you should get off the stream. This guy is a lunatic.
To confirm or deny if you're telling the truth about all of this.
Yeah, there you go. Green
I'm
Pig.
not going to
You
share
pissed me
any
off of that, and
personal
then he gets yelled
information,
at.
account information, any identifying thing that could, because your argument is always, oh, this will put me in more danger. I'm going to look at the invoice and verify that you spent $1,500 over these bank leaks to clean it up.
Immediately.
Whether you paid a tax attorney, a tax accountant,
that's
a
all the-
lawyer,
yeah,
whatever.
I think most people would.
All right, well, I'll give you this non-disclosure agreement, and then you don't have to worry about me disclosing anything other than, yes, he paid a tax attorney $1,500.
I need to get high before I interview Phil.
Mess.
I'm far more charitable to him when
What's
I'm
the
high.
point?
The point is to prove that you've been telling the truth, because
What's
I
the
don't
point
think
of
you have
innocence?
been
I already told
about
you
the
I
bank
was.
leaks specifically.
And I don't care if you believe me or not. It doesn't
don't
affect me in any way, shape,
care.
or form.
All right,
Does it?
so you don't care?
No, I don't. I don't
Wow.
care. I don't. I really don't. Like, I'm a content creator who sits down and makes gaming content, streams, chill content.
Phil, if you truly didn't care about this stuff, if you didn't care if people believed you or not, why do we hear about it every day? Why is every single stream about how the trolls hurt you and they're out here saying mean things like that I have gout and that my hairline is asymmetrically receding? Horrible, messed up shit. We are the primary stars of his show, talking about us all the damn time, using us to justify how his life is a living hellhole. He's using us all the time to create his content. He talks about us using him. He uses us. It's a cyclical system. And all those streams, all those moments where he's bemoaning how horrible his life is because of us, then he wants to say, well, I don't really care. Sure seems like you do, Phil. Sure seems like you do when I can go to any random stream of yours, skip to a random point, and there's a pretty good chance you're crying about us. Crying about how we turn the internet against you. And now this guy is offering you the opportunities, well, sort of in a roundabout way. He's offering you the opportunities to make the internet like you a little bit more. Which is what DSP bemoans. Again, that's DSP's gripe, is that the world doesn't like him. And this guy says, hey, if you do this thing, probably not the entire world, because I think people in Mozambique don't give a shit about Darkside Phil, but maybe some of the people on the internet who had a negative opinion of you might change. DSP, oh, I don't care. I don't care if people believe me. Then what was this all for, Phil? What was all this for? All this crying, if you didn't care?
For his audience. I'm past all this nonsense.
I'm past it, but I'm going to bring it up every damn day.
Don't care about this stuff. We are so past it. This is like dredging.
How's it going, Morgana?
Shit that we are already done
Because
with.
it's never been settled. Because here's the problem, Phil. You talk a lot of shit about
yeah,
your
it's true,
detractors,
Spurs
but they
fan. I would have to explain to him that that's the best way it can work if I was high.
What receipts do they have exactly?
Yeah, show us the receipts.
I'll show you. But first,
famous last words.
This here.
What receipts besides circumstantial stuff or stuff that they claim is real, but it's never been proven?
It's circumstantial.
So here we go. At an hour, and I'll give it an hour and 15. The tonal shift occurs.
We're going to get into it then.
Nice.
But before we do, I just want to remind you of what you've said previously about the bank leaks, because I don't think that you're being honest with your viewers or the world in general about these bank leaks based on the information that I found.
My life's been rough. Well, what if it was less rough? I don't care about that.
The entire thing, bank leak stuff, is fake. There was no bank leaks that ever happened to me. That whole thing was fabricated by my detractors.
Yeah, we invented
know
banks.
What information they got or who they got it from, but it wasn't me.
What receipts do they have?
The bank
How
leaks.
much time
What
do you
about
have?
this and that? Like, what about them? Did you analyze them? Can you show them on stream? Can you prove that those are real?
Well, no, because that would use your social security number. We're not going to do that.
I did analyze them, and I can show them on stream right now and prove that they're real.
Disbelieve.
I don't believe that you've been honest.
Call them a
about the
slur,
bank
flip them
leaks.
off
I
in
think
the
you're lying
stream.
about a lot of that, because it's in your benefit to lie. You don't want your detractors to know how much you've been spending on.
That's an interesting question. I'm sorry to interrupt it right when it's getting good. But if DSP doesn't care like he says he cares, why is he here? Why is he here talking to this dude? Why does he even talk to anybody? Why is he so interested in having these interviews that are going to clear his name if when the option to clear his name comes up, he says he doesn't care? Why are you here, Phil? I really don't get it. Should I end the stream for you?
On gin and wine and DoorDash and a
What?
WWE game.
Why would it matter?
And what
let's
does it
get to
matter
the
if I
bank
just
leaks
use money that I
especially.
bought
You,
for?
you say they're fake.
Hold
But
on. Why
Phil,
would it
in
matter?
order for them to be fake, the person that faked them would have to know what kind of car you drive, who your internet service provider is, who
Okay.
your electric company was, who your
Burger King.
garbage company was,
Okay.
what their monthly charge was at the time of the bank leaks for people living in your area at the time
Uh-huh.
of those leaks. They'd have to know what restaurants you eat
That's
at
true,
and
Pretty
when
Piggy.
you ate at them.
Do you guys have
They'd have to
proof
know
that I
when
went
and
to that
where
Burger
your
King?
wife gets haircuts.
Yeah, you
They'd
said
have to
you
know
did.
what your local water company was and what you pay them every month. They'd have to know when you go to Burger King. They'd have to know when you go out to eat, when you do DoorDash.
I brought this up before as a joke, but it kind of bears repeating here, is that DSP, when he's told this stuff, when he's told this possibility that someone would have had to have faked all these things to get all these things, I assume that what he's trying to say is that we faked the documents. But no, those documents happened. Those payments happened. So realistically, you have a stalker DSP who is following you around to all the places you go to and buying all the same stuff you do. And DSP seems cool as a cucumber. Bro, I would be kind of terrified if it came out that someone was following me around and making all the exact same purchases I was making. Now that's a crazy ass stalker DSP. That's a crazy ass unhinged individual. Not someone saying you're stupid online. This guy is at Burger King at the same time you are, DSP. This guy might be dangerous. Of course, I know that none of that's true, but if you follow DSP's narrative, that would be true. So why isn't he losing his shit right now?
When and where you go grocery shopping, how much your back tax payments are,
Because he thinks these interviews
what
are
your
gonna be about
mortgage
DSP's
company
history
is,
with
and how
games
much you
gaming.
pay that every
So
month.
why doesn't he
how
leave?
much you're making on YouTube.
The tonal
you'd have
shift
to
has
know.
occurred.
How much you're
It's
making
now
on
an
Twitch,
interrogation. You
what
should leave,
accounting
DSP.
firm
You said you didn't
use,
care.
and what they're charging you. The odds of somebody knowing all that information, it's like it would take a 007 CIA operative to fake
Yeah,
these.
007 might
Phil,
be a detractor.
You don't see that.
James Bond, you know
do you
what I'm saying.
understand that there's direct correlation? You say I went to Burger King, and the Burger King charge is there on that day, or the day before. You say I'm getting a haircut. 8 times somebody caught you saying you're getting a haircut, and those haircuts are on the bank leaks. And do you understand that the person that did that is a retired police officer?
How stupid do you think we are?
The person that found that information is a retired police officer. I think he's called Broside Phil.
Oh.
Oh,
They'd
I
have-
don't know.
I don't know anything about this guy.
They'd have
I've
to
never seen
know
him.
all of this information. In order to fake them, it would take like a team of people. And here's
Yeah,
the
we all
other
did it.
thing.
I did it.
Okay.
I was at the Twirls and Curls.
Do you understand?
I was there
that,
next to
like,
Phil in a wig. He didn't notice.
people can track things down. So
Sure.
you know where those leaks came from, right? They came from an audio recording of somebody who socially engineered.
There he
on
is.
their
There's Phil.
telephone,
I love this
calling
guy.
basically calling an online teller at your
Mhm.
bank and listing off
Exactly.
all of the
Emos
charges.
Love Lemons,
for
Agent
that
47 in
whole
his downtime
18-month
when he's not
period.
killing people
And
is
here's what
just
I
gang
found out
stalking Phil
in the
by
course of my
himself.
investigation. Let's just take a
On
listen.
September 13th,
Now you might be asking,
a
how can you gang
pre-authorized
stalk by
payment
yourself?
Of
Well, Agent 47 wears multiple wigs.
$120.27 from Comcast. On September 13th, a pre-authorized payment of $112.28 from Apple iTunes.
I guess I can announce this now. I can announce things whenever I want. I don't have any contract. For Next Going Green, our guest for Next Going Green is Broside Phil. And it just so happened that we had scheduled all this far before any of this went down. So when this went down, I thought, oh shit, he's going to be on my show here soon. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool how that aligned. So yes, this next Friday, Broside Phil's coming on and we're watching Last of Us. So big ups. You guys will have your opportunities to ask him questions about this, I'm sure, or tell him that he's complete dog shit, whichever one you want to go with.
On September 13th.
All right, so it's enough to say that somebody sat on a telephone for 5 hours. Now, I went through the first 5 hours of it. It matches the bank leaks 100%.
Who's this dude
and
over
I
here?
also contacted the bank.
That might be one of my favorite
This
pictures
is
of
the
DSP.
online teller at the time. That's the voice they use. So
look at it, the more it's funny. You've got this old ass, nearly 40-year-old man, Yoshi. It's a good thing I'm not high. This would kill me right now.
For somebody to fake this, they would have to have the software development kit for the telephony for this
I'm not totally enough for the Turtle Club
software and the text to speech that's used in this. They need the software development kit. Do you know what that costs?
Huge operation.
I don't know what that costs.
It costs tens of thousands of dollars. Somebody would have had to spend tens of thousands of dollars to fake this 5-hour phone call with your online bank teller, Phil.
I know.
You don't think that sounds like overwhelming evidence that they're real? You mean to tell me one of your detractors spent 10 grand on a software development kit?
Are you going to let me respond now?
Okay.
Morgana, don't tell me too many spoilers now. I haven't watched much.
That you heard this clip, this 5-hour clip that supposedly someone recorded off of some phone line, and this is 100% indisputable evidence that it's true.
No, it's because the information.
No, I'm saying that I went through and somebody really did sit on this online teller and then transcribe every charge to a spreadsheet. It matches this 5-hour recording. Do you know the time it would take somebody to first fake this recording? And then again, they'd have to know everything you spend money on. And all of these charges that are near your house. Did you know that all the charges are within just a few miles of your house? And that correlates perfectly.
Furthermore, I don't really understand this. I don't understand this because DSP is guilty as shit. Those are his bank leaks. Sorry, Phil. It is. Yeah, I don't believe this nonsense theory that you have that the detractors somehow fundraised tens of thousands of dollars to prank you, bro. No. That's stupid. No. And we got together as a team and made it happen. No, that's dumb beyond dumb, DSP. That's dumber than my DSP flash mob idea. Far dumber. Anyway, DSP says he doesn't care. Well, then why don't you just say they're yours? You don't care. Your supporters love you no matter what, right? Your supporters are going to be sucking your dick every day, right? So what's the matter? Just say it's yours.
Yeah, those are my big leagues. And I did it on purpose.
Here's a perfect example. And I've redacted as much as I can.
We already know this.
Oh, there we go, Will Shadow.
This is the supermarket.
Doxed.
This is the supermarket where you shop. It's 3 miles from your house. 4 miles, I'm sorry. And this is the discount store. This one's 3.1 miles.
What are these giant dark zones? Is that the Shadow Realm?
It's a few miles from your house.
That's where you go when you get banned.
I was able to do this mapping with over 40 of the charges.
Well, I wanted to do a DSP flash mob in Renton.
The place where you get your hair cut. It's all within a few miles of your house. And there's correlations where you said things on stream like, I'm going to get a haircut today. Those charges are there. And in the case of the Burger King, they would have had to know the day before you said you were going to Burger King because that payment,
these
was the day
detractors,
before.
Man. They're very good.
You know, honestly,
it's virtually impossible. If these are the detractors you're facing off against, I don't think you can win if they have the ability to network all this shit.
These are all stores.
You're trying to fight the deep state of detractors.
Right near your
it's impossible
in this course of this 18 months. You mean to tell me that somebody,
some Lord of the Rings yet?
Crazy evil genius,
the night is still young,
figured out how to fake a 5-hour teller call and then put it all on spreadsheets as well? It's all fake. Look at the spreadsheet. Okay. It correlates to the audio recordings.
Yep, all fake.
100%. So
all fake.
And look at this. You're telling me somebody faked all this? This isn't you?
Yeah, maybe, Sniper. That would make more sense.
I'm still waiting for you to finish so I could respond.
I'm not finished, so respond so far, and I got more for you. I got a lot more for you, Phil. You can either admit that the bank leaks are real and those are your charges, or you can continue to lie to your viewers and everybody else. It's up to you. I told you about that road to redemption. So come on. What are we going to do here?
So are you done now, or do you have more to say about the bank
I'm
leaks?
done, Phil. Continue with your stupid shit.
Well, the reason that people are so upset, you could see in these charts, it shows that you spent more on transactions most month than your mortgage payment while you're begging your audience for money for your bills.
That wasn't my question. My question is, are you done talking about the bank leaks so that I can respond and we can move on?
I could show you more evidence. I could show you more evidence.
All right. I'm just waiting for you to be done, and then I'll respond. Because there's no
All right,
point in
I'll
me
show you.
responding.
Yeah, Data
All right,
is
then
evil,
fine,
so
I'll show you-
bad
I'll
guy.
show you
I
some more
honestly think we
evidence,
should
and you
abolish
can-
Data.
you
If
can
I
try
catch
to
you guys
explain
compiling
all this
data,
away.
I'm afraid it's straight to the gulag for you.
The haircuts.
What's that? You guys have
The
added up
haircuts,
some
Phil.
numbers?
The haircuts.
Sorry, zero tolerance.
The haircuts ruin your grift. The haircuts ruin your
The hair.
grift.
I
and
think the
here's why.
Burger King ruined it more than anything.
Curls and twirls.
It's Cat.
Is that your wife, Phil?
No.
On the website?
No, she's
You're
way
gonna
too
say that's
attractive.
not her?
I
Do I
don't
got to
think
get a
so.
facial recognition expert?
I don't think that's my wife. I haven't seen her in a while.
I don't think that's her.
Where do you get your haircut, Phil? Where do you get your haircut?
Phil, is
I'm not
this your
gonna tell you
wife?
because then people are
No.
gonna
You
harass
can't
where I
tell me
go.
because you get your haircut at Curls and Twirls.
Did you hear what I just said?
Your wife's on the website, Phil.
Steve, are you listening to what I'm saying? Did you hear
I'm
what
trying.
I just said?
You said you can't tell me because your detractors will use it against you.
Yeah, we'll.
That's not what I said.
We'll dox
At all. I
girls
said-
and girls.
Tell me again. I'm
You
sorry.
got to calm down. Listen. I get it. I do.
I'm
You're
gonna go to
excited.
Curls and Twirls.
You think you got me on something? It's all good, and I'm
Oh,
actually
I
not.
got you, Phil. I
And
got
I'm
you.
actually-
I
I'm
haven't even
actually-
started on these bank
Ooh, look at
leaks.
this
I
dude.
want
There's
you
a
to-
mountain
You
of
think
evidence
you've
that
won,
it's
don't
you.
you? Yeah.
Steve, I want you to understand something. All right. At the end of the day, when we're done here, I'm not going to be upset with you at all. I want you to understand that.
I
Okay.
don't care.
Are you right? Because
All right.
you're getting very agitated. You're talking over me. You still haven't even let me respond yet to what you're saying. I've been asking. and
Look,
you're keep
Neo,
going.
this is real Neo
All
over
right?
here on the
I
right.
can't
He can dodge
say
all these.
Where I get my haircut? Because if I tell you, they will harass the person who cuts my hair.
We're not gonna harass Twirls at
They'll find them. They'll
Never
still
mind.
fuck with their public.
Hello?
information.
So can you show me the
They'll harass
receipts to where you get your haircut during the bank leaks period that wasn't Curls and Twirls then, privately?
Steve. Okay.
That's the problem.
Number
Your
one.
detractors have receipts. You don't have any receipts,
Oops.
Phil. You
Oh,
have
shit.
excuses and
Industry,
lies
Phil.
There's
and
no
obfuscation. You're trying to
Okay.
keep the grift going. I get it. Because
All right,
if
I'll
people
turn down a
know
little
for
bit.
sure those bank leaks
They're
are
not
yours,
talking.
nobody will give you money ever again. Because
I
you,
ask-
you begged for money to pay your bills and you spent it on stupid shit.
Like
Can I
haircuts.
ask you a question quickly?
Yeah.
How do you expect to get anything out of the show if you won't let me talk? Like I'm trying to talk to you. and
Because you
keep
don't
yelling
answer
over
any
me.
Well,
questions.
keep
You go,
telling me that
well,
I got to show you more
back in
evidence. I've already
2008
showed you a
Oh,
mountain of
I
evidence.
didn't say
you can't
that.
explain.
I
you
didn't
can't
say-
explain this.
I didn't say you have to show me any more evidence. I said, can I respond now, or are you going to keep going? Because obviously, I'm going to give my answer, and then we can move on to something
Morgana
else.
definitely be a waste of money.
Or unless this is all you had was the bank leaks. I don't know. I don't
Tommy
know what's
Wiseau?
going on.
I've got an awful lot more.
It would be interesting to describe this
so
dude to a police sketch artist. So he looks
Phil,
like Neo,
the
but he's
problem
kind of
is that
buggy.
You're not willing to answer the question.
There's
You're
no
giving
problem.
excuses.
You haven't even let me say a word yet. You kept yelling. I'm trying to answer.
Yeah, I want to hear the
Can I
answer.
give my response?
Let's hear the stupidity.
Yeah.
Because all right.
Why are
First
the
of-
bank leaks fake? Explain
of
it to
all,
me. And
let me
why are
just
there
say-
all the correlations?
Let me say this.
Back in
I'm
2008.
trying to do you a solid with this appearance. I really am. I'm hoping that you're going to get a nice boost of
Yeah,
attention.
you might
on
need to
your
light up a
own
couple of
content
those.
because of this. I do. You're going to have an issue having future guests come on your show if you yell at people like this. You understand? Like
I'm not yelling at you. I'm not
you are,
yelling at you.
oh, you absolutely have been yelling at me, and I'm not. Just so you know, I'm not upset.
I'm
all
not
right?
upset,
you
but
are
I am
very
pissed.
Oh, well, then
agitated.
I apologize.
I didn't mean to
get
yell. I didn't mean to
agitated
call
when
you
people
stupid.
Talk circles and they don't answer the questions
Okay.
and make
So-
excuses. You're making
so-
excuses. You're not answering the question. I'll let you answer, but let's go. I got more to show you.
Okay. So,
Back in
in regards
2008.
to everything that you just presented,
I want him to say it.
have
Come on.
you actually yourself called supposedly this phone line and heard all of that to confirm that it's real at all?
Oh, that's an unreasonable request. I've
I didn't-
confirmed that was the bank teller voice during
You don't
the
have
periods
to.
that
You
this
don't have
was
to say if
made.
it's reasonable. You don't have to say if it's reasonable. You just have to answer.
Okay,
the
so
question.
so
Did
I
you
didn't
hear it
commit a
yourself?
federal crime to get this evidence. Therefore, I'm not qualified to talk about it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
It's not that you're not
basically.
qualified to
And I
talk
agree
about
with
it.
you. It's a
It's
federal
that-
crime. I don't condone what they did, but the information is out there. I got to use it.
So can you, within a shadow of a doubt, confirm that that information is actually real?
I believe so. Yes.
So you're saying you can confirm it?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
How?
Because
You
of
can't-
because of the correlations between things you mentioned on your show.
No.
and
That's not
the
what I'm asking.
Oh my
charges.
God, this
That's
dude.
not what I'm asking.
Charges.
That's not what I've asked at all.
I get what he's
I'm not
eating.
asking you if you think that.
Oh my
that
goodness
information
gracious.
is saying, can you confirm
This is annoying.
that call?
Well, not 100%, but the preponderance of the.
Give me a second here. I just kind of have to recover. This is very annoying because it's exactly as Steve is saying here. DSP doesn't answer the questions. DSP's response, as always, is to try and discredit you. Not to address it, because if you really are innocent, you don't even need to discredit me. You can just show the evidence that it's not true. For example, all right, Mr. Deranged, we have you on 3 charges of possession of JoJo merch with intent to distribute. What do you say? Like, well, I heard that you like Lord of the Rings. So what evidence do you have that that's stupid, man. So the person accusing you of a crime can have no reputation whatsoever. But if you have the evidence to debunk them, it doesn't matter how shitty they are. Furthermore, on the opposite end of the equation, you could have the most shitty person in the world, and they could say something about you, and you have no evidence to defend yourself. And it has nothing to do with your credibility on some level. Now, credibility does factor into things, but I think the important thing to remember here is DSP has 0 credibility. He's in the negatives. So he's not in any sort of position where he can tell you that you're not credible enough to discuss him. I think anyone is credible enough to discuss you, Phil. So the reason I lied about my bank leaks, if you see, my detractors went back in time to tell my parents I can understand the Wolverine Tory factor. Then they hurt his back. How's it going, Logan? Yeah, I set aside some time. Well, didn't set aside some time. I found some time aside to watch this. Yeah, and chargebacks are a federal crime as well. DSP's going through this machination of... Is it machination? Or... He's going through this strategy of saying, well, you didn't confirm the data exactly. Like, well, what data do you want me to confirm? How exactly do you want me to... Yeah, and he says, you want me to commit another federal crime to confirm it's your data? No. And the other thing that he's kind of banking on, but he doesn't realize that it's a humongous courtesy towards him, is that the person who got into his account probably had the information that would have gotten into the account. He probably still has it on hand. So DSP would not be able to answer that if that information was put right in front of him, like his social security number and all this and that, and the passwords and stuff like that. He would have no answer to that. But the courtesy that the person had and not showing that information, DSP is weaponizing that. So I can understand. I'm not saying it's right. But I could completely understand if the person who compiled the original data came out and said, this is the information I used to get it. What now, Phil? And that's a problem with Phil, is he does this great job of pissing off everyone and using the few moments of kindness that he does get.
Evidence can't confirm.
There you go. You can't confirm it's real.
Oh,
right?
No problem.
Why can't you confirm it? Because it was obtained through a federal crime. Do you understand that? So you don't know if it's real or not. So why do you think...
No, I have a reasonable suspicion based on available evidence that it's real.
That's fair enough.
Here you are crying about Burger King.
No, we're not done yet.
Here you are crying about Burger King,
Steve,
and there's a Burger King charge at the same time on the bank leaks. Is that a coincidence?
I'm trying to answer you.
You already
you're
answered.
Already moving on and talking over me. Do you understand why you're going to have a hard time getting guests moving forward if you
I don't have a hard time getting guests.
Shut up, Phil. You can't threaten me.
Yeah, I don't. I do most of my shows solo. I don't care if I have a hard time getting guests.
I'm trying to be reasonable with you.
You came here tonight to clear some things up, I thought. I'm trying to help you find that road to redemption. And
we came on here to talk about Project 7. Thank you.
That's not what I'm here for at all. I'm here because you asked me to come on the show. And you said that you wanted to talk about my past as a creator. You wanted to bring up some of the things that my detractors
We did. Oh, this is a past as a creator, DSP. You were creating bullshit.
I agreed, and that was it, right?
Are you going to run already? Come on.
I'm not.
How can she be charged? The robot lady?
Running. I'm not going anywhere.
Wait, what is all this? Phil Proof 6?
Right.
Oh, no.
Well, I'm going to ask you to respond to this. In the bank. I'm going to ask you to respond to this.
But we're not done yet. I'm still.
Well, I'm still showing you the overwhelming evidence. There's overwhelming evidence that the bank leaks are real, and you don't.
And DSP, Mr. Legal Side Phil here. I spend some time in courtrooms occasionally. This is not a very common thing, but it's a very, it's enough of a thing that it doesn't throw people for a loop, if that makes any sense. Is that you will have witnesses who just ramble on incoherently whenever they get an answer. And they can mark that as an answer, you know? They could say, let the record reflect that the witness was non-responsive to the question and more or less refused to give an answer. Now, that's really funny when this happens because sometimes the witness gets kind of pissed. That's funny as hell. But yeah, DSP, you say you're still answering. No, you did answer. This was an answer. Your answer was to go on a diatribe. Because if you had an actual answer, we'd be saying something. Hey, big ups that being said. Thank you for the raid.
You say you want to address it. So let's go
You
through
can't
this
give it
video
out.
and you
Never.
tell me where it's wrong.
Okay, hold
There
on.
are entries in the bank
Why
leaks
do we have
for
to?
beauty
Will you please pause the
personal
video
hygiene.
so I can respond?
Yeah.
I want to talk, but you still haven't let me even finish a single answer. Okay? So
Well,
let
how
me
much time
follow
do you need, Phil?
what I have to say, and then you can do
2
whatever.
hours per
All
answer.
right?
Holy shit.
You just admitted you cannot actually verify that call is
Right,
real.
Trevin?
You have great reason and suspicion to accept it or think that it's real, but you can't 100% prove it.
I
That's
believe a judge
correct.
and jury would agree with me.
Yeah, dude, people have
That's
been
fine.
convicted
Court of
for
But you
far
can't
less than
prove
this,
it,
man.
correct?
Nothing can be proved 100%. You're right.
That's not how that
the
works.
correlations.
Now,
Phil, eight
No.
times on your show you talked about getting a haircut and the charges are there at the appropriate dates.
Okay, now he's
That's a
yelling at him, and I
coincidence.
don't like it.
That's all a coincidence.
Oh, thank you,
dude,
the
you're
human
doing it
centipede.
again. You're not
Shout
you're
outs to you
talking and
guys.
screaming over the guest instead of having a conversation.
You're not
All-
answering the questions. You're talking in circles. and
still
making
haven't let us
excuses.
finish
I'm
the
giving my answer.
raid.
You still haven't let me finish.
That's good.
Okay? You still haven't let me finish. I've given my
All right,
side of
man.
the story.
How much more
of
time
what
do you
it is.
need?
I don't know if your viewers are actually interested in what my side of the story is or not, because as you
I
can
mentioned earlier, but I'm legitimately asking out of the kindness of my heart, or out of your kindness of your heart, can someone who's good at replicating courtroom sketches, can you give us a courtroom sketch of DSP? And don't make it silly. Make it look legitimately real. Of DSP at a court disposition or, he's being questioned on the stand. And make it so that the jury looks frustrated and tired. The judge has his head in his hand. The attorneys are wringing their hands and whatnot, or, scratching their heads really hard, something like that. And DSP's just up there on the stand T-posing.
tell, we're not really even talking about what I said. It's just you're just 100% convinced that it's real. So I don't think that anything,
based on an exhaustive investigation, yes.
right.
And one of the reasons that I'm sure that some of
All
your
evidence is
detractors are right
circumstantial.
because number one, they bring
Dude
receipts,
said he
and number
wasn't
two,
in
the
town.
hallmark of a great
Dude was
researcher
confirmed to be
is
in
that
town
somebody
at the
could
gas
go
station.
after that
Convicted.
researcher and find the same information and say,
Well,
okay,
you don't know if I was
that
then right
researcher did a
there
good
at
job
the
because
town.
I found the same thing. I went after this researcher on Pig Go, and they're 100% right. You talk about getting a haircut, it's on the bank leaks. How did these people know every time you talked about getting a haircut in an 18-month period, 8 times? And 8 for 8, it's on the bank leaks when you talked about it on your
Get him
show,
outta here.
getting a haircut.
Okay.
Exactly, Roach
Are
Bait. I want
you
to see
done?
it.
Can I keep responding with my answer now?
I'm trying to get you to answer. Yeah.
I'm trying to answer, but you keep yelling over me every time I try. All right. Just let me say what I have to say then. You
It's not
cannot confirm it's real,
submissible and
but you believe it is real based on all the
That's Gooner
circumstantial
Court.
evidence. Fair
I
enough.
believe everybody that doesn't have a mental deficiency would believe it's real.
Yes.
Fair
Thank
enough.
you.
So
Thank you for saying that.
fair enough. I can't change your mind. There's no reason to argue with anything, right? Why would I sit here and say, well, here's what it really is? There's no point. No matter what I do, I'm not going to convince you otherwise. Correct? Now,
No,
I will
not
say
correct.
this. Whether or not it's real or not doesn't matter. If it is real, all it means is that I was an idiot who spent a lot of money like a moron very frivolously, and I made lots of mistakes, right?
But don't you think it'd be better to just admit that and move on?
Exactly,
Let me
Trevor.
Coming
continue.
up?
You got to let me finish. You got to
Oh,
stop
my
talking
Lord,
over the
man.
guest. So I
We're
can
having a
finish my
conversation.
statement.
I'm not talking over you.
I'm trying. I'm just trying to finish.
want a
my statement.
Shamrock Shake. I want some
I lose
Arby's.
track of my thought when you interrupt me like that, Steve.
Phil,
Just
you
so
take
and
too
again, I'm
long
not
to answer
angry, again,
questions.
but please let me finish my train of thought here, okay?
All
We're
right.
going to be here all day.
Even if every single thing in those bank leaks are absolutely positively true, all it means is that I was very irresponsible with my money. I was in a bad financial situation.
No, it would mean you committed fraud. Sorry to interrupt you again. That's what it would
Okay.
mean. All right.
All it would mean is that, I
you
was
committed
very-
fraud.
Yeah.
In what way? Because I
Because
told
you
everyone
told everybody
bank
that you
leaks are
needed because you told everybody that you needed money for one thing and you spent it on other things. That's a form of consumer fraud to some people's minds.
Wait, what? So
What?
let me get this. straight.
Huh? There's laws I don't
You
know
think
about.
that if someone is on a stream and says contribute to my stream because I need money
To pay my
tomorrow
mortgage.
okay, and then they actually
spent
spent some of the money.
$40,000 on a mobile game.
Yeah, thank you for helping,
That's not what
Steven. I
happened.
appreciate
Even if
this.
the bank leaks are real, that's not what happened at all, right?
Even this
I
thing
will
is
tell you
real.
this,
That's not what's
Steve.
real.
Anytime that I
What?
went out of my way and I said, hey, I really need help with something, it actually was truthful. Okay.
Yeah, I
Were there
did need
times,
money.
like,
I
got
spent
caught
all my
out
money
on
that I
this
was going to
during
spend on my
documentary
mortgage
by
on
King,
Champions.
where he outright said, now wait a minute, I have a stream where you said
Is Phil
you
guilty or
needed money
not
for
guilty?
this,
Somehow
but are
DSP
you
is a new
admitting that
form
you
of
spent money on
ultra
something
guilty.
else at the same time? And I said, yes, I'm admitting that. But the money always went to what it had to go to first, and then it would go to other things as well. All right.
Exactly, Logan.
Certainly, I'm not going to tell you if I said, hey guys, I need money to pay my mortgage
I haven't
tomorrow.
been to
Can you
Phil's
help
stream
me
yet. I
out?
already know
And I got
he's
that
sus.
money.
Yeah,
That
he's
I
sus
didn't
as hell.
also buy a
He's
sandwich.
just straight up fraud.
You know what I mean? Like, that's ridiculous. Now, you're
Is this
saying
the answer,
$40,000
Phil?
spent again. Who even knows? Where they get these numbers from? I don't know what number that even means. If that means in a year, if that means forever. Have I spent money on mobile games? Yes, I've
Hell
admitted
yeah.
that publicly.
It was
I've
rad.
spent
Everyone loved
thousands
it.
of dollars on mobile games. All right.
Derek liked
I
it.
very carelessly treated my money over the years. That's why I ended up in the bankruptcy. That's why I was living paycheck to paycheck, stream to stream. Okay. But I never outright came on a stream and said, I need this, raised it, and then ran and spent it on something else directly.
You did, though.
What you're implying here
You did,
is that
though.
I'm like some kind of a degenerate gambler.
Yes.
Who like would say,
I'm
need
not
money,
implying
and
it.
I
I'm
would
telling
go
you.
bet
A lot
it.
of people
You
are
know what I'm
addicted to
saying?
games. It's not something to be ashamed of. You should
Oh,
get
I
help
know.
for it.
Steve,
I'm
I've
addicted to
talked about this,
losing.
about my past. That actually before this WWE Champions thing, I was
Yeah,
actually
Lay.
way more addicted to a different game called
Maybe if I
WWE
leave my
Supercard
current
and
job at some
Dragon
point in
Ball
the
Z
future, I
Dokkan
should
Battle.
go work at the
That
IRS
those
and
two,
say,
I
hey, you
was
guys
actually
know about
spending
Dark Side Phil?
way more on than I ever spent on WWE Champions. Okay, so I know all about the
Dark Side
addictive
Phil, is
nature
that the guy that
of
masturbated on
overspending
stream?
and all
Oh,
of
you guys
that,
know about
and
him.
I have publicly admitted I've done it.
All right,
Okay.
but Phil, can we go through the haircut evidence and then you tell me what you think of it? Can we do
Imagine the
that? Can
smoking
we just
gun
go
being
through
the
it?
Now,
haircutter.
how
Yeah,
about I
money you
just finish
scam
my
people,
answer?
you gonna spend it on burgers?
And then we
You've
can
been
move on.
finishing
Is
your answer.
DSP
And
wearing
listen to
jammies in the courtroom sketch?
It's optional, but it would be one of those fun little Easter eggs that it's there. You could do a whole set of them. You could even do him standing up and showing his underwear, or him getting escorted out or something like that. I feel like it'd be a fun series, but the important thing of it is to not try and make it outlandish. Not try and make it too silly, because there's a sort of joy in DSP placed in mundane events. But yes, jammies are, and they have to be the Zelda jammies. Otherwise, people won't know what it's a reference to. Thank you very much, VR Joe. I appreciate it.
It doesn't matter if the blank leaks are real or not.
No, I was not on the
I'm
stream.
telling you
Morgana.
my perspective. I've already
Do you
said it to my
understand it
audience.
matters to your audience?
Lynn,
It
the
matters
auditor.
to the internet.
There you go.
Steve.
There's some
I
guy
explained
named
this
the
to you already.
Auditor.
Phil,
None
if
of this
you're begging
matters.
for money constantly and you spent 40 grand on a mobile game, that matters. You're telling people
He's
you don't
hurting
have
my
money to buy
business. That's
food
true,
and you
I am.
spent 40 grand on a mobile game, that matters. It goes
Steve,
directly to your integrity.
what are you talking about? You literally.
What
see, here's the
integrity?
problem. You are completely extrapolating the situation.
Wait,
You're
did I
acting
miss
like
something? How did it get so
you,
stupid so
Take
quickly?
food and you spent 40 grand on a mobile game, that matters. It goes
Steve,
directly to your integrity.
what are you talking about? You literally. So
Huh?
here's the problem. You are completely extrapolating the situation. You're acting like on one stream I said I need money for groceries, and then immediately I took all that money and spent it on a mobile game. That never happened. Never. If I asked for money for something, I spent it on what I needed it for, and then maybe I spent money on other stuff as well. That has nothing to do with, oh, he blew it all on the mobile game. That's why he needed more money. No, that's ridiculous.
Well,
Yes,
mobile game.
Part of the problem with that, though, comes DSP, because when DSP says I can use my money however I want, he's absolutely correct. He can. He's not even technically a business, so DSP could theoretically embezzle, and it's perfectly fine, at least from the perspective of the law. But the issue is that DSP doesn't do anything to do long-term solutions to his problems, or to keep it so that these begging situations wouldn't have to happen. If he begged for money and then used that money to lay a foundation where he didn't need to beg, and then use the money left over to buy mobile games, I don't think anyone would really have a problem with that. I don't think so. I mean, maybe. But that's not how it worked. DSP always got $100, spent $10 on, I'm just using percentages here, spent $10 on food, and then spent $90 on mobile games. And then came back on tomorrow and said, dude, I don't have any money for game, or I don't have any money for food. Like, well, Yeah, you spent it all on that. If you had the capacity to restrain yourself even a little bit, you could have money for food today. But now it's become a reoccurring thing where just every day I'm in a crisis. I need money. I need money. And it's DSP thinks that it's okay that I spend the rest of my money however I want, which it is. But I better just not hear any begging, man. You made your financial decisions. You made your choices, man. How is it my fault? How is it anyone else's fault to correct your mistake like that? You know, I've made bad financial decisions and then looked at my bank account and said, oh shit, that wasn't quite how I planned for that to go. I didn't go to anyone asking for money because that doesn't make any sense to me. I'm the dude who did it. But DSP never really seems to have that kind of discretion. And yeah, Steven's right. It speaks to your character, man. It speaks to who you are as a person. That your first thought as soon as you spend all your money on something stupid is, ooh, let me go to my supporters and beg for money.
DoorDash, gin,
There
wine.
you go. So
Exactly,
what you're
Logan.
implying
You
then
can't
is
look down on
anyone
me
who
for being
ever
an
asks
asshole.
For support on a stream can only direct
Yeah,
the spending
probably
on
here, Pokebell.
responsible things, and you have to be policed what the person spends the money on. That is so false. That is such a fallacy.
Yeah, it is false,
It
DSP.
is.
You
But
don't
you
want
should
to
keep it to
address the
yourself.
correlation. There's 20, 30 of them
Steve,
where you talked about something and it's on the bank leaks. It's on the bank leaks.
which we
You
can't
talked
verify are real.
You talked about 8 haircuts and 8 times it's on the bank leaks. Let's get into this.
Which we
Since we
can't
have a
verify
control,
are real.
that being Phil's hair, we can see if Phil got a trim around the times in which beauty and personal hygiene were logged.
Steve,
The oldest entry is October 14th.
Steve, turn this off. I'm
2020.
scared.
If you're unfamiliar with the
Help.
banking industry,
I guess I am,
sometimes
because
a
you
charge
want
will
to tell the
post and
truth.
clear the same day, or it may take 1 to 3 days.
Help.
So, anyway,
Phil,
using Pick, Pick,
Steve,
Go,
you're not going to
I
believe
found
this, but
this
someone's
from October
actively
12th.
shooting at my
At the
house.
same time,
I'm not going to
we
file a
have
police
grocery
report,
shopping,
though.
we
I have to go.
appointments we have to get to. I'll enjoy the haircut. I'm going to get a haircut.
Oh, I'm gonna get a
It's good-
haircut.
Just starting to get long.
On the
This implies the day off was tomorrow, October 13th, and the charge cleared October 14th. We have a total of 8 haircuts in the leaks. So far, we're 1 of 8. The next cut is logged December 9th, and
Damn
here's
it.
Phil on
Damn
December
it,
7th.
DSP.
That's right, and I'm getting a haircut. You're absolutely right. Salvano Face, remember. I'm getting a haircut as well tomorrow. So a super busy day for me.
Sandwich the first time I was getting
2
real
down,
money. It took
6
me
to
1
go.
paycheck cycle
This
to
Two
is
start
haircuts.
logged
saving
You
January
matched the
20th,
pay.
2021.
My first
Steve, we
paycheck,
got the
I
point.
spent
January
on a
18th.
See the
sword
other
instead
6.
of food.
Grocery shopping.
Didn't make that
Steve,
decision. Didn't make that
shopping.
stupid decision.
This is what I'm
again.
talking about.
Oh,
Receipts.
trying to get my
I
haircut
should have begged
tomorrow.
people for money after
Receipts.
that.
Logged March
They
3rd,
match the bank
and Phil
leaks.
on March
Public
3rd.
statements
I guess
match the
zoomed
bank
out.
leaks, Phil.
I did get a haircut. It's much closer now than it was, like much closer to the head.
Yeah, I agree, Phil. It is
because
pretty
it's
funny.
spring, I decided to get a much shorter haircut.
Logged April 8th, and here's Phil on April 5th. Oh,
Are we going
and
to
by
talk
the
about
way,
anything else?
7th,
or...
that's
You want to talk
Wednesday.
about Street
But yeah, the
Fighter?
thing is, this Wednesday,
It's only
we
a
got
few
some things
minutes.
We're doing
It's
like
only
we're
2
doing- We're
minutes.
getting haircuts.
We're halfway through.
Logged May 11th, Phil on May 9th.
My wife and I are going to probably go grab some food, but then we have to get haircuts.
Oh,
Logged
look at
July
that.
15th.
Dude, it's
Phil
over, man.
on the exact
Smoking
same date.
gun haircuts.
Now that the headphones are off, you probably can't see it that well. I got a very close haircut all around the sides and the back. The top's still kind of long.
And lastly, August 18th, and here is Phil on August 18th.
A lot of people are noticing my shorter haircut, which is very comfy, by the way.
There's another
Perfect time
one.
for it.
Matches the
Summer
bank
here, you know, I
Come
wanna
on,
cool
Phil.
down. It's so hot
Come on
recently.
now.
Based on this data, from a logical standpoint, it appears that those beauty charges coincide with every day that Phil got his haircut. This now changes our question or challenges our previous outcome. What used to
DSP,
be
come on, man.
the
People have been
transactions
convicted
on
of
the
murder
recording
for
were
less than
Phil's,
this.
The transactions on the recording were fabricated, or the transactions on the recording
Yeah,
belonged
that's
to
what DSP
somebody
needs.
else
DSP needs an
must
appeal.
now become 1. The transactions on the recording were Phil's, which coincide with the data found in the bank leaks. 2. The transactions on
I like
the
a very
recording were
comfy
fabricated,
hairstyle.
and
That's a weird way
the
to describe
person
it.
who fabricated it either accurately
Comfy
guessed
for who?
when
Your
Phil was going
lice?
to get a haircut, or knew when he got a haircut. Or 3. The transactions on the recording are from an account which the person who leaked the transactions knew would be utilized by a person getting their haircut at the same time as Phil. Of the 3, which 2 can Occam's razor cut out? But there's more
Who's
to it than
Occam?
that. In the restaurant's transaction,
That was like an
there's
attractor
entry
reference.
for Maggie's on Meeker. This is not a chain restaurant. and
The
is only
restaurant
located
visits
in
match the bank
Washington,
leaks.
which
Your
just so
public
happens to be
statements.
6.6 miles from Phil's residence.
Match
That's
the
pretty
bank
far,
leaks.
This
DSP.
means that
You
if
have
the
a bad back,
transactions
man.
are fraudulent, the person creating the fraudulent logs knew to include a restaurant that DSP had frequented in the past, And if they are of another person, that person must live within the same confines or general area as Phil.
Maybe it's DSP in a fugue state.
So,
do we ever think about that? DSP turns into a different human at
8
night.
out of
It's
8
kind of like
times
Dr.
they
Jekyll, Mr.
accurately
Stupid.
guessed when you were getting a haircut and put it on those bank leaks, and they made the fake recording of the teller talking about the
And
haircuts.
say Arkham Razor,
Yes.
Arkham.
Not guess, but they already know because they talk about it publicly on every stream. That's what I mean. Like what you're seeing. Is all
DSP at
stuff
this
that was
point, I
public.
completely
You
understand if
that?
you
Like
leave
everything
the
that's in those
stream.
leaks is public information because I'm on a stream.
So
every day.
somebody like what logs everything that you say and then put it all in the bank leaks. Like when you say you're getting a haircut, when you say you're getting DoorDash, when you say you're going to Burger King, when you say you're going out to eat, when you say you're going grocery shopping, they knew 100%. And by the way, I said the hallmark of a good researcher is when somebody goes after him. I checked
That would have been funny.
the clips. He's accurate. This person is accurate, and he's a retired law enforcement officer. I think he goes by Broside Phil. This guy's a retired cop.
I think I want to pause here because I did see some of the criticisms about back and forth. I saw them directed towards Broside and Broside directed towards and supporters of both camps and each ones. And I'm going to expound on that a little bit at length later. But I want to say one thing in particular right here is that there were some statements that Broside Phil was the wrong person to bring into this equation, that they should have had someone more qualified, such as someone like Tevin or Alt, which I completely understand, and I agree that those guys would be more qualified when it comes to the lore perspective. But I want to say that there is a good reason to use Broside Phil in this equation, and that's because of the law enforcement angle. And DSP is a child. He operates from the mindset of a child. Who do children almost inherently always respect? Police officers. Children do not know enough about social dynamics and interdynamics or the different positions of authority to in any way question police officers. They don't have that sort of frame of reference. Likewise with DSP, he will never respect you. You are not worthy of his respect. Who are you? Who is Alt? Who is Tevin? I don't know these dudes. They're nobody to me. However, DSP, he can't really do that with someone who is a police officer. He doesn't quite have that level of leeway in his own sort of mindset. So while I agree that there were people who were probably more qualified in terms of lore, I think that having a police officer as the detractor or former police officer does kind of add an interesting angle when it comes to Darkside Phil.
He's not qualified to investigate this and come to a conclusion that the bank leaks are accurate?
Who said that? I didn't say that.
So how did somebody get this all so right? All those bank leaks so right?
Because
it's
exactly, Green Gruff. If DSP was interesting, none of this information would have gotten out.
And then they made these spreadsheets.
They
did
spreadsheet.
all
No,
that.
hold on.
Just to,
the spreadsheet
by the way,
is based
do
off
you know
the
what the
call.
story is? That this is
now
the
you're
person.
interrupting me.
Let me just get this out. The person that's the
How's
lore
it
that
feel,
I got
Phil?
is that the person who did this.
How's it feel, Phil? How's it feel to have a one-sided conversation? Is he interrupting you? Is he talking over you? Yeah, he is. But here's the thing, DSP. You've been so used to having one-sided conversations with your chat. How does it feel? I bet it's annoying. I bet it's very frustrating to not be able to even say your case, DSP. All those people you tossed out, all of them, how many of them legitimately could have pled their case and you didn't listen to them and banned them? How did it feel?
And I don't condone somebody committing.
I bet it sucks. It sucks feeling so powerless right now, huh, Phil?
That you're lying about money or spending money on stupid shit. I don't condone that, but the information is there. But the lore is that this person used to be a supporter of yours.
But that's a good observation, that if DSP was less boring, none of this would have come out.
You lied to your audience, and they wanted to.
The dude who talks about his haircut all the time.
That's why they did this.
Okay.
Did you also know that? Did you also know that you were caught lying a great deal about the police investigation?
Oh shit!
And all that stuff?
Rage quit, Phil.
You've been caught lying.
The police investigation of what?
Of the detractors?
You lied about when you talked to the police, because people did the same. Retired law enforcement officer did FOIA requests, which prove you lied in that side scrollers interview. 100% proves you lied about all of this bank
I have
leak
no
stuff.
idea.
But I was saying it earlier, and
You
I'll say it again here. I think one of the least qualified people who should have an interview with Phil is me. We got to count our blessings. If this dude Steven called me in, this interview would have completely bombed, because I would have come in there and say, DSP, have you watched JoJo yet? And then it would have gotten shittier from there somehow.
Well, I
What
got a
police
video, but
investigation?
I got a video. but
DSP,
Jerry
have
has
you ever
to
considered
talk about
living
this.
as pure energy?
Our retired law enforcement officer friend whose work I checked, and I also verified his FOIA request. and spoke to
DSP,
the
if you could
local
be any
police to
type of
verify what he
polymer,
did
what
was
kind would you
accurate.
be?
Can we press pause for a second so we can talk about stuff?
This is moving pretty rapidly.
You're just throwing insane amounts of stuff out here, right?
It's called evidence. You don't have any. We have lots to get through.
Oh shit!
But
That's the problem.
Steve, listen to me. Please listen to me. All you're doing is throwing things, right? I try to respond, and as I'm responding, you move on to something else. That's not actually a conversation.
How's it
nor
feel,
is that
DSP? You do that to other
any
people.
way
I bet it
of
sucks,
fair
doesn't it?
shake.
You feel this
I would like
powerlessness,
to
right?
respond, but every time I'm trying, you yell over me and you
Oh
move
shit,
on,
normal
and you
Jinx,
play
then I would
2-minute
really hate
video,
him.
and you do, there's nothing here that I can do because you won't actually talk. You're already moving on to something else. I'm like, wait, what police
Because
investigation?
you haven't
There is no
adequately explained the
investigation.
correlation.
Exactly, for Monarch.
Yeah, you're right. But you lied about when you said that you talked to them previously and they said they would only investigate human trafficking. You lied about that. Our retired law enforcement officer friend here, he's here. And
Hello.
Wait a minute. That's
Yeah,
not. What are you talking about?
he spoke to the
Oh man,
detective that you
super panic
talked
is
to.
setting in.
He said
DSP, I
in the
would not
Side
blame you
Scrollers
if you
interview
ran
that,
away from this.
sometime prior
It's
to
kind
the
of the
bank
correct
leaks,
call.
you didn't file a police report. By the way, your bank would have. Did you know my wife, I mentioned she was an accountant. Do you know what she did? She worked in the fraud department at Beneficial Savings Bank for 20 years. And she told me that you, Phil, said that these people got access to multiple of your accounts. The
Yes.
bank itself is
Yeah, no
required by
kidding, Mother.
federal law and banking regulations to file a police report. Our retired law enforcement officer friend filed the FOIAs. The bank didn't file any fraud reports. They're required by law to do so. So
Listen,
if
they
you
didn't
talk
do
to
it.
the bank, if you
Oh,
talk to the
shit.
bank,
I
if
don't
you
know,
talk to
Phil.
the bank and said somebody got access to my account illegally, they
Yep.
would have filed the appropriate police reports, talked to the detectives, and followed up on that. They
Well, I
didn't.
don't.
Damn it!
I
And
don't know why they
lied.
didn't.
You lied about when you said the police only
Help!
investigate human trafficking or something.
No, hold
We've
on.
got
a
another
second.
video.
Wait,
for that. We've got another video for the FOIAs proving you lied. again.
I'm enjoying how
So,
frustrated
hold on a
DSP's
second.
getting.
You're saying that I'm lying completely about the bank account? Like I still have this bank account? It's
That's
real
not what he was
and
saying.
It's still open and I'm
Honestly,
using
Phil,
it?
I'm losing track of your lies. I don't know what you've lied about.
Yeah,
Because
pretty
you lie
much,
about a
Zach.
lot of
You're
stuff.
bringing up 10 points, and every time I try to address one, you move on to another. So I can't address any of your points.
Well,
This
so
is
I
why
can
don't
moving
you-
very
clarify.
fast.
There,
I can
why don't you-
clarify.
Yeah, go ahead. And
Yeah,
by the
sure.
way, I've checked this person's credentials. They really are a retired.
They
law
doxed
Hold
him,
on,
Phil.
Steve. I'm asking you. You were just mentioning. You said if there's fraud involved with the bank account, the company is required to file a police report about the fraud with the bank account. Correct?
Yeah. So I think you never reported any of this to your bank. You just got a new bank account and moved on. That's what I believe.
So so you're saying I manually closed the
Yeah,
bank
you
account.
physically closed
I don't
it.
know
You
what happened.
pulled a
I
lever.
know that if you would have reported fraud to your bank, they
the
were
hell is this
required by
stupid-ass
federal
deflection,
banking
DSP? You're
regulations
pissing
and
me off.
federal law to fill out police reports and open a
My
fraud
question to you
investigation.
is, do you like
They
me
didn't do
100%
that.
They're
correct.
pretty hype.
They didn't do
100%
that.
correct.
And by the way, I'm just saying that as the husband of somebody whose wife worked in the fraud department at a major Fortune 500 bank for 20 years. She did this every day, Phil. Every day. People would call and say, somebody got a hold of my card. Well, you have to be willing to prosecute them and we'll get to the police. And she'd fill out the police report. She'd talk to detectives. She'd follow up on all the fraud cases. None of this happened in your case. And I think that's because the bank leaks are real. And that's your
Yeah, they're
banking information, and you just wanted to.
Can I pause here and interject here for a second? Because I want to try and anticipate something that DSP might say here. Is that he, during his retconning of this entire event, he said that later that it wasn't the people who got into his bank account tried to do stuff but couldn't. And so is he going to say that he went to the bank about that and they said, well, because they couldn't do anything and your bank account is so super secure, you don't need to open another one, and furthermore, you don't need to do a police report on it. Because I would think that even if the thing that he described was true, that someone got into your bank account and was kind of rummaging around but couldn't do anything, to be metaphorical with it, I would think that they would still do something about that. I would think that there would still be some sort of police report you would want to do on principle anyway. But I'm not really sure where he's going to go with that angle.
Glaze over this so that you could keep going with the e-begging grift. That's
Stephen,
what I think.
the more damning thing about this, however, is the fact that
Exactly,
during the
Logan.
Side Scrollers interview,
He just makes things so
stated
confusing
that he
on
didn't
purpose.
file a police report because during a threat case, which was done via email, it was a Swedish email company. I think it's protonmail.com, which very truly did threaten Phil Burnell, saying that they wanted to kill him and do terrible stuff.
We got that police report.
Totally got that. I've got that. I actually, I have every police report from the time that Phil Burnell lived in Washington until present day.
Shit, DSP, turn off the stream, man. You got to go.
However,
fell down the
he
stairs.
said that during that time he spoke with a detective, and the detective said that, we don't really do cybercrime. Now, he lives in Renton. I live in a small town in the Midwest. Now, my jurisdiction, my unit size, my
Midwest
entire police department was 50 men. I personally did crimes like Philip Burnell is talking about here. I worked them personally. I was quite good at them, to be quite honest. So it didn't make sense to me. So I called the detective because the detective's name was in the police report. And when I spoke to the detective,
by the way, that call's recorded, Phil. We have the receipt.
And I have the recording. When I spoke to the detective remembered Phil. Lickety split. He goes, no, I remember him. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he T-posed and swayed back and
Wait.
forth.
Wait. The detective I talked to was a woman.
Okay, well, the detective, according to, and I have the narrative affidavits, was a detective Steve. I have the narrative affidavits. Was a detective. The narrative affidavits.
I don't care about your narrative.
The narrative affidavits, which is recorded by law.
DSP, it's not that complicated. The woman spoke to someone else.
When he spoke with you, he asked you. He went through everything. I said, can you tell me more about anything to do with, let's say, human trafficking? Do you only work human trafficking? He said, what do you mean only human trafficking? I said, well, he's telling me is that
this is when your lies catch up to you, Phil.
There's no lies.
Someone in your agency.
I want to pause here and I want to comment on Steven's trajectory throughout the interview, because that's something that happens with every single one of these DSP interviews, is that you see a trajectory of emotions. And Steven went from being so charitable at the beginning, talking about how DSP helped to innovate different things about the internet. And now he's straight up, I guess you could say mask off, but I don't really think it's a mask, but it's more that this is just the reality of things. Is that now he's calling out Phil, saying this is what happens when this shit happens to you. And I bet it's very blindsiding for Phil to have this personality shift during these interviews. But the reality is that it's DSP who motivates this. He creates this trajectory in people.
Someone in your agency told this man that you don't work. That you don't work anything.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna go.
That you don't work.
Can you
that you don't.
And I'm gonna look
that
at a
you.
piece of paper.
That you don't work anything. That you don't work anything but human trafficking.
Ooh.
To which I was responded to by this detective, which, by the way, really bad to lie to people that are seeking information.
I agree.
That then said, no, we work cases like that all the time. We work data breaches. We work.
Shit. DSP's taking the cyanide capsule right now. You're never going to take.
We work all that stuff, and so I mean, what else is there to say? They don't just work human trafficking. They're a larger agency than my agency was. They, of course, have separate divisions. Who in their right mind would only work human trafficking?
These guys?
In a capacity of
they're required by law to investigate a crime. They can't just ignore a crime. And we've got the receipts here, Phil, of you lying to the side scroller guys.
Now stop. No, stop.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I have something to say. What's the case number?
Stand by, please. I have that up. Stand by.
He'll get it.
Hold on.
Oh shit! He's looking in your house, Phil.
That's written. Hold on. This is the case number for. This is the email, right? Stand by. Hold please. 21-532.
That's correct. That is the case number.
So it was a
know
woman.
it
then.
is.
You
And
confess,
what is the name of
bro
the
side
person
Phil.
who you think was responsible for this case?
The investigator that I spoke with was Detective.
Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I keep pausing during critical moments, but it moves so quickly that I have to stop it. So DSP just got up and got his documentation for his case number and all that. Something that DSP says he can't really do. He always says everything's downstairs or in a different room or in a file cabinet or whatever. So DSP, in his attempt to debunk this dude, when he actually wanted to, he got up and got the information, and look how quick it was. He was gone shorter than it takes for him to use the restroom. Well, I don't know about you, but that's kind of the inverse for me. Whenever I have to go find something, it takes me a while to go and dig it out of all my file cabinets. So that's kind of odd that happened.
Stand by, please. Christopher Edwards.
He had that right at hand.
That is not the person who I spoke with. I have completely different information here, and it was a woman.
Great. Who's that person? I'll happily call them.
What's her name? We'll call them and verify.
I'm not going to say it publicly. I can give it to you.
Oh, come on, Phil, with the
Simpy.
obfuscation again. Isn't it
give it to you by-
convenient? Every time pressed for
Guys,
receipts, you don't have one.
I have
You've
it.
got a mountain of receipts here, Phil.
Guys,
You don't have
really?
any receipts. You have excuses.
Do you
Hell
really
yeah,
want this
man.
person to be publicly harassed?
That's rad.
That's why I'm going to give it to you.
She's a police officer. I think she could take.
Oh, no one's gonna call
No,
us.
no, no, hold on. Phil,
Email it
I'm
to
gonna go on your side, Phil. Trust me. You know I'm a detractor channel. I don't want to go on your side, but I'm gonna go on your side. Phil, you give that name to Steven. Completely unbiased.
We'll privately check into it. We won't.
We'll
say it
check
publicly.
into that.
Will
I
you
won't.
do that,
I won't
Phil?
publicly name that person.
No, hell no.
I
Are you
will
doing
not. I
crack
will not
cocaine?
ostracize you for it. I will talk with her if you are correct,
Kind
and
of, your
she
monarch,
tells
kind
me,
of.
"Yep, I told Phil Burdell, or I told anybody we only work human trafficking." I will publicly apologize.
Now, hold on a second. Why on earth do you think that she would admit that?
What?
Do you have any idea how much honor, integrity, and honesty is bound to law
Yeah,
enforcement?
police officers will
It is
lie
their
to hurt
career.
Phil. Come on.
The conversation that I had with
Everyone
this
knows
woman,
this.
okay, was in regards to that email, okay, but also while I was having that same conversation with her, I said, hey, I'm curious, since you're here with me talking about this online harassment, I get all kinds of fraudulent chargebacks against my PayPal account all the time. And I got these people's email addresses, PayPal.
You can't be serious. Phil, come on, man. This is why you're a silly asshole. This is why you're a joke. And honestly, DSP, this is my favorite part of you. This is my absolute favorite part of DSP. Is that DSP, the police have come out to investigate death threats. And he's saying, hey, I get a lot of people asking for refunds. That's illegal, right? Phil, you're a comedy gold.
I could probably get all this information about who they are or whatever.
For sure.
Would the police investigate anything like
Man,
that
bro side Phil
whatsoever?
kept it better
And her
together than me. I
response
would
to me,
start
I'm
laughing at his
paraphrasing
silly
because
ass right then and
obviously I
there.
course.
recorded the conversation was,
I understand.
no, we would not look into anything like that whatsoever. We don't have the capacity. Basically, anything that we have to do with kind of online
Yeah,
stuff
they
is
don't look into your
essentially child and
your
human trafficking, because
refunds,
that's all we
DSP.
can really handle.
That's
However,
silly.
if you want, you can contact the FBI in Seattle. That's what I was told. That's what we're talking about here.
Hold on.
Exactly,
Now I know
Perez.
full well that
Everything's
this
cool
is
here.
on YouTube. It is referable, and it is the whole 9 yards in that regard.
All right, just hold on one second. No,
hold on.
just to lighten the mood a little bit. I just want to thank everybody. We hit our goal tonight, Phil. So I'm going to have some Arby's burgers, and I made it.
Good, I like that he's just shitting on him now.
because I learned it by watching you, Phil. I learned it by if you hit one goal, set another one.
Man, I'm getting kind of hungry.
Okay,
Arby
now,
sounds
speaking
good.
of which, hold on. Speaking of
Phil,
which, okay, go ahead. Finish what you have to say, and then I got to.
absolutely, and I'll mute. And
DSP, you ever watch Battlefield Earth?
Drop, I'll
You
happily
want to talk
drop.
about it?
You can drop.
Phil, I made no bones about it, man. You've banned a couple of my alts from Kick. You've banned me and my Broside archive from YouTube channels. I don't hold any disparity. I don't disparage you for that.
I did what? I banned your YouTube channel? How would I do that?
Well, you banned me from talking. I subbed to you. I tried to talk. I couldn't talk.
DSP
So
forgot about
I get
banning?
that. No. God, no, my dude, not at all.
No, his channel is Broside Phil, and the link to his videos are in the description here.
My point
They're part
is,
of the sources.
I
By the way,
learned
just
from
so everybody's
you, Phil.
clear, I checked his work. I didn't just blindly accept that what he's saying is correct. I make phone calls. I checked through the haircuts with Pig Go and checked that the clips are accurate. That's Phil saying he got a haircut. It's on the bank leaks. This gentleman found all this information, and that's the hallmark of a great researcher.
Yeah, for
Another
real,
good
Freezy
researcher
Pop. That's
can go
really
in
all
for him and
DSP
get the
has
same
at this
results.
point.
I got
Just
the same
play
results,
stupid.
Phil. His
And the
information
reality of it
accurate.
is
His
that
receipts
my
are
You were
point-
saying something.
And the reality of it is that DSP strategy only works online. It only works as a means to, I guess, deflect blame when you're online. Because in a real life courtroom, not to sound like DSP, but I do like bringing it up because he brings it up all the time. In a real life courtroom, playing stupid is not a strategy. Because what's the go-to there? You're trying to convince the jury that you're too stupid to commit crimes? No, you don't need to have an intelligence or a comprehension of things to commit crimes. But, you know, it's different here, of course. How's it going, Jessica?
My point is, Phil, you have every reason to believe that I'm out to get you or something like that.
I don't even know who you are.
Truly,
I have no clue
that's
who you
and
are.
that's fine. That's fine. You know what? Hey, that makes it all the better for me. No lie. The fact you don't know me, cool. I'm not. Whatever.
That's
my
true.
point
That's
is
pretty
this.
handy.
I take my honor, my integrity, and my
Exactly,
honesty
Trevin.
very, very seriously. I am not outside the scope of law enforcement. I work for a private company now, but my honor, my integrity is everything.
Oh man, I don't
To
have any
that
of
end,
that.
I hereby decree and state it'll be on the recording when I contact whoever the fuck it is. I don't know this person's name. Okay. If you say it is investigator, we'll just call her Miss Smith. And I get to talk with Miss Smith. I hereby promise and swear I will not pre-sell you. I will not say Phil Burnell is just this giant piece of shit and
He
he's
masturbated
this
on
and
stream and he
he's
has
that.
gout.
And Phil, I'm not going to cut any corners. And if she just says, "Oh, I don't remember," or she says, "Oh, I don't have this or I don't have that," I'm not going
That
to
might be true, Son of a- He would
preconceive
be the
a
first.
judgment, but at the same time, I'm not going to
We
say,
find
"Oh yeah,
him
Phil was
innocent on
completely
account of
right
being
in
too
that
stupid."
she didn't." Or that she lied to me and said, I never said that or anything like that. I'm not going to do you dirty, but my ask is
I
this.
would.
If I come back to you with results, do not attack my character and do not attack my integrity. That is my only ask.
I don't even know who you are.
Yeah,
I
he
won't
doesn't care. He's going to
I
attack you no
probably
matter
will
what.
never
You're
hear
already a
your response to
psychopath.
What you're doing because it doesn't affect me. I
Well,
don't
do
give a
you
shit.
want to hear the video about the FOIA requests that verify that you weren't
Oh,
honest
sure.
with
I'm
the
already
side-scrollers,
guilty. Might
guys?
as well keep going.
About what requests? What are we talking about here?
Freedom. He filed freedom of information.
Let's go it up.
Act
You know, I'm going to count that as a new clone.
to
This
get
one
all
just
the
hopped
police
in.
reports, and then he talked to the
What?
investigating detectives
Huh?
who verified that you
I'm
weren't
under-
honest.
I'm under
with what you
attack.
said
What's
to the
going on?
Side-scrollers, guys. You lied to them.
Sometimes DSP
About
reminds me of that
what?
scene
We're
in
talking about right now?
Memento where he's
Yeah,
being
You
chased.
lied about they
Am I chasing
only
someone?
investigate
Are they
human
chasing me?
trafficking. No, that wasn't
What-
true.
Steve,
Well,
what are you
so
talking about?
Steve, what he's saying, Steve, is that he spoke to somebody different than I did.
Okay, so we get our name and let's verify that.
No.
That's what he's apparently
no.
going to send
That's
you.
data.
I await.
Yeah. What are we
I
doing?
await, Steve. I await your communication
You
that
can
says
DM me her
he-
name right now, Phil.
that he that
It's
that
also
he
kind of
sent
pointless
you
because they could just
this
call that
name,
officer back and say,
when I
"Did you have a
time, I
woman
hereby
officer
promise
working with you at
I
the
will
time?"
look into that.
It's over.
Now,
Good.
now before you go, because it sounds like you're taking off.
No, I'm not taking off. I'm right here until
Okay.
you need
Yeah,
me to
you
go.
will.
I'll be here.
What incentive
Boy, it
would
sure
this
is a
woman
shame that
have
you're leaving.
at all to say, "Oh yeah, I remember that I had that conversation with him, and I totally said that." Like, what incentive would she have to actually say that? Especially because if when I'm
Yeah, why would an
understanding
officer tell the
I'm
truth?
trying to
That's
understand from
stupid.
everything you've said, I'm
You're
trying to give you
dumb,
a fair
sir.
shake here, and I'm believing
Mhm.
that everything you're saying is true. Understand? I don't even know who you are. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here.
Okay.
What you're basically saying is that she lied to me. Is that what you're saying? Like they should have a cybercrimes unit that would look into PayPal chargebacks and stuff like that?
Well, so not only
Yeah, they have the
it
VR
depends on
troopers
how it
working on
was,
that.
it was presented to her, right? I'm not going to go into the conversation with, "Ha ha ha, you lied to Phil." What I'm looking for is, look, did you ever talk with a guy that brought up something about PayPal, right? And I'll give her the time and date range. Look, this would have been about this date to this date, and this guy would have been involved with, I think it was Chris. I can't remember the last name. I don't
He
have
did
the
a lot of
paperwork in front
rocking
me.
back and forth. You remember him?
And and maybe he mentioned something about
Easily
hey, this guy
slappable
was
face.
looking to charge
You
me
know what I'm
back
talking
$20.
about?
right? Did you by any chance say something to the effect of, Jesus Christ, $20? No, we're not looking into that. We're looking at stuff like human trafficking or something like that. I'll sell you as the bullshit like $20 chargeback that it is, because $20, $1 chargeback, $15 chargebacks aren't federal crimes. No federal unit on the planet is going to look into that.
I want to add something else here, and this is this kind of goes towards the narrative of other people that should be on there versus Broside Phil, and I do kind of feel what people were saying, that Broside kind of is going into the weeds of this a little bit, and that it's getting a little distracted. He put the brakes on this, which better for worse, but that is what happened. I was kind of enjoying the manic energy of Steven screaming at Phil. That was pretty fun. But, Broside added some reasonableness to this. I can understand. I was having fun. But here's... God damn it, I've completely lost my train of thought. I'm not even high yet. Oh, why it is that a character like Piece of Peace would be kind of rough to have in here is because when Piece of Peace is screaming at Phil to kill himself, that helps create the narrative that the detractors are insane. And of course he's not insane. Of course Piece of Peace is insane. He's giving DSP probably the best advice he could get. But it would further DSP's retarded narrative. Whereas with Broside, he's very patient and he's very articulate and he's very nuanced with him. Far more than I would have. I would have told him to consider rope. But and so in doing that, DSP has a really hard time right now, or he would have a hard time if he didn't live in Wonderland. He has a really hard time right now convincing the average person that this guy that he's talking to is a lunatic. He's not a lunatic, because I don't know anything about Broside Phil. I just got here. Who's Darkside Phil? Oh, he seems like a pretty reasonable guy. He's breaking down how the legal system works and all that. All right, I'll listen to him. Versus, oh, this guy keeps bringing up Battlefield Earth. What a maniac.
Let's be clear. But I will totally sell it as, look, this guy probably talked to you about this, about this, about this. Is there any chance in hell that you said something to the effect of, we really wouldn't look deep into that since it's not a felony. We would probably reserve that because it's, cross-jurisdictional.
How many smokes has he gone through so far on this stream?
I will play it up to your benefit
for real.
as much as humanly possible. And her incentive, the question of...
Yeah, you definitely can't have bad cop,
what is the
weird
incentive
cop.
for the officer to be honest? It
I'm
tells me
cop.
you do not understand the integrity.
You killed that man,
issue
didn't you,
or
Phil?
Brady
Killed
issue.
who?
If you want to look that up,
Seeing if
please
you would
feel free.
confess.
The Brady Garrity issue of honesty in law enforcement. Her incentive is to not lose her entire fucking career / pension.
I definitely would love to see
that
any
is
of
her
the other
incentive.
detractors talking to DSP. I think we would get a different
following
sauce
along
based
with
on
that,
different detractors.
Let's say, for
Tevin.
example,
I would
she
like to see
actually
Vega
did
talk to
remember
DSP.
that she had said that, which I don't think she would, because it was an aside. Remember, the
I'd like to think that
conversation I had
Vega
with her
would
was
scream
actually
at him about the
email
Legos.
harassment
That'd be
I had
funny.
received. This was
Brother,
just-
you'd be surprised.
This was just be an aside thing that we had talked about, right?
Anybody, man.
What's the stop?
Golden
her from just
Triangle
saying, "I
Gaming,
don't remember"?
anybody.
In which case, then this is
Then
nothing.
he'll
Not me, though.
report,
That's
I don't
stupid.
remember.
Hold on. I will report. She says I don't remember. Okay. I will not embellish. I will not lie about you, Phil.
Okay.
I
so-
am not going to lie about
so I-
you. Everything I
Yeah, I
am
wanna see
looking for
Slight
is
talking. Why not?
factually fucking based.
Okay, so Lau, let's examine.
Hell, I
the
want to
three
see Chill Murray
scenarios,
talk
'cause
to him.
that's
I
what
bet
you
it's going to
just
be
did
rather
with my
bizarre,
bank leaks.
but
Remember, you had three
Yes.
scenarios.
Occam's razor.
So scenario number one.
okay. I did
all
nothing
right,
wrong.
She outright admits that she said, "Oh, we wouldn't investigate it." Now
I
you
will
know-
eat that crow.
but you know that that's not true. Like, you know that she should.
Duty would be an
have
interesting
said,
one.
"Oh, we probably would investigate it." Like,
Duty
that's
would
what
be
I'm trying to
interesting because they
understand.
both kind of
There's
have a
three
tendency to
scenarios.
go on
Either
tangents.
She admits exactly what she said to me. She
Mhm.
says she doesn't remember, or
Mhm.
she outright lies and says, "No, I never said that."
Correct. And all I can do is report on what she said. Here's the issue, Phil.
Yes.
Based on the 8 haircuts, based on the Burger King, based on the stuff, here's what you say a lot circumstantial evidence, right? You say that a lot. I take issue with that. And the reason I take issue with that is because Phil, you're familiar with DNA evidence, are you not?
What are we talking about?
Hear me out. Hear me out.
You
hear me
licked
out,
your
hear me out. Are
internet,
you
didn't you,
familiar
Phil?
with what DNA evidence is? It is like the slam dunk
Just
evidence.
answer yes
right?
or no, Phil. Do you know about it or
We have
not?
three
Hear me.
options. We have three
Hear
options
me.
she might say. correct? We have three
I've heard
options.
you out. Phil,
I
I've
didn't
heard you
finish-
out.
No, I
Phil,
didn't-
Phil,
I didn't
shut up,
finish. You
Phil.
interrupted me as I was
Cut his
talking
mic.
about the three
All
options.
right. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
In which of those options do I come out the winner?
Do you come out
Honestly,
the winner?
none
Okay.
of them.
So this is, and that's what I was trying
I think
to
that
get
ship
at,
has
okay?
sailed, buddy.
You've got option one, which is she corroborates your story. Which great. Then you're telling the truth, and I will stand by you. I will
Man,
back
bro
you,
side,
Phil.
up the ante.
Okay?
You will
That's
delete
option
your
one.
channels
Option two.
if you're wrong.
Okay,
How
go
about
ahead,
that?
keep going. Yep.
Or you'll
Option
make a
two,
video
she does
saying
not back you.
I am
Okay,
discredited
she says,
and
I
I'm
never
leaving the
said that.
internet.
I will
Yeah.
also
Come on,
report
Phil.
that. Now, there's two she doesn't back you options. Option one is she's telling the truth and she didn't back you. And that would mean that you lied. Option two is that she doesn't back you and she's lying, right? That's option two. That's where the term that when we were talking about just a minute ago, I brought up circumstantial evidence, which you bring up a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the issue that you have. I'm not saying I have it with you. I don't have any personal grief against you.
DSP burned my village
Do you
down. I have a
know
personal beef.
that DNA evidence, which is thought of to be the greatest of greatest evidence, it is the slam dunk. You were there. You touched the gun. You drank from the cup. By legal definition, is circumstantial evidence.
DSP in the stream.
No, I didn't know that. I'm not a lawyer.
But you act like you're a
There
lawyer.
you go. You can look it up
You always
yourself,
tell
my
people
dog.
what is and isn't
Circumstantial evidence is hands down some of the most
How do I get away
damning
with it?
evidence on the planet. Now, the reason
I do like
bring
that
this up
DSP's trying
is
to
not
talk to
because
his
it changes the
prosecutors and say, how do I get
situation,
out of this?
but because rather you want to be seen in a better light, right? Personally, I'd love to see you be cast in a
Oh,
positive
come on
light.
now, Centipede.
No
Wait a
problem there.
Wait
Hear
a
me
minute.
out.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hear me out.
I actually
Hear me out.
disagree with what you just said.
Oh, yeah?
Okay,
Completely.
please
Let's hear your
specify.
idiocy. Let's hear
Okay.
it.
Can we like get bigger? We're like tiny on the screen. Why are we looking at side scrollers?
I need to look at my
can't-
handsome face.
Yeah, well, we were.
It
gonna
is kind of
play
bothering me,
we were
too.
gonna play it for you.
There you go. There you go. I'm bigger.
It's
No one cares
okay.
about that.
It's okay.
So here's the thing that no one seems to understand. And I've been trying to explain this to Steve. Maybe you'll understand it. It sounds like maybe you'll get it.
Okay, go
Yeah,
ahead.
you're not a totally crazy
I
detractor.
don't care about any of this.
Oh, okay.
Right.
At
So,
all.
but
It doesn't.
Phil,
Listen to me, please, guys. Both of you. I want you to
Mhm.
understand something.
sure.
So many people on the internet have said so many negative things about me over the years.
Yeah,
It
Imbo.
doesn't matter.
We
what's
kicking
true
it in
or
the
not.
break
It
room.
doesn't matter what I can prove
does,
or
though.
disprove. It will never make me look better. Do you understand
But Phil,
that?
Phil,
It doesn't matter. No,
it
let me
does.
finish. Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Because no matter what, every single time that I have disproven something or gone out of my way
But
to
you
try,
didn't. You haven't done it
everyone
once.
moves the goalpost and says
Oh
it
my
wasn't
God.
good enough, or here's the next thing, or whatever
Phil,
it may be. So
Phil,
I
hold
don't
on.
care. So I'm not
Let
done.
me back you.
Let me finish my
I'll-
piece.
All right, go
I-
ahead. And I'll back you on something recent. I'll back
Okay.
you on something recent. I'll tit for tat you.
I don't care about any of this. If I had known that it was going to be a show about me saying like I care about proving if the bank leaks are real or not or whatever, I would have said to Steve,
You care
just so
about
you
your
know, Steve,
reputation so much.
it's a waste of my time, and I respectfully decline because
Yeah,
I
no
don't
kidding,
care.
Green Gruff. He's worried about
no
the
matter
aesthetics,
what,
all
I
right?
would never be seen in a positive light. Don't you understand that?
So you're
I
okay
never-
for a
Well,
softball interview, but not for a hard hitting
No,
one.
no, no, no. I
We
wouldn't
yeah,
asked
answer
you the
basically-
questions that the whole internet wants you to answer. That's what I did tonight.
Which I've already been asked, which I've
All right.
already responded to. My answers
So-
don't change. I don't care. I
Well,
am
well, hold on.
happy
Hold
with
on.
where
I already
am.
said it earlier. I'm
I-
not gonna
let me
repeat
finish
it.
what I'm saying. I'm happy
Okay.
with where
This
I
dude's
am.
so concerned about his
I'm successful
reputation, but
where
then
I
doesn't
am.
care.
I'm having a good time with life. I like the content I make. I'm okay with who I have
Another
become,
lie. Your
okay?
content
I don't
sucks,
care
sir.
about- You say I beg too much. I don't care. I
I
have
don't
fun.
believe
My
that.
viewers have fun. It's all good. I'm
Phil.
not harming anyone with the content that I put out there. And those
Agreed.
ti-
Well,
those times
kind
in-
of agreed.
Those times in the past, I will admit I've looked at myself in the past, and I look at me saying stupid things and bad things.
Oh, see,
like,
this is
"Man,
where I
need
gotta
money to
disagree
pay
with
my
you, Phil.
mortgage,"
Past
shit
Phil
like that. I
kicks
look at that
ass.
now
I
and
love
I'm
watching
embarrassed.
past Phil.
I'm embarrassed because it was a bad situation.
Watching
I didn't have a
Assassin's
way
Creed
out.
multiplayer, and he's
I've
throwing
already
out
admitted about all
anti-Semitic
my
slurs.
shortcomings, that I'm irresponsible with money. I did all these bad things, and I was dishonest about certain stuff. I'm not
Okay.
doing that. I'm not doing that anymore.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm,
but
I'm
hear me
past
out.
it.
Okay, fine. So-
let me-
so-
Yeah, no kidding, normal
I
T.
don't care.
Okay.
I don't need to prove any innocence of anything because I haven't committed any heinous actions whatsoever. This is
Mhm.
all a nothing burger. You thought you had something because you thought you were going to get me to do like some elaborate polygraph or whatever. It's never going to happen because I'm
I
not
didn't.
stupid.
Well,
It's-
first of all,
I'm-
I don't
you know-
have an agenda. My agenda is truth. It has always been my agenda. Okay, let's get that clear. Like, to be frank, Phil, and you can label me as a biased detractor for this. I don't particularly like you. And the reason for that has nothing to do with your content in terms of you playing video games. As a matter of fact, I'm going to back you right now. You just caught a fuck ton of flack about the Night Ring. Did you not? Like, people are saying, oh, Phil's gonna just fucking do this shit and he doesn't know and he's this and he's that.
Maybe also Steve is taking a break. He's kind of tired after all that yelling.
And there's stuff in there that says you can use YouTube super chats and memberships during gameplay. To me, that implies you can live stream it. Now, I don't know, but at the same time, I'm going, wait a minute, maybe that means that some of the stuff they're looking at that says, oh, you can't stream it, is wrong. So I didn't immediately jump on that bandwagon that said, ha ha ha, let's make fun of Phil. Not my goal. However, that
wait a minute.
Said,
I thought you guys were a hive mind.
There is a marked number of transactions: Apple, iTunes, and PayPal. Now, I'm not going to say they're microtransactions. I'm not going to say that they belong to WWE champions or WWE supercards. As a matter of fact, I don't give three shits about that. However, what I have seen is the videos of guys, I can't afford my bills. Guys, I can't afford this. Guys, I can't afford that. And here's the thing, man. I can't see at least Apple iTunes transactions. You can make the argument for PayPal, but I can't see Apple iTunes transactions being towards anything other than what I would consider luxuries.
Well, it's definitely not essentials, yeah.
To that end, that is a huge integrity issue. It tells me I would rather spend money on myself than I would taking my viewers, my donors, my lifeblood's money
you don't understand,
and spending it towards things that are necessities. And that DSP don't give a shit. Whatever he wants is a necessity. Now, come on, to that end, the reason for the FOIA requests, the reason for looking up the bank leaks is to try to get you to recognize within yourself, dog.
All right, bro, so tap out for a little bit. Let's get him screamed at for just a little bit.
Maybe I need to look within myself and go, I really got to stop spending money on frivolous shit. So that way, and you know this to be true, that there are certain donors of yours that have mental
maybe this segment has gone on for a while, but I like when DSP has situations happen like this. It's not necessarily just this one. He's had this happen multiple times where someone really does give the truth to Phil and tells him how it works. You know, the side scrollers do it many times throughout the interviews. They say, DSP, this is why this is a problem. This is why you're stupid. This is why you shouldn't do this thing. And he's had that conversation with Ptolemaio. He's had that conversation with Brian. He's had all these conversations with multiple people throughout this time period of his content creation, telling him, Phil, you should try to be less of a stupid bastard. You should try. Just, it's not going to be overnight. Tomorrow you wake up and you say, all right, I'm going to be slightly less of a stupid bastard than I was yesterday. And then gradually you'll get to a normal level, And it's fantastic that it happens so regularly because DSP is always going to ignore that. He is always going to say, no one is trying to help me be better as a person. No one is invested in my progress. No one cares if I become better. No one cares. You know who doesn't care if you get better, Phil? You. You don't give a shit. Because there's been so many people who've tried to reach out in a way you don't deserve. You do not deserve Broside Phil being patient with you. You deserve piece of peace. You deserve piece of peace telling you to light yourself on fire. That's what you deserve. But instead you want to pretend like, oh, woe is me. No one looks out for me. No one cares about me. That's what this is right now, man. Hell, that's even if you took Broside Phil out of the equation, that's what Steve is doing. Steve is telling you, hey, don't be a piece of shit all the time. Ignore that. Dismiss it. I don't know what you guys thought you were on here to do. You guys try to get me with some sort of gotcha moment where I be a better person? No. I'm not going to be a better person, all right? It's been this way forever.
handicaps that are using transactional funds that come from government entities. That dog,
People on
that's
disability.
for them. That is for them. And they're giving it to you because they think you need it, that you are desperate for it. There are 2 stories about people going into bankruptcy, being homeless for you, dog. Just tell me you're not spending $20,000 on Apple iTunes. Please, I am begging you, because every piece of research I have says that.
I want to watch this.
Does
Cope
any of this
segment from
make sense,
yesterday.
or am I coming off like a rambling lunatic?
And remember, he's a retired police officer. I mean, he did these kind of cases, Phil.
Yeah, you got a little
He
shrill
says he
there, didn't he,
believes that those
Sterry?
bank leaks
Yeah,
are
bro
real.
side, you got a little shrill there. I'm
He'd
gonna
be
make fun of you, but
considered
you
an
can make
expert
fun of me.
guest in a
On
court of
Friday, he's
law,
coming on Going Green. We're
like
watching
trained
Last of Us.
investigator.
I'm sorry, I talked over you guys. That
He
was...
believes that those bank leaks are real. He'd be considered an expert guest in a court of law. Like a trained investigator. And I don't think that anybody's being too rude in saying that they want you to do better. It's not like we're just
no kidding.
Like, this guy's a scumbag.
Guys,
it's
guys,
like we
guys,
like
guys.
you to do better.
I remind you, I don't care.
In
Like,
regards
for
to
example, Phil. For example,
why are you talking over me?
You guys
I'm
just
about
talk
to-
for 10 minutes. Look,
Yeah, Steven, get in
This
there.
is what I want to say. It's
Shit
not
on him.
just the bank leaks. It's not just the WWE game. For example, you kind of, a lot of people are telling me that you took control, or excuse me, that you took advantage of your family.
Why are you listening to that?
Well, didn't
Because you're not trustworthy,
What happened
man.
to your 10-year
Because
plan?
you're not trustworthy,
You made
man.
any progress on getting a real job? DSP. I'm sorry.
COVID. It's called COVID. That's what happened to the 10-year
But
plan.
Keemstar offered you $50,000 and you turned it down. And instead, and he's been very critical of you, saying you could have taken the 50 grand and stopped begging your audience for money constantly.
But that's what it's about, man.
Instead, you just went right back to begging your audience.
Yeah,
And
because it's
you
called being the
promised
master
your
of your own
parents.
destiny.
You promised your parents you would get
Talking over
a.
me.
You promised your parents you would get a real job in exchange for the money that they gave you, and I believe you scammed them. You took
You
the
did.
money.
Oh,
and
you
didn't
definitely
do
did.
what you promised them.
That's
You know?
not true at all.
What's a
You know what I
scam
would
between
give to have
family,
my
though?
parents around to,
He's still
to keep a
talking over
promise to? Go ahead.
You have money you scam
You're
people,
bringing
you
up
just
so
spend it on
many things
burgers.
again. More
Nobody is perfect, and if you really are appalled by the shit Phil does, that's an appropriate reaction.
Like, I think it would break DSP's tiny, putrid little heart to realize that the normal person's normal response is normally to revile Darkside Phil. A person at their most reasonable will think that DSP is a stupid liar who only is out to benefit himself and does not care about any other person. And that's not a detractor perspective. It's not an insane perspective to have that. That's a perspective you have when you watch this dude for maybe an hour. You realize that about this guy. And it would break his little stupid heart because he doesn't like that idea that the normal person wouldn't like him. Sorry, that's on you, buddy. I didn't make you. Thank you very much, Lay. I appreciate it.
random
Master
stuff
of my
that-
destiny
Because you were in
equals
debt
begging.
and they cleared it up. You made a promise. You broke it.
Talking over again. That's not. Oh my goodness. What debt? Do you even know what that money was for?
I know you promised them to get a job and you haven't yet. And you
That's
had a
not-
10-year plan that
Doesn't
you
matter,
haven't made
DSP.
any
You didn't do your
progress
heart
That
side
didn't
of the
happen
bargain.
either. See, all you know is hearsay from things that have been said. You don't even know the situation. You
with.
don't.
You raised money to visit your dying parents. You lied and you never went. Come on, Phil.
What?
No,
I
Now
have
you
the
think-
clips. I have the clips of
Now
you
you think-
lying.
No,
Now
that's
you
not
think
correct,
I-
man.
You need
Oops.
money
Oh,
to go
this is
visit your
bad.
parents while
This
they're
is bad.
still
Now
alive.
DSP
You
has
never
us
went
out.
on the trip.
You were wrong
Did
at
you?
all. Therefore, you're
Yes, I
wrong
did. I
about
got
everything.
married when I was
Shit.
there in my parents' house, and there's pictures of it. What the
Yeah.
hell are you talking about?
And you played WWE Superstars on your wedding day based on the concurrent views or concurrent logins.
This is so ridiculous. So
And
Damn
you
it,
didn't
this
take your
was-
wife. You didn't
it
take
fell
your wife
apart
on a
here.
honeymoon
Shit.
So
because you
now-
couldn't afford it. But you
so
could
now
afford
you moved-
Rosa, get in there.
$40,000
Set the
on a
record straight.
Do you
WWE
see what you've done?
phone game
Steve, do
like
you
an
see what you've done?
8-year-old.
Steve, do you see
No.
what you just did? You brought something up. I immediately countered it and disproved it, and you immediately moved on to the next thing. This is
Damn it,
exactly
damn
what
it,
you
damn
have
it.
to do. This is why
This is
I
terrible.
don't care. Because no
Countered
matter
and
what,
disproved it. I'm
What-
lost. Where's
I
the
lit-
counter and disprovance?
he said I never went on the trip. There's 100%.
So what he was wrong about was that he said that you never went. That is not correct. He did not fully understand the nature of the scam. So Stephen, I think that this may have been one of the few periods where he didn't research this entirely. And so the sequence of events was, my parents are dying. They're old. I don't know when I'm ever going to see them again. Help me raise some money so I can go out and visit my family. Goes out to his family, gets married, is spending time with his family. His mom says, or he goes to his mom, hey, I need some money to help with this payment plan for my taxes. Mom sits him down, and he says that this conversation went on for hours. So I'm sure that was quite thrilling. Anyway, mom has this conversation with him. He promises that he has to transition away from streaming and get into a more reasonable trade, get a job or whatever. And DSP accepts this, and he promises. So she gives him the money to get on this payment plan. He gets home, COVID hits, payment plan or 10-year plan defeated. It no longer can be done. So where he was wrong, Stephen was wrong in saying that DSP didn't go out to see his parents. And that was all he needed. That was all he needed, because this one tiny detail was incorrect. This entire 2-hour and 24-minute session that I've watched so far is completely dismissed. That's how DSP's brain works. If you are not 100% right, you are 100% wrong. There is not a situation where you can get one detail wrong and still be correct. And it is a screw up on Steven's part, but he doesn't really understand the magnitude of the screw up. And that's because DSP, he's good now. Now he can justify everything in his brain. Not that it was ever going to really matter. DSP was always going to find a way to justify how he did nothing wrong and how Broside Phil and Steven were bullying him and made him feel bad, and they called him Phil with the oddly shaped head. But now that one of them was wrong empirically, he can point to that and say, oh, there you go. There you go. See, they were all just crazy. Damn it, man.
Evidence. I've shown the pictures of the wedding. I've shown the pictures in my parents' house. There's evidence I went on the trip.
I think we're talking about a separate event where you were grifting, saying you'd really like to visit your parents.
No, it's the same. You just don't have it.
Damn it. And I did.
Damn it.
There was that one.
That bad.
And then, well, okay, but Phil.
This is the situation that happens to me every single day.
Okay, but hold on. Well, hold on.
Let me talk about it.
You asked for money, Phil, to visit your dying parents, and they're still alive.
Yeah, you should have killed them,
Phil. You lied to your audience for money. It's a form of consumer fraud.
It's not. That never even happened. My parents paid for the trip, and I told everyone that, and everyone said to me, "I lied."
I have the clips of you begging for money so you could visit your parents while they're still alive because they're having health problems. I have the clip, but you don't care about receipts.
Right in, Bode.
I outright told everyone my parents paid for the trip, and that's why.
Now he's turning into Christian. I did not do that.
But Phil, there's other. There's
that's my best Christian. Damn it, I
there's always other things, and every time one of it comes up, I counter it, and then it's the next.
Okay, so counter. So counter one more. Counter one more for me.
What is your name again? Because he says DSP on the screen, not your name. I don't even know what to call you.
Broside Phil.
Broside Phil.
Broside Phil.
You could call me Phil too, Phil.
Are we not our brothers?
Between Phils.
Broside Phil. He's your brother on the internet. He's trying to be his brother's keeper. He's trying to. He wishes the best for you.
Phil,
as a Phil, conversation with you right now.
Here are my thoughts.
Go ahead.
I've actually never, I think, directly spoken with a detractor like this before, have I? I don't think I ever really have.
I don't know if I hope I'm not turning you off from the idea, man. A lot of us are like this.
So
yeah, don't talk to me though, Phil.
Way, for the record, I made an agreement with.
I actually probably would talk to him about Project 7 because I would try and get some information out about it.
2 hours. Now we're on 2.5. I got to get out of here.
There you go.
Time with my wife tonight.
Hit the escape pod. We're out of this.
Not me running.
You don't want to hear the Keemstar trashing you because you didn't take the job.
We already.
Come on, man. Let's shit on you some more. Don't go,
Phil. Why didn't you take the job, Phil? Why didn't you take the job and stop begging?
Steve, are you gonna admit that we've already exceeded? I've given you way more than my time than I agreed that I was
thank you,
going to.
Inkels.
Is that correct?
All right, that's fair, I guess.
Okay.
You just want to run away, then.
There's no running away. I have to go.
You don't want to finish.
This is the time when I normally
would
end my stream.
People thought you would rage quit right before this, so
I wasn't
just saying rage quit.
So to have a conversation with Broside Phil here.
Broside Phil, I hate you.
Well, hello.
Would you agree?
Brightside Phil, yeah, he messed up.
Anytime that someone hits me with one of these accusations, and let's not even say specifically it's the bank leaks, because there's been many of these things that have been said, right? So he said this, he lied.
Okay.
He said this, he lied.
Okay.
Would you fair enough agree that every time that I actually did have a rational reason or an explanation or whatever, because I think you're going to at least give me the benefit of the doubt and say there have been times when Phil actually did counter rationally and said this didn't happen.
Yeah, you just did it. That's the first time in a long time, actually.
It's not true. Is that correct?
I'll give him that.
Right now,
The call
right
girl
now, I'm
stuff.
thinking one thing. I'm thinking one thing heavy in my mind. I'm not going to say
guys,
what it is,
even
but
though
yes,
I
I'm thinking
completely
one
exceeded
thing
every goal
heavy.
I have on
Look,
stream today. Please keep contributing.
You're not gonna commit consumer fraud with this, are you, Len?
If I do commit consumer fraud, what if it's chill, positive, robust, and everyone in chat loves it? Will that redeem it? Beth Bear, are you still in chat? As a lawyer, can you confirm that's no longer consumer fraud? If it's cool? But thank you, Scott. I'll try and behave. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
go ahead.
Okay. Is it not true that when that happens, if I go out of my way to disprove something, that it immediately this detractor community just moves on to something else? Is that true or not?
Can I give my answer, DSP? I'm going to assume you asked me this. DSP, for one thing, most of your answers are pretty unsatisfactory. They do not address the thing that was asked. They spin circles and go nowhere. The other thing is that sometimes your answers have some little component to it that contradicts what you said before. So it might seem like you're moving the goalposts, but DSP, you ever see Columbo? I bring up Columbo a lot because I think you'd like that show. And Columbo would catch people on this. He would say, well, wait a minute. You mentioned the grocery store. Well, I didn't say the grocery store. He does this. You could say that's moving the goalpost, but no, that's just an investigation into your thought process. It's an investigation into your evidence. That's perfectly reasonable. So you don't answer. Sometimes your answers aren't adding up. And then the third thing is, yes, sometimes people do move the goalposts, and it's just because we know we're not going to get an answer. We go on to another discussion. So there's never really been that many instances where DSP has completely shut down something. And so even with that, he's never really had a situation where he's confirmed to be correct and we are debunked and felted 100%. It doesn't happen that often. Now, when that does happen, well, why can't we say, all right, well, you got us on that. What about this other thing? No. I already debunked you on one thing. That means I never have to talk to you again. That means I've done nothing wrong for my entire life. That's not how that works either, man. Okay, what's Broside's answer?
The detractor community at large? Or would you say, let me throw it back to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got scammed by Super Crazy. Yeah, he got 20 out of me, dog. He did.
Hell yeah, DSP felted him.
You want to tell me Super Crazy went down and was like doing crazy shit on you? Fuck, man. I'll stand right next to you and be like, Super Crazy psychotic. All right, 100%. But when it comes to overall events, right? There are things that you say, haha, I answered it, and therefore it has been answered. And you completely side skirt the issue. So, for instance, let's say, for instance, you get chastised for dogging people on your community for being toxic, and you're like, that is taken out of context. I saw the message King Be Cruel sent you. I saw the message King Be Cruel sent you. I've seen the documentation and messages that Arkham sent you. And yeah, Arkham was like, hey man, can I get a $5? Dude, I paid him $50 to set up my Discord server. King Be Cruel said, dude, man, you're saying stuff like it's cringe, he's just like me for real. It's kind of fucking cringe. You went 10-8 on his ass, right? You just went absolutely insane. Can you say that? Hold on. Can you say that then? Can your reaction then be, well, they were coming at me? Technically, that's an answer, is it not? Of course it is. And so you, in your mind, think, I have successfully answered the detractors. In the detractors' minds, we don't care about you answering that you felt attacked. What we care about is that you disproportionately attacked King Be Cruel, attacked Naveen.
Yes, DSP. Yes. One of the foundational complaints people have about you isn't so much that you are doing something or that you feel unjustified in what you're doing. The answer has always been that you're just a crazy, psychotic asshole whenever you do it. I brought it up earlier when we were looking through the list of names that got banned. I admitted, fat cat forever real or whatever. Yeah, okay, DSP, you're probably going to ban this person. But then if a person asks something fairly reasonable, you scream at them and ban them. That's the issue, DSP. It's always been, it's not even necessarily that DSP, you're an asshole. We're all assholes. The problem is that, dude, you're too much of an asshole. That's kind of a problem.
Vinia attacked Arkham, attacked all these people. And so we, like you say, hyper focus on it because you think it's answered. And to you, it is answered. But to
I'm back.
all the attacked King Be Cruel, attacked Navinia, attacked Arkham, attacked all these people. And so we, like you say, hyper focus on it because you think it's answered.
It was,
and to you, it is answered.
Yeah, it's cool. But my wife came down and was telling me she was heading out. And I told her, watch out, Darkside Phil's out there.
Answered.
No, I don't think he'll do anything, but he will waste your time.
We're not looking at it through the same lens you're looking at it. We're looking at it through a very different lens. And while you may disagree, I tend to think we are, by and large, looking at it through a lens of decency, honor, and integrity.
Yep, all
now,
things
you may
DSP's not
disagree.
about.
That is your prerogative. But man, you throw a lot of hate towards detractors, and I get why you might. But you
from
throw
an
a
outsider
lot of
looking in,
hate.
they have receipts, and you only have excuses. In my
There
experience.
you go. There you go. That's kind of the overarching
You have
business
excuses
of it.
They have
anger.
overwhelming evidence, and you have excuses so far.
Okay, but the question was, if I disprove something, is it not a true statement that the detractors just move on to something else and that becomes the next focus?
It's not a
Is
true
that not
statement because there's more nuance to it, Phil.
I may give you that, sure.
Well,
Right?
I won't
So
give it to
do
you.
you
But
guys
you're
understand-
always doing. You're always doing shit. That
What's up? I'm back. Garage door is broken. Gonna have to fix that again.
They find objectionable.
I should beg
so
for
they're gonna
money for
move
it.
on to the next time you did something like beg for money for because you might have to eat a lunch meat sandwich, and then
That's
they make
an
a video
excellent
about
point. That's actually an excellent
Wait,
point.
what's the
Maybe
point?
if you stop doing lunch meat, did something always do. I may give you that, sure.
Right? So
Sure.
do you
But
guys
you're
understand-
always doing shit that they find objectionable. So they're going to move on to the next time you did something like beg for money for because you might have to eat a lunch meat sandwich, and then
That's
they make
an
a video
excellent
about
point. That's actually
That's an excellent point. He didn't
Maybe if
listen
you
to.
stop doing stupid shit that most people
I
find
see us finally visited me.
objectionable,
Oh, hell.
that content would stop.
Oh,
It's
now
time
you
for
hit it
men.
on the head. Now you've hit it on the head, Steve. Did you hear what you just said?
It's really quiet. What's happening?
If you would stop doing things that most people find objectionable, okay? Most people don't give two fucks about Darkside Phil. They don't know who I am. They don't give a shit. They just go on with their lives. If they don't like something, they ignore it. They don't hyper-focus on it. They don't fixate on it. They don't obsess on it. They don't form communities on it. They don't have YouTube channels based on it. They don't monetize stolen content on it. They don't motivate their viewers to act against the person. None of that happens. The normal person doesn't like someone, and they say, I'm going to avoid that person, and I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to focus on the rest of my life.
But okay, DSP. The flaw with that problem though is The problem with that, DSP, is that yes, you're absolutely right, and we all see this. If we ever try and talk about DSP with normal people, you very quickly realize that the normal person is not going to be interested in this conversation. I bring it up sometimes with people at work. The most that they know about me is that I watch this crazy dude online. That's pretty much it. And I'll say, oh yeah, that crazy dude I watch online, he was saying this and this and this. And their response is, yeah, that's crazy. They're more interested in their own affairs. DSP is a rather niche thing like that. However, the difference though is that DSP, most people still have the same sort of value system on what is or is not acceptable behavior from people. Just because they're not watching you, DSP, just because they have other things to do, DSP, doesn't mean that they would watch your content and side with you. Most people, I think, would side with the detractors because DSP is just an amoral piece of shit. And it's something that it would be an interesting thing to have happen is if you grabbed random people off the street and said, hey, watch this clip of Dark Side Phil. And you'd have to kind of curate it because it couldn't be the whole stream. That's 4 hours of begging and stuff. So you give them maybe 15 minutes and say, what do you think of this guy? Most people are going to say you're an asshole. Most people. Now, are they going to still watch you? No, probably not. So the attempt to try and contextualize the detractors as insane because they're the only ones who bother to watch DSP in a committed manner, that doesn't really say that they're crazy compared to the rest of society. It's just that I don't watch other TV shows. I don't watch movies. I don't do any of that. I'm not interested in that. Nothing in the Marvel movies is going to be as entertaining to me as some pathetic fool here getting screamed at. It's better.
But that's not the liberty that I've had.
He
The
does need
last
that money.
10 to 12, 13 years, every little thing that I've ever done has been microanalyzed, overanalyzed, hyperbole to the extreme. Because to you, you say, man, it really sounds like he asked for so
One of
much
those people
money.
accidentally found Phil through a piece of peace stream
If
I
it
came
was
across for you. That's what's up.
actually that, right? If actually people found it so offensive, I would have 0 viewers.
That's not how
I
it
would have
works.
0 support.
It's not how it
I would
works.
have
Shitty
absolutely
people
no one on my
have
side.
fans.
No one
DSP.
would like my content, and I would have been canceled a decade ago.
You hang out with
but
Cuba
you've been at
Casino.
You've
They
been at
have
this for
fans. They're
15 years,
shit.
and like you're getting less views than me. I've been at this for 3 or 4 years.
Oh,
Whoa,
oops.
whoa, whoa.
Hold on.
The detractors get more views than you. So that
That's-
means half your audience is hate viewers,
And
Phil.
that's exactly
Ha ha.
what's wrong.
You
just
fell for
said
my trap,
something.
idiot.
You said Phil gets less views than me. I don't get less views than you at all.
Oh, yeah.
Because
DSP's turning
every
into White
single
Bowser.
person
You a wog,
that watches
Smokey.
this guy
Look
up
at my
here
data.
is my viewer. And every single
See,
person that watches
Blowside
every
Phil
little
here.
streamer
He's my
is
viewer.
my viewer. The
Oh,
only
maybe that's
reason
a
they're
fair
watching
point.
You did not
the only reason they're
anticipate
watching
that I
the
got you in
content
this trap.
is
I'm
because
good
of
at
this guy
chess,
right here.
Smokey.
So, just because things are different with my business
Big ups,
model,
Broside
just
Phil. Phil's
because
such an asshole.
I
And I
put out
announced that
content
you're coming.
gets support, and a lot of people
Broside Phil's coming on Going Green this next Friday. We're watching Last of Us. I'm super stoked. So come by and shout out to Broside Phil or issue various assorted threats, whatever you're feeling. But he's a hero. We're all heroes. You know what? This will be a good time for it. I was going to say that I'll bring up earlier my thoughts on the whole thing about it happening. Is that when this first started going off, I noticed the Twitter going back and forth. We had this camp says Broside's cringe. He needs to shut up. He's ruining the vibe of the stream. And then you had Broside affiliates saying, hey, you know, this, stop being so critical of it all. And I feel like it was my personal opinion of it is that, look, it's what you're getting, man. Broside Phil brought his approach to the thing. Is it good? Is it bad? You know, it depends on your views. And I think it speaks to what you get out of the different detractors. I mentioned it earlier with Piece of Peace. If Piece of Peace was on here talking to DSP, it would be a completely different vibe. And the same criticisms would be had. People would say, I did not enjoy the interview because Piece of Peace just said, DSP, set yourself on fire. You know, and you would have the same criticisms in either direction. So I think that people are right to criticize what it is that they don't like. I had more of an issue with people trying to draw up the battle lines about it. I thought that was really dumb. But everyone's entitled to their opinion. Me, I hate this interview. This interview sucks. They haven't talked about Battlefield Earth once. 0 out of 10. Trash interview. Would not recommend it. They didn't talk about Gundam, JoJo. Terrible. They didn't even talk about the hospital story. That was the best arc of DSP. But see, my opinion's stupid. Okay. Okay. We're all grown ass adults here. We all know how to wipe our own ass. It's not that big.
People don't like it. Doesn't mean that people don't watch it. Doesn't mean that it's not successful. You may hate me, but I think you understand the game, do you not? Right? I wouldn't be here after 16 years.
You're
if I
all
didn't
cool
know
in
what
my
the fuck
book.
I was doing.
We're all cool.
Okay?
Remind ourselves.
I'll give you
we're all
that.
cool
You're a
here.
survivor. I'll give you that.
Right?
I'll give you that. You
So,
are a survivor.
I was in an
he's a
endless
survivor.
no-win
Yeah.
situation where the entire internet hated my guts.
Pest is
So
a
what am I
survivor.
going to do? Am I going to just cower and cry? Or am I going to do my best to persevere and to try to find other ways to get by? And I've done that for 16 years.
But don't you think you could have got by better with Keemstar's 50
Yeah.
grand?
Absolutely
would
not.
take the pressure off?
I don't want to be a slave to Keemstar, and he knows. I've already said this outright.
That's
He ain't
probably.
looking for that guy. You
I
become a
kind of get
slave,
annoyed
you're
when
in a
people bring this up
contract,
because it is
stuck
one of the
having to do what he
rare
says.
good
I
choices DSP
am
made is
much
not getting
happier
involved with Keemstar.
being
The
my
50
own
grand and
boss,
all that, yeah,
being
it'd
the
be great
master
to
of my
have
own
that
destiny,
money,
even
but
if it means I have to
Keemstar is
deal with
such a
this guy
piece of
up
shit.
here. Which, by the way, I will say, Broside Phil, you have been very respectful tonight, and that was.
But I
I
will
made sure
slander
I
you
told him that he
tomorrow.
had to be, but
No,
You are a
I think
psychotic
he's
asshole
respectful.
tomorrow.
I was going to say,
didn't
I
need
think
to
he
tell him.
probably would have done it anyway. He seems like that kind of guy. And to be quite frank, if
Yeah,
people
that's
like
a good
him
point,
actually
Concro.
just
This
want
interview would be so much
people
better if
there
this
and
guy
Why don't
people
you
wasn't
have him
here.
on your
actually
show, Phil?
see
Why don't you have
more
him on
eye
your
to
show?
eye. Well, I don't even really do guests on my show anymore because I got tired of it. to be
Yeah,
honest.
sorry, bro. So I had
You
no
know,
invite.
let's explore things in the future. All right, I'm gonna say tonight that was actually him being on here and being fair and honest was nice.
Oh, but just to review, the offer for the polygraph is still there. I'd like to see your bank statements
Exactly,
from the period of the
Trevor.
bank
He
leaks,
put
and
those
then I can
shackles on
confirm for
himself.
all of the internet and the
Which-
world that those
Okay.
bank leaks are
I guess
fake.
that's what he wanted.
I'd
He
like
just
to see
wanted
the
a better choice of who
$1,500
was
in
owning them.
charges that you
It's
said
weird.
you undercovered.
We are running out of time
Because
we
the
have to-
bank
we have
leaks,
to end this for tonight.
and I would like to see proof of these chargebacks because Phil, in my experience, all the grifters that I cover, they're always making
Favorite
their audience
JoJo?
feel sorry
Joseph.
for them with perceived
Even though I talk about Jodor the
injustices.
most,
I don't
Joseph
think you're
has a
getting all
vibe
these
to him, man.
chargebacks that you keep claiming.
If that
'Cause
were
you
the case,
asked for
then
money to cover those.
Joseph
too.
is the only
if that were the
JoJo who
case,
would be a
wouldn't I
DSP
just
detractor.
ask for it a lot more often?
Search your heart.
Because I really
Search
just
your
don't bring it
feelings.
up that often.
You know it
Could
to
you
be
just show
true.
me the PayPal records from the chargebacks, and then we'll know you're
Again,
telling the truth about that?
let's end this the same way that I've basically addressed it all night. Okay.
Good evening. Back
First
in
of all,
2008.
that was a great conversation. I'd like to have more conversations like this one with this guy up here because I felt that was a pretty good one, and maybe some productive stuff could come between myself and these detractors and detractor communities if we actually had legit, intelligent conversations. So maybe I'll look into that in the future. Maybe there's some
I have a
benefit.
personal
and
gripe
remember,
with
Phil,
Captain
you
Alex.
promised you
Now-
weren't going to ask for money for personal expenses for 6 months.
I
You-
haven't
you
asked
said.
for any personal
You
expenses.
said you wouldn't for
at
the
all.
next 6 months.
And,
though.
and I haven't in the past either. Yeah, that's correct.
That's
I don't do
bullshit.
that
That's
anymore. I
okay.
don't
Another
have
new
to.
clone.
I'm not in that. You're
He asked
putting
for
in
grocery
clips
money.
from
Or no, not
bankruptcy
grocery money.
and
Bill
those
money
years
recently.
when things were awful.
No, I've looked at recent clips. I've been watching you for a month or two now.
And you
every
think
day.
that and you saw me ask for money for
You
the
just
mortgage?
asked for money to get Arby's, dude.
That's the goal. That's
Okay, Steven, it is his stupid ass goal. It's not the same
Dude,
thing.
when he challenged groceries, I did go to Pig Go. The last time you brought up, I have a mortgage and I have financials and I have my groceries was Feb 10, 2025.
Shit, in the stream,
February
DSP.
10th, Phil.
But what's,
just-
the
I just-
context? But what's the context?
I can bring it up.
You asked for money because you
love
needed
you
money
so
for
much.
groceries and your mortgage and bills on February 10th. We can play the clip, Phil.
Oh, no,
I
Phil.
know.
That
I
one's
did not say I
excusable
need
because it
money
was
for
funny.
groceries and that's absolute bullshit. Do you see what I mean?
See?
This is
The
problem.
When you
context.
talk
And I
about,
was redeemed again.
I have
He's talking
groceries
over
and
me.
bills coming up and I need money. That's asking for money for personal expenses. You said you haven't done that. You're
There's
doing it.
no, I'm
But what's
not.
the context,
There's no
man?
point in trying to fight
What's
against
the
this stuff
context? You didn't
because
answer
you'll
that.
always
That's
be
it.
there, you'll
Bro
always
side,
be
your interview
prominent.
sucked.
A
You
guy
didn't
like
provide the
this will
context for
always wanna
grocery
benefit
begging.
from it, you understand? Even though he's been respectful tonight. And again, I'm not trying to insult him. Maybe we'll have future conversations. But to
Dude,
end this,
I've got a career. This
I
is a
get you.
fun gig for me.
I got to get out of here because now we're gonna be here, all right? But
That was a good way
what
to
about
end
the
this, Phil. I
polygraph?
like
Okay,
Are you
that.
gonna
Get
do
the
that?
hell out.
summary. I don't care about any of this drama shit that
Yeah, I
you
know.
brought
We
up
heard.
at all.
We heard.
I was
there.
gonna casually answer questions for you. I have no incentive whatsoever to prove, disprove any of it. My viewers, my fans don't give two shits about it. Okay, do you understand that? None of them. It doesn't benefit me. Who would this benefit? The detractors.
It does
That's
benefit
who
me. It gave
benefits.
me a good
Why?
laugh.
It gives them more content. Steve, who would it benefit? You. You're willing to fly out here to give me a polygraph because it gives you content.
How about I don't even put it on air? I won't even put it on air if you don't want me to. I don't care.
Steve, I don't need to give you content. I don't need to give you or them or anyone.
Yeah, because if you make content, people might donate to you instead of me.
I have a great business.
I don't
need to waste my time on this. This is all bullshit. Do you understand? It's just nonsense. None of it. And the truth is, none of it.
But it directly impacts your business.
None
if people think that you're a scumbag begging for money that you're spending on stupid
what happens
stuff,
when you run out of whales?
and you don't really
DSP?
need the money to pay your mortgage.
What happens when you run out of whales?
You're asking.
You're going to wish that your reputation was in better
people
shape.
People aren't going to give as much, but if they believe that you're being honest with the audience for these times,
people go out of their way to help this dickhead.
You weren't wasting all that money on a mobile game and all that stuff. Maybe they would be more generous. And maybe if you didn't ban 1,200 users in this pace of 5 weeks,
which with all the same harassing bots,
some of
which
them
I've already explained.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move on.
So,
we're just circling the drain at this point.
I don't benefit from any of this. I don't.
I think so. If you're Monarch, I think I'm going to get high after
I'm
this,
not
and
waste time
I
on it.
I
I'm
might
not
stream.
Have you come into my house. I'm not going to have people filming. I'm not going to have.
No, I'll do it at a hotel. I'll do the polygraph at a hotel.
Do it at the Burger King.
Hotel and I'll get a hotel and rent.
I mean, it's stupid, but it'd be
I
funny.
even consider for a moment doing it is if there's some kind of a benefit to me.
In other words,
Broside Phil has to pay up.
Can you explain to me actual concrete benefit? Because you haven't. You said, well, maybe some supporters would come back. No, they will not. They're already in that detractor.
What if we contractually obligate them to come back?
Unless they actually come to their senses and say,
holy
shit, I'm wasting all
stream.
this time. So nobody on the
Well, I'm going to get some Arby's. This dude's been talking about Arby's this whole time, and I'm pretty hungry.
With many of them, they've reached out to me over the years and said, I'm actually kind of sorry. I realized I wasted a lot of your time. I harassed you. I'm moving on. Goodbye.
Bill, I'm sorry that I hurt your feelings by saying you had
I'm not going to win anyone over. I'm not looking to win over my detractors. I don't need a champion of my detractors. I don't give a shit.
DSP, I will turn on the detractors if you play.
I don't get it, because if thousands of people were calling me a lying scumbag on the internet, and I could 100% prove them wrong, especially with somebody that's going to give you a polygraph, sign NDAs.
I want to interrupt right here because he's got a good point, but I want to add something there. We saw this unfold when he was watching the Medicare thing, because essentially the same thing, not really the same thing, but from DSP's perspective, the same thing happened with Mr. Medicare. Detractors and toxic negative shitheads were coming out of the woodwork to say that Mr. Medicare was faking cancer. It was all an op. It was all meant to get sympathy bucks. So from DSP's perspective, that's the exact same event, right? Not to the rest of us. We all understand the difference. But people on the internet are saying mean things about me to hurt my reputation. Well, DSP, Mr. Medicare had his core fan base, and his core fan base probably didn't give two shits what anybody was saying about him, right? Except what did Mr. Medicare do? He provided the evidence, and a lot of that evidence was pretty invasive. It was invasive to show his medical history. It was disrespectful to his privacy that would be necessary to do. But he did it because it was that important to him that these guys get exposed as liars and that his credibility stays. Is it wrong that this had to happen? Yeah, absolutely. It was wrong that Mr. Medicare had to have his arm twisted in such a way that he gave out information about his medical history to prove his innocence. That is wrong. But he was willing to do it to show that he was right. And DSP watched that. He watched that video and that event unfold and took nothing from it. He doesn't get that you should do it as a matter of principle. And I think maybe he does, and the reason is because he knows he can't.
Give you a legal, I would jump at the chance to ram it down those detractors' throats. See, I'm not a lying scumbag, and I'm giving you the opportunity.
Kit Kat, that's exactly right.
No, they're not admissible in court, but they're a great investigative tool.
So we know
everybody agrees that.
So even if I were to pass your polygraph, it wouldn't matter because they say it doesn't matter. It's bullshit.
We're going to get
but circumstantial evidence is admissible in court.
So you see what I'm saying?
Shit.
This is all bullshit. None of this.
There it is. It's all bullshit. Courts are bullshit.
It doesn't benefit
Abolish
me.
the court
It's a waste of
systems.
my time. And if I had known
I would
that
be
you were
found
this-
guilty,
the
so it's
purpose of this
crap.
interview was tonight, I wouldn't
We're
have done
trying to
it.
get to the truth. That's
Fighting
what we
Gold
were
is
trying-
good.
that was the pur-
Best
that was my
intro though
purpose,
is
you know?
Sono
Hey,
Chino
I was just here
Kyoku.
to give you some
Best one.
boost on your channel, basically, because that's how it was
The
explained to
shot
me,
field
that you
look
wanted
at
to
me.
have a good hot
That's
guest
what
for your
we're
first
listening to.
real person on this series.
Well, it was
I-
spicy.
I didn't know about all this.
I hope
Yeah, I
it's
think it
worked
was
out.
good.
You know what I mean? I hope it's worked out. For the record, nothing. I'm not actually.
Oh, I see what you're
saying.
saying. I misread that process.
No, I don't hold anything.
It's
I don't hold anything.
good to have discretion when it comes to
And quite
DSP
frankly, this guy was
baiting
actually quite
responses.
nice. So
You got to be like
I
that
actually
dude in
enjoyed that one. Like I
Boondocks.
said,
Wait
Well,
a
if you
minute.
enjoyed him, I got
I'm
7 more
mentally
surprise
stable.
guests with
I don't need
evidence,
to
but
be
you don't have
engaged with
time to
Phil
go
like
through
that.
it all.
No, because we agreed to 90 minutes, and I've already
Yeah,
got.
What are you
well,
doing?
maybe-
This is
yeah,
a
well, maybe
perfectly
you
good
could talk in
opportunity to
circles
get
and we could
yourself
have proven
felted.
evidence that you
There,
could
there was no
excused
talking in
away.
circles. You just threw stuff out and talked over me most of the show. So just for the record too, and I'm going to try to help you here. If you do want to have more guests
Oh
on your
God,
show,
shut up, Phil.
you shouldn't do what you just
The
did.
guy who
Like,
can't get
so
guests
look,
on his show
I'm
is
not
telling
saying you
people
have
how to get
glaze
guests on
the
his show.
guest, okay?
All
That's what
right.
Kino Casino says, right? You glaze the guest. You have to do that. But a lot of the times tonight, when I was just trying to respond, you kept going. You got very loud. Actually, it hurt my ears. I'm going to be honest.
I'm sorry,
Well,
Phil. Do I
in
need to
fairness,
donate money
Phil,
for that
you
too?
could talk circles for 20 minutes and burn it and run out the clock. And do you know how many? I could show you all the messages. I got at least 25 messages from people saying, "Don't let him talk in circles and run out the clock." So maybe that was on my mind. And if I interrupted you too much, then I apologize.
But that's
Okay.
true, though.
So
That's
to
the
end this, 'cause
strategy.
you notice I didn't run. I wanted to end it clearly and concisely. Absolutely.
You did
nothing
run, though,
that any
DSP.
of
You
tonight
ran to get
has
some
helped me is in
evidence.
my
It was
interest
weird how that
because it
happened.
doesn't help me in any way whatsoever. It really doesn't. Even if I concretely proved everything wrong, the detractors would move the goalpost. It would be the next thing. And here's why, because this is how I want to end it.
Okay, let's
The
hear it,
reason this
Phil.
will never end is because it has become incredibly profitable to make negative content about Dark Side Phil. It's that simple. If these people were making money doing it, most of them would not do it. I don't know if he monetizes his channel.
I do,
All right.
I do, and I said it in chat. You pass a polygraph, I'll delete my channel.
Hell yeah!
I don't-
That's
there
what I'm
you
talking
go.
about, man.
I don't care if you delete your
Up the
channel.
ante.
More power
You
to
know what,
because it
bro
is
side Phil?
unfair.
If the
Some of
polygraph
things
gets
as
passed,
long
he's
as
gonna
you don't
start
come after
taking
my
out the
family,
detractors.
You're not exposing private shit that has nothing to do with the content.
I don't know.
I don't care. What you
Whoa,
do.
hey,
You understand?
here, I have a viewer who's offering $5,000 if you pass both polygraphs, and they'll sign a contract.
Can I get $5,000 per polygraph?
Pass both polygraphs? Come on. That's
10
bullshit.
10 grand,
That's
DSP,
complete
free
bullshit.
10 grand. You know you're
pass
telling the
both
truth. It's all
polygraphs?
good.
No. If there was going to be incentive, it would be you just take the polygraph. So that way,
Lucia, you want to talk
I
after
win no
this?
matter what,
Yeah,
or else there's no
I'll bring you in
point.
after.
So you
this.
want us to pay you $5,000 to lie to us in the polygraph?
Hell yeah.
situation?
I want actual benefit for me to do this work because that's exactly what it is.
It'll take 20 minutes. We'll ask you 10 questions. It
I'm
takes 20
already-
minutes.
I'm
You
already
can prove
successful.
your innocence to the world for 20 minutes.
There's no proving of innocence because the polygraph is not admissible evidence, so it doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. It doesn't matter. It will be worthless. It'll be a waste of time. It'll be content for you.
But it'll be a
content for
waste of
them,
time, but you
no
get
benefit
10
for you.
grand, dude.
I've rationally
I'd
explained
waste
it.
time
Okay,
for 10
so,
grand. How much time do you need me to
these
waste?
People are making money. It doesn't
Oh,
matter
man.
what happens. They're going to keep doing it. It doesn't matter what I disprove or not. It's a waste of my time. So it's this simple. I'm not interested in any of it. I
All right.
appreciate.
And you're not
the time,
interested
the
in giving me
conversation.
any of the documents that would prove you've been telling the truth about all this bank leak stuff?
I'm not giving
You
you
won't
the
provide the
documents of
documents.
anything.
You won't do the polygraph.
None of this matters.
But look, I said I was innocent. What more do you need?
It's all frivolous nonsense. We're right back to square one where nothing has changed. I'm going to go on
I'm still
tomorrow,
the greatest.
like, man,
You
kinda
all are
sucked. I
mentally
thought I was
ill.
gonna have
Status
a
quo.
better appearance with Steve where we were going to get to more interesting
Oh, I
stuff.
think you had a great
but-
appearance. It just
Yeah, it
didn't
was.
paint you
It was
in a good
fun,
light.
DSP.
So you might
Steve,
not
no
consider it a
appearances
great
paint me in a good light. What are you talking about?
It's because you're there.
Because people talk over, they don't want to hear, and then they move to the next thing anyway. It doesn't matter. None of this
Oh shit,
matters.
Duty's
It's
offering
all
another
nonsense.
5K.
I
It
mean,
really is.
I don't think I moved on to the next thing. I think I let you talk, and I think we had a good dialogue back and forth. It's just there were some questions you couldn't answer. I let them go,
So,
but
how
I
about
don't
this?
think I disrespected you.
How about this? Okay, tonight, this appearance.
Look,
because
DSP, you
here's
want
the
to
thing
play
that
Street
pissed me off
Fighter?
about side scrollers? Okay, I spent 5 fucking hours with those guys. By the end of that appearance, nothing came of it at all. It was a nothing burger for them. They milked and monetized my detractors after the fact.
I
which
did
is
get a
ridiculous.
t-shirt
What
from
grift
that.
They had, right? It was ridiculous. From tonight, can we at least say, can we move on from the bank leaks? Because you
No,
guys
because it
agreed
never
they're
got
real,
addressed.
right?
It never
No
got
matter what,
answered.
you're going to never have your opinions changed about the bank leaks, correct? So there you have it. So
Can you guys please move
who
on from
cares?
these
It's over
charges
with.
I refuse to
The
Well,
answer?
bank
I don't
leaks,
think
yeah.
people are ever going to move on from it because you won't prove that they're fake, and you could easily prove they're fake.
No,
you
I
could
can't.
you could get
I
yes
cannot.
you can. You could
There's
get
nothing I
your
can
real
do.
bank statements from that period and show them to me, and they won't
Okay.
match.
Okay.
Therefore, you can prove they're fake
Are you ready?
100%, but you're
I'm
refusing to.
Are you guys
Are you
ready for the
ready?
real
Are you
truth?
ready for
I'm
this?
not Dark
I
Side
can't give
Phil.
you any statements because the account was closed.
Oh.
And I don't have any access to it.
You can
anymore
still
'cause it's
get that,
gone.
man.
It's federal law. You
understand?
could still
Yeah,
get the
that's
statements.
not even remotely
Can
true.
I?
Contact the bank.
That's
Yeah,
not even
contact the
remotely
bank.
Yeah.
true. Because I've had to do that. Not
You
recently.
can
a couple years
contact the
back.
bank. You can contact the accounts. You're entitled by law to see transactional information.
You're also
it
saying
protects you.
Yeah.
It protects you.
You're also saying there's federal law that they were supposed to file a police report and they did not. And I'm telling you that.
So you got them on 2 federal laws, man. Sue the shit out of them.
If you can't find it, they never.
You got
filed a
money.
police
You just
report.
passed the polygraph test. Sue them.
I'm not involved in that. You know,
Wait,
I went through a lot of shit.
I
because
saw
of it.
that.
really
I saw
did.
that. Rewind.
It was closed. They did.
Let's see.
Law that they were supposed to file a police report and they did not. And I'm telling you, that's truthful. My account was closed.
DSP, I see it. DSP sounds like.
Here's the thing that pissed me off about side came of it at all. Ridiculous.
This is really important to me for no reason.
That apparently, if you can't find it, they never filed the police
DSP sounds like Double D from Ed, Ed, and Eddie. I guess kind of. I saw Ed, Ed, and Eddie come up.
report. What can I say? I'm not involved in that. You know, I went through a lot of shit because of that. I really did.
Phil, you could get the documents from the 18 months that the bank leaks covered.
Exactly. Only
and
nice
obviously,
Kit Kat.
if
Make
they're
some
not
bank off this
accurate, they
lawsuit,
won't
man.
match. And I will tell the whole world I was wrong.
Dude, I'll
The
admit
bank
I'm
leaks
wrong.
are
I'm
fake.
wrong about most things.
Yeah. And I'll sign an NDA that I will never release private information. All I'm going to do is match them up. And if they don't match, I will report on that. If they do match, I will say Phil's a liar. He's been lying for years. The bank leaks are real.
And
It's just overwhelming. 5 hour. Do you think somebody faked a 5 hour bank teller call?
Yes.
Dude, hold on a second. Someone impersonated and catfished us for 2 years to become a moderator of mine, created an entire alternate personality, had hundreds of hours of conversations with my community just to try to get me banned from Twitch, and that's documented.
brother, you're talking about hacking a phone company to create a transactional teller. To create a transactional teller that reads out stuff that happens to match
development
things.
kit. You need a $10,000 software.
DSP keeps saying I gotta go, and then he gets roped back in.
This is completely different. I think.
Broside, did you actually call in and hear this message yourself?
I can hold on. That's their teller.
Hold on. I listened to the recording. If that's what I listened to.
No, hold on. Okay, and the recording from where? Was it on Kiwi Farms?
It was.
So you're telling me
debunked. Broside feel defeated.
Have evidence that it's real, is what you're
I
saying.
had.
Here we go again.
Hold on.
Going anywhere.
Hold on.
I'm making.
No.
There's
Let him have his point.
Have him
I
have a
can tell
stupid
you
ass point.
that based on what was listed off, so on and so forth. I'd give a 75% chance that would be accepted to a courtroom standard. Okay, I can't say 100%, but I'll give you a 75% chance.
Dude, it would be
that
definitely
those
allowed
logs
in.
would be accepted, even
It
if
lines up too well, man.
/
I
federal
said it a million
crime,
times. People
whatever.
have been convicted
Those
for
would be
far
accepted
less.
to a courtroom standard. Now, based
DSP
on
needs to
what
watch more
your
crime
streams
dramas.
say,
Weirdly
the 8
enough.
haircuts. That
I
was
don't
what I
normally
did.
recommend DSP watch
I
TV,
would
but
say
he should.
that to a courtroom standard, that is beyond a reasonable doubt. And what's great is in civil suit, it doesn't even need reasonable doubt. It needs greater than 51%. You would be taken.
Oh, he brought up his emblem
because
now.
it's
Hell yeah.
beyond 51%. You want to go beyond reasonable doubt, it's like 75 to 90%. But you want to talk about civil suit, that you're done.
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
done.
Let's gross.
So you don't have evidence that it's real.
There you go. That's all he
Define
heard.
evidence.
Oh my lord.
We have
You didn't
evidence.
actually call in and hear it.
Oh my goodness gracious, man.
Okay. Well, I didn't.
You,
actually
a former
see the
police
guy
officer,
put his
didn't commit a
thumbprint on the
federal
doorknob,
crime.
Yet the thumbprint is on the doorknob.
Okay, that's all I got to say because there's nothing else to say. Everyone who is talking about this always regurgitates the exact same information.
And that's DSP is kind of on point here with saying that regurgitates the same information. This is why this will never die, DSP. This is why you're going to hear about the bank leaks until you die. Is because you have never given an answer. You will never give an answer. And honestly, DSP, I kind of understand your perspective. You can't give an answer. There's no way you can come out of this ahead. So your only option is to try and muddy the waters. It's your only option to sound stupid and act like you're stupid. You don't even really have to act. This is your strategy, DSP, because that's all you've got left. And that's why you'll hear this forever, is because this strategy cannot work.
No one ever has anything new to add. This is the same stuff I've
Well,
already
no,
heard a million
tonight we
times.
showed you all the correlations between your haircuts,
Your Honor, shut up, because you
and
weren't even
all
there.
that stuff.
Steve, this is old news.
The judge scratches his chin. You know, he's
I've never
right.
seen anybody confront you with them, and you made excuses for all those 8 haircuts that somebody magically knew about. Come on, Phil.
They talked about it.
You know those bank leaks are dangerous to your grift. You had to deny they were real.
They have
Because
talked
people would know
about it.
you're spending thousands of dollars on a goddamn children's wrestling game.
People already
They'd
know
stop
that I'm doing that.
donating.
People
They'd
have
stop
already,
donating.
I've already said I.
Oh, by the way, you could just show me your WWE account, right? You said you sold it. I checked all the broker sites. Nobody sold that account on any of the broker sites. Then you changed your story. You changed your story and said you sold it privately. Put me in touch with the person you sold it to. Give me his email address. I'll verify with it, and I'll report back to my audience that you weren't being a lying scumbag about the WWE game. For all this time.
By the way, that was an insult. That was the first time I think you actually insulted me tonight, too.
Oh, they've been insulting you the entire stream, DSP. You just haven't been perceptive enough.
But yeah, again, everything that you guys have brought up is all shit that's already been talked about. You've presented absolutely nothing new.
I ain't never heard anybody talk about the haircuts before.
Well, I've never heard anybody talk about it to you.
They talked about it in my chat all the time. When that was
I don't see that happening, DSP. What chat are you looking at?
About it. Super chats about
Shit,
DSP
I didn't
has a
even see it
phantom
on
chat.
Someone did the research before me. Now I'm kind of pissed.
I'm sure of it because they've talked to me about it. I've seen people.
I've correlated.
All right,
I've
we're done.
correlated
We're
a
just
lot
gonna
of
keep
restaurant
spiraling like
visits
this.
to you announcing you're going out to eat tonight. Do you want me to make a separate video of that?
You can make
And that's
videos.
all a coincidence?
You can make videos on whatever you want, and that's what I mean, Steve. That's what.
Oh,
the
there you
point
go.
is 'cause
I've
you
got
want
permission.
content, right? You want to make content. That's all.
Christian
it is.
C, I used to live near Phil, and those leaks were highly specific to the area. There is no way somebody faked the nuances
Mods,
and
ban
details
Christian C.
of those calls.
Ban Chris Chan.
Except that I'm a public persona who talks about all this stuff all the time, and literally everything that's in those leaks correlates.
Dude.
I've said.
No, I've got the ultimate meta theory. I've got it. I know who is actually behind this frame-up job. Here's the wild thing. He's right. DSP's correct. It was all a big-ass psyop. And you know who was behind it all? The Cannon brothers. They did it because not only did they do that, but they also engineered the netcode to hurt Phil's business. They're behind it all.
Publicly.
I have actually
They had the ability to engineer
I've heard this
the
defense
AI thing.
before. I've heard this
I
one.
got you, Phil.
I'm
You're
literally
innocent.
patting the guy down.
You
I
did
pull out the
nothing
meth
wrong.
pipe, I show it to him, and he goes, "Those aren't my pants."
Okay.
I've heard this defense.
It doesn't matter what you've heard from a meth head
Well,
at all. Anyway, now I really got to get out of here. As you can see, I've been.
I gotta go do some math.
So again, I'm not gonna have any ill will, but you guys are barking up the wrong tree. You came after the wrong guy. You thought.
Yeah,
were
you
gonna
came
get
after the
content
guilty
out of me.
guy.
You're
What's
not gonna
wrong
get
with
any
you?
Content out of me besides this interview, of course. Every day.
Well, I got tonight, and I got 2 goals. Praise the cash, bitches.
And that's what it's all about, right? It's just about making
Exactly,
cash
and
as
be
long as
loser.
you make it, right? It doesn't really matter.
No, because you see, Phil, unlike what you do,
You guys
I
can
have a
see
public
why I'm so
benefit.
good at that
We're
Shadows
a
of
public
Gout
benefit
game.
here. We benefit the
What-
public.
What is the public benefit of what we just did tonight?
Well, there's lots of public benefit.
The public is
Maybe,
warned against your
somebody will be
maliciousness. There's
better
that.
informed before they send you money
Mhm.
about whether you really need it or not. You're living in a $300,000 gated community house. You're spending all this
What-
money allegedly on
when-
DoorDash and video games.
The one ways
and all
he's
this
got to
stuff.
do
You're
myth
talking
and
about bank
Saturn
leaks
stick.
from what 4 or 5 years ago. Everyone knows that since I was on the casino
All right.
games are better.
So
Look at
show
my-
us
look at
your
my
bank
setup.
statements. Then show me your bank statements from the last 3 months, and we'll see. if
Yes,
you're not spending the
Mississippi.
same
I mean,
money
there's
on DoorDash.
no, there's trade-offs
on
and
Look at
things.
my
gin,
setup. Look at all
on-
the stuff that I've improved. No one who
Yeah,
comes to my
that's in the
streams-
last 2 months, dude.
Steve,
That's not.
No
that's
one
not,
who comes to my streams in 2025 thinks I'm destitute. What are you talking about?
You kind of
You-
give the
Why do you
impression
pretend
that you are.
to get the donos, dude?
I
Dude,
don't
it sounds
think I'm
like life and
destitute at
death the
all.
way
I
you
don't say
bag
I'm
DSP.
poor. What are you
February
talking about?
11th, you just
You
said you
bag
needed
like your
money for
entire
groceries and
family has
bills.
cancer
I didn't
and
say I
you
need money
can't
for
work.
groceries and
That's
bills.
some
On February
intense
11th,
begging
we
you
have
do,
the
man.
clip, dude. You got to play it for you.
That's right.
You said you weren't doing that anymore.
You were absolutely ridiculous. I don't do that. Is insane. What you're saying.
This was a
does not
good ass
happen.
interview,
You-
though it is
you are
definitely
crazy to
Empire
say that.
versus Return
I
of the
don't sit here
Jedi.
on the stream saying that stuff anymore.
All right, we'll
You're
go through the
talking about
pig go.
You're talking about years and years ago.
No,
is what you're
February
talking
11th.
about. This is ridiculous. No one comes to my streams and says, oh my God, there's a destitute man.
Yeah, because they get banned if they say that.
The reason people contribute to me now is because they like the content. They're having a good time. They like the fact that we have incentivized positive goals that they get as rewards when we get certain levels of support.
Pendle, you're right.
I just did a marathon where we played a whole bunch of games the viewers voted on, and then we played them, and one of them's become a full playthrough. People are loving it, or else they wouldn't contribute.
Just not Stellar Blade.
Yeah, not Stellar
Blade.
All right, mods banned Broside.
We did it during Christmas, and no one liked it. That's
Define no one, because there's
I
a
didn't.
ton of people that I saw was like, this is actually a lot better than you think it is if you would just.
Well, all those people got banned, so
that's a you thing. Whatever.
You didn't think a lot of people crapped on? Everyone hated it. Everyone crapped on me and said,
everyone in chat, unanimous.
We don't want to see him play a game he's not going to enjoy.
Broside, you were there saying it was bad in chat. You should just super
from the whole sexuality thing, I'm not even going to lie. I don't have a dog in this fight, but
I think DSP needs to gaslight more.
Stellar Blade's actually really good.
I'm glad you like it. I personally,
Broside, you were in the chat. You were saying it looked like shit.
Like
I remember.
It's fun as hell because that's like Resident Evil Plus kind of hack and slash.
And Steven, I think you were there too.
So, but anyway, I don't know what the hell we're talking about games for now.
You wanted to talk about games at the beginning,
guys,
man.
It's been a blast. All
right.
It's
been a blast.
You don't want to see the Keem beef stuff? We still have the Keem.
No, we're done.
If we want to have a future conversation with for example, Broside, and it's civil. All right, and it's not us attacking.
Yeah, why don't you come on? Why don't you come on again next week, Phil?
Why do you scam his audience at the Krabby Patty meal? Exactly, just scamming.
Come
The amount of scams
we'll
DSP has is pretty
you
shocking.
can deny and run in circles from. We'll find more.
Because, like I said,
I'll make a video of 25 more correlations between your public statements saying I'm going out to eat, I'm going to Petco, and the bank leaks, and then you can deny that there's a real some more.
Again, if the bank leaks are real. None of it matters.
There you go.
Doesn't matter to
there you
anyone.
go. Honestly, just
What
end the
people
stream
who
there, man.
obsess on
That's
it. So
it.
they can make
Nothing matters to Darkside Phil except for everything.
My fans don't care. The viewers, contributors of my content don't care.
My stupid ass pay pigs don't give a shit. What does this matter?
If they didn't care, you wouldn't need to ban 1,200 people in 5-week period.
I didn't ban 1,200 people. I banned probably 1,000 bots who came in as the same people.
Yeah, they're
who
not
harassed
even
me. They come
people
in-
to me.
I was looking up the names, and then we got on another tangent. Like for example, Lucky Jeans employee fat, reference to my wife being fat.
Yeah, but that's just a factual
Yeah,
observation.
I don't blame you for that one.
Yeah,
and they're all like that. I'm not even
insult your
kidding.
wife. Yeah, sure, permit.
They're all like that. So why do you think they're getting banned? Those
1,200 people insulted your wife in a 5-week period.
Maybe that might actually be true.
Listen, it's not just insults. You don't take anybody who's critical of you.
Oh my God!
Somebody makes fun of you because you get fragged and you rage quit, and then they get permabanned. They can't even express their opinion.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, Nugs Medallion. I'm enjoying that DSP has turned into a Midwesterner. He said goodbye 12 times so far. He's at the doorstep. He's in the driveway. He's at the car.
So why do you think I'm banning people?
All right, well, that one, sure.
You say that one. Do you want to see?
You just showed me 2. You 12 hours. You got 1,200 more that you can show.
Yeah, you're gonna have to count for all these, buddy.
Over free speech,
and again,
because you live in an echo chamber. You got to live in an echo chamber.
You've made my point. That
yeah,
it
you
doesn't
made my
matter what I say
point.
and do. That it's not good enough for people who want to grift off of making fun of me or crapping on me. So I don't care.
There you
Phil,
go.
Steve, no disrespect to either of you. I do have to bounce though.
All right,
Much respect.
Thank you
to
for your
Steve.
help.
Phil,
Mix
you didn't.
Coyote said he banned me for asking him to bring back DSP Tribe.
Yeah, that was one of the dudes who was asking
Phil,
for it.
you
asking him to bring
didn't.
back something he liked.
Yeah,
You didn't run from me talking to you. You get
Have
a
I
notch
ever?
up.
Have I ever,
I don't.
man?
You've banned both my accounts.
Yeah,
that
you
tried to
banned
dog
me,
you
Phil.
two.
I'm kinda
You
pissed
didn't
about
run
that.
from me this time. I'll give you a notch up. It's
Well,
not
we
a
didn't
big
give
notch.
him a
Times I
choice.
got
Give you a
banned for
notch
shitting
up,
on
man.
your wife or shitting
But
on you. Okay, that
Steve,
makes
thank
sense.
you for having me on. I do have to bounce out. Thank you so
All right,
much.
I
appreciate
wanted
your
to
help,
ask
thank
about
you.
your gout and you
All
banned
right,
me.
Darkside
All right.
Phil, you
Let's
survived the interrogation. You want to come on next week? We'll come up with more evidence that you could deny.
I will no, because
Hell yeah,
you know
Steven.
what it's going to be now. I mean,
I
don't
do
know why
like
you
Steven's
thought it
not
was
even
gonna be
trying to be
different
polite with this dude anymore.
Quite frankly,
Yeah, everybody told me you were just going to lie again.
It's
But,
the same. It's the same circle over and over. I give my answers. The same questions are asked. Nothing ever changes. For the record, you didn't know this. Everything you presented tonight has already been presented, and I've already answered it. Really, I'm not even kidding. There wasn't a single.
No,
new piece.
nobody's ever asked you publicly
I've-
on a live stream about all the correlations.
Oh
with
yes,
the
they
live...
have. I've heard the curls and twirls. Thing.
No, there's
I've
a couple
seen,
of maybe
I've seen that spreadsheet.
Side
It's all
scrollers
been
guys.
done. It's all
Yeah.
been done.
Well,
dude,
maybe Phil, you can understand though, like if you look at the spreadsheets, you can understand why people are so upset because you're constantly begging for money, and the spreadsheet
Again,
shows there's more money spent on a children's wrestling game than your mortgage. If these are true, you are a scumbag, bro. I'm sorry.
Here's what I will say. All right, because we could end it on a high note.
Oh yeah,
Here's
this
what I
is
will
definitely a
say.
high note.
You can love me and hate me,
I hate
whatever
you.
it is, and I get it.
I'm not a big
You know,
fan.
I do. I mean, I just did a 12-hour react to my documentary that talked all about this messed up stuff. Okay. Today, I have aspired to change, and I have.
Not
Take a look at
really.
the stuff that I'm doing, because I know you
I
think
don't know
I'm
how you
asking
got
for
yourself
mortgage payments.
convinced of
I'm not.
that.
This hasn't happened. Okay, it's not happening. Today, I'm
I
trying to be a better
refuse to admit
person,
I did
and
something
I feel
wrong.
Like I have
Just leave it at
improved
that.
a lot in the last couple of years. I say 2-3 years. I've actually improved a lot as a person and my content.
Since April, when you spent $4,000 on a children's wrestling game, April 2020, you've improved.
Oh, of course I have leaps and bounds. I have. As a
What?
person
That's not
and as
true,
a creator
DSP.
and as
I
a
feel like I
person
should
who's
count that
more,
as a clone.
financially responsible.
DSP, you haven't
I have
improved at
absolutely
all.
improved. I don't sit on my
Okay,
my
from
streams acting
finances,
like I'm
maybe.
destitute. This doesn't happen. What it is you're coming out of context. You're coming in. I'm trying to like kind of replicate the positive motivation that Kino Casino has done. Let's have a
Do what now, Phil?
I'm trying to like kind of replicate the positive motivation that Kino Casino has done. Let's have a positive goal. Be a jokester about it. Say, oh, come on. You know, you didn't give this. You didn't give enough here. Didn't you want to see the Arby's?
Well, yeah,
We didn't
I
get the
got a
Arby's.
positive goal, and
That's
is,
too lame,
to be
man.
honest,
It's too lame to
I
comment
have-
on. Moving
I
on.
have done my homework. People didn't think I was going to do
Yes,
my
Trevin.
homework, and
A person who has
so
changed.
For my goal, I'm going to drink some beers and
should.
make the audience watch me while I read all these super chats.
You should.
Which could take quite a long time.
Now,
But
if that
the
was
grand total here is what interests me.
Stuttering
And this
Craig
may
saying that,
give
it'd
you
be
some clues
toxified.
to why people are so upset. If the bank leaks are real, then you spent $44,000 on a children's wrestling game, but only $33,000 on your mortgage for that 18-month period.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, what of it? I refuse to apologize.
It's a
Sorry
lot
for
of money
fucking
to
what?
spend on a children's game.
And
if,
again,
if you really are doing that, there's help.
I love
I
it,
can get you
Demon
some help. I
Snippy.
can get you in a
I think that
You don't need
Steve
to
could
help
be
me
here
because
all
it's
night doing this.
2025, bro. Even if it were true, things are so different now. I'm telling you.
All right, well,
things are so much better.
You
They are.
You did promise your wife that you weren't going to play those games anymore. Did you break your promise to her?
I never promised my wife I was never going to play those games.
Man, we were all
promised her that
there.
you
We
weren't
saw
gonna spend
it.
so much money on
What
mobile
are you
games.
saying?
I have the quote.
You're probably
somewhere.
talking about many, many years ago, right? Yeah. of
Yeah,
course.
many,
Here
many.
we go.
Dude, that doesn't count if it's many years
Again,
ago.
What do you do? You're doing it again, dude.
Dude, there's statutes of
I've already-
limitations.
none of this
Anything that
matters to
happened
my
20
audience.
seconds ago
Well,
or
you're
longer,
here. It doesn't matter, but you're
you
here.
can't criticize me for it.
So
What do you mean? But
Okay.
I'm here. I'm here because you invited me, and I didn't know this is what it was going to be. I already told you. If I knew it was going to be you trying to talk about bank leaks for 3 hours, I would have been like, I'm
What's in your plan?
wasting my
well,
time.
I think it wasn't a waste of time. I think that now we know that you'll never own up to any. You ever notice something? Like a true narcissist, nothing is ever your fault. You notice that?
Oh,
like
that's
you get into
completely
financial
false. Are
trouble.
you
It's your
kidding me?
aunt's
No.
problem for
So much stuff
for
is my fault.
dying.
Did I
the,
not?
The,
Did I not?
detractors ruined your Twitch
What are you talking
contract.
about? Did I not?
The
It wasn't
dossier
you.
of
I have
hate.
clips of you saying the N word on Twitch. You're blaming detractors for mass.
It's true.
reporting
I
you
made
for
him do
losing your
that.
Twitch.
I never said that. I never said the
membership
N word
or
on
whatever.
Twitch. That's ridiculous too. I never.
Well, it was kind of. You did. It was kind of like a.
No, it wasn't. I never
you
said
like.
it. Never
You
happened.
kind of did. A stationary N.
Yeah,
said the word
DSP, you said
stationary
it,
and
but it
then
was
N.
clearly an
And
accident.
wasn't.
Just
People
say
in
it
the
was an
live chat
accident.
called it out, and you pretended you didn't say it. You know.
And
So-
then what happened? Twitch contacted me, suspended the stream saying I said it. I sent them the clip again. I said I never said it, and they unbanned me right away.
Yeah, see, debunked, idiot.
You know,
it sounded to me like you said it, but I don't know.
But again,
you're always blaming everybody else.
I didn't think it was going to lead to that, Little Shadow. I'm sorry.
Again, do you understand? You
Look,
actually.
I've offered you the road to redemption. You can fix this all right now.
There is no road to redemption.
Give me the records I asked for. Take the polygraph.
Oh, look at that. Steve is giving some counter T-poses.
You wouldn't take the polygraph because you've been lying for years.
It's like two gorillas asserting dominance.
You won't show the records and the receipts because you've been lying for years.
Steve.
You're going to say you've been lying for years, Phil.
Steve,
and you could fix this right now. You could make it all go away. Just take the polygraph. Give me the records. I've got NDAs standing by. You could talk to the lawyer that I had write up the NDAs. You could put new, clauses in there.
He almost was on your side there for a second, Steve. You should have T-posed harder.
Everybody's been wrong this whole time, and that you haven't lied for years.
With all
you can prove it 100%
respect,
easily.
With all due respect, if I gave you absolutely everything you want, no one would care. My detractors would still have a field day.
Yeah, right, Kevin?
Content. It doesn't help me at all.
I just know if thousands of people were calling me a liar constantly and I could clear it up in 20 minutes, I'd do it. 20 minutes to take the polygraph. 10 minutes to go get the bank records I asked for.
The polygraph
10 minutes to go get 10 minutes to go
Oh
get the
my
proof
God.
that you spent $1,500 on legal fees that
The
I don't think you
polygraph
spent.
proves
It's
nothing.
so simple.
The bank records, I'll be told, were fake. Every single thing. I've been through this already. Again, you're just new to you. You're new to the game.
All right, man. And you know what's weird is you got up and got that
looking
evidence lickety-split when you wanted to.
You're new to the game. You haven't been through the dance.
Look at it. That shows the level of confidence he has with it. He knows he can't succeed here. But when Broside Phil was saying that it was a man detective, and then DSP said it was a woman, he was up on his feet in a second to go get that documentation, to go look at the case number. It was not. I'm kind of confused that Steven didn't even notice this, because it's an interesting perspective on how quickly DSP will actually try and assert his innocence when he knows that he can, or at least thinks that he can. When he knows that he can't, that's when he does these circles into nothing.
Have been through this dance for.
Well, I've been through all the evidence, and in my opinion, all your detractors are right. Those bank leaks are real. You've been lying about it for years because you don't want your audience to know that when you beg for money, you're going to spend thousands of dollars on a mobile game. By the way, you could open that up and prove that you're not spending thousands on a mobile game every month.
So that's fine. Okay. So now what we've established is you don't like me because you think that I'm a scumbag. You already said.
No, I didn't say that. I want to find you a road to redemption.
You said that though. You outright said that.
I'll give you some props. You're a goddamn survivor. I've seen you go through shit that would have killed lesser grifters easily. I have seen you go through some shit.
Well said, Steven. That almost was a compliment, right, Phil? You thought it was going to be something nice.
To prove. Give us the bank records that there was identity theft around that time. I don't think there was. I don't think there was. It was all a cover story.
So Steve, here's the thing. You're seeking the truth. All right. The truth is this. I think everyone actually gives me more credit than I deserve. Because you think that I'm some kind of a mastermind.
I think you're super stupid.
No,
you're just lucky and stupid.
And the bank leaks prove it. Because there's no way somebody faked all that shit, Phil. There's no fucking way that they faked all that shit. There's too many dots to connect.
Mentally untouchable.
And I'm an outsider looking in. I don't have a horse in this race. I'm not on the detractor side. I'm not on your side. I'm not really on Keenum's side.
True.
And by the way, I told them I gotta investigate this and look into it honestly and report what I find.
That's
Rog cow. Well, I've heard people call LTG a lol rog.
You made money tonight. You know you're going to make more content on this. That's just the game.
I haven't decided that.
Decide this, Phil.
Quite honestly, Phil, sometimes I do the full court press like I just did on you tonight, and then I decide this grifter is not worth my time because I'd like to go for higher level people, or I don't want to punch down. And I feel like I do have some sympathy for you because every day when you wake up, you have to stream and lie to people to eat. And that's a sad state of existence.
It is.
I wish my worst enemy.
I'm not lying to anyone when I stream. What are you talking about?
I think you lie constantly to get people to feel sorry for you. I mean, that's my opinion. I'm entitled to it, right?
Are you kidding me? How am I making?
Dude,
people
we don't
feel
have
sorry
time for
me? I would
that, man.
prohibit
You
from
ask,
the
when did
clips
I
that you're
do this?
bringing
And
up
then
from
we
stuff
provide
from
the evidence. And then
5
you
years
say,
ago.
well, that was
That
like a
was
million years
full-
ago, dude.
I was
You're
in a
tying
That
your
was
own
2
noose
days
here. You
ago.
think I can't
It's
I'm a
find
different
more examples
man
of you
now.
begging for money in the past 5 years, Phil?
Dude,
You think I'm not
begging
going
for
to do
money.
that?
Hold on a second. Begging for money versus acting like I'm destitute are two completely different things. Saying,
Not
hey,
really.
support my content,
Not
hit the
really.
goal, versus
Not
I need
really.
money because I'm desperate. I'm not doing that anymore. I've changed for the better.
But it
I'm
doesn't
not
matter
doing
to
well
me.
aware
I still hear
that
begging.
in most streaming circles, the general etiquette is that you ask for support once or twice in a stream. You don't do it 100 times.
Steve, you do realize that most people in streaming circles don't have entire cult-like communities who don't bring on them every 5
it's just going in
seconds.
circles.
No, I get that,
doing
but
these
I
things
can't
that they're
find
doing, right?
anybody else that asks for money as much as you. And honestly, I
Really?
gotta respect that. I'm like, I thought everybody was exaggerating or embellishing until I found that site where you're like asking for money 88 times in 1 3-hour stream. Like, that's crazy. 88
Yep.
times? Come on, guys,
I'm
we gotta get some
sorry.
support. I gotta hit the goal tonight. I gotta go shopping tomorrow.
I'm
I need
sorry, but
DSP,
groceries.
which
My
northern or
cat
southern?
needs food.
Northern.
I
Like,
can't
come
take-
on, bro.
I can't take credit for
Closer
anything
to
recently. I'll
Poland.
be honest, I have been inspired by Kino Casino to do it in a positive way. So it's not this negative spin, this begging spin.
Yeah,
Instead, hey,
positive,
we
like
wanna
Kino
hit the goal. We want to
Casino.
get this DSP tries it. We want to do a marathon. You want to see me try it.
Yeah,
too.
and on
then
that,
people will
listen,
do it.
you know, look, this is just my 2 cents, and you can take it or leave it. But like, you're offering people incentives that most people think are stupid. Like, pay me money so I could eat fast food for you.
I'm
And
open
like,
to other
or
suggestions.
pay me
and we've
money
done
so.
other things.
But don't you do overtime? You got to stick to some rigid schedule. Why don't you do this? Why don't you say pick a great retro game that you love?
No,
and I,
no, because it's
who
going to have to
a
be
vast knowledge
moderated.
of
It
video
can't be
game
that one,
history,
can't be this
will
one. It has
just
to have
talk
save
about
states.
that game.
Steven, you sound like
and
an
its
idiot.
place in
You
video
haven't
game
done this for
history
16
an
years.
hour if we hit the goal tonight.
Do
And then
things
you're
for
giving
people.
them
You're crazy.
what they're coming there for the video game content. Isn't that better than like, I'm going to eat a snack or I'm going to show you my underwear or my socks?
No.
Yeah, I would be open
No,
to
that's
that.
shit
for sure.
hype, man.
But that's not what people have asked for. But I always say to people, what are your
It
suggestions?
is, Josh.
And I
It's
always
gross,
take
man.
feedback now. I used to be different. I'm much different now as a content creator. I'm open to taking constructive suggestions. I can even bring
Kind
that up
of, the
tomorrow
human
on my
centipede.
podcast and say,
And
"This is a
PPP
suggestion
did come to
Steve
the
had.
rescue.
Be interested in
Said that this guy went out of
dude,
line and all this
I'm
and
down
that.
for it. I really am. Like, the DSP Tries It thing was a series. I stopped doing it. People were asking me for it.
Yeah, and you
constantly.
banned that dude for
So I brought
asking
back
for it.
as rewards. The only people who don't like it are my detractors. It's
In
that simple.
December, he had 2 slow days. He claimed his HOA sent an email on Sunday night telling him he needs $20,000 to replace his pipes. Then he grifted for 3 days.
False.
Yep,
Completely
okay,
false.
there you go.
Taken out of
Are you sure?
context.
Debunked.
Yes.
Yep,
What
defeated.
happened was,
What's the context? Did
the
you
context-
say that you needed 20 grand and then
No,
and then beg?
that never happened.
That never happened. I don't even know who Duty is.
That said, FYI, the pipes are getting old in all these homes. You probably want to replace them, and they're going to cost $20,000. And all I did, because we were having a conversation about stuff,
This has been very fun. This is a damn good interview.
Hey guys, let's do a fundraiser. Send me money.
I'm
to
glad I
replace my
didn't
pipes.
watch
don't
the
need to replace
individual
my pipes.
clips of it.
And by the way, that 20 grand is only if you don't do proper maintenance and stuff. Then that's an emergency that the pipes burst. But you understand, Steve? You hear this is context. This is what you never hear. You got the super chat.
I
that
don't know.
says
I
something
just
out of
think it's
context.
cringe talking about. Did you know? Listen, in your defense, I'll say this. I one time had a detractor take something out of context, and that was this. 2 years ago, I was buying my son a PlayStation, and he doesn't listen to my show or whatever, so I could talk about it. I said, man, video games got so expensive. Like, the last console I bought was only like $200. That's how long ago it was. And like, wow, they got so expensive. And that turned into Steve is grifting for super chats to buy his son expensive toys. But here's the great part. My wife, the accountant, had already bought it, and I could show the receipt and say, fuck you. I wasn't grifting
What?
for super
You
chats.
showed evidence.
I just
You don't know how
casually
life works.
mentioned, PlayStation's, wow, video games got so expensive. All the games are like $50, $75. And
So
I
Yeah,
stopped playing
Steven
games
didn't
for
even
years
try and be
once I had
polite
kids
after a
'cause I
while.
just didn't have extra money.
You could see
So
it with
that's a
the
great
side
example.
scrollers. They
Now,
kept
I
trying
want you
to
imagine that literally
maintain
every other word out of
a
your mouth, that
positive
happens,
atmosphere
'cause
in
that's my
terms of
existence. Like, that's the thing.
welcoming,
There's
I
so
suppose.
much of it that happens.
Not
It's
to
just
say that
white
it wasn't
noise to me,
hostile,
so
but
I
it
just
wasn't
ignore it, and
overtly
I just move
hostile.
on with my
Steven,
merry way and don't give
you're a
shit.
grifter,
That's why I
asshole.
don't care about disproving anything. I don't care about the detractors. I care
Speaking
about
of
nothing.
rumors, I got a lot
All
of
right.
rumors about your cat. Ask him
All
why
right.
he spent hundreds of dollars on a
not-
flight stick, but would not spend money on his cat to have blood.
We're not
work.
going to talk
Yeah,
about
there we
that.
go.
All
All
right,
right,
Up,
so
time
you
to
want to
rage
take viewer
quit.
questions and clear some of this stuff up?
Nope.
You don't wanna do
Dude,
that?
I don't even have a cat. I
Dude,
don't know what
it's
you're talking
time
about.
I gotta
Oh,
get
well,
out
you
of
did
here.
5 hours with those
There's
other
no such thing
guys.
as
I just
blood
thought you
work. That's a
guys,
detractor
Well,
reference.
Steve, it's been wild. I see now what your angle was.
Yeah, burger
Yeah.
rewards take up a lot of your
Anything.
streams, and he still
Sadly-
asks for money during the reward streams.
Sadly, it wasn't.
We're
You
just
ask for
burning it to the
money
ground
during
now.
the reward streams. Oh, one more question.
There's no
wish it
sequel.
was-
Cut out the begging when you cut out the begging, dude. You cut out the begging on your streams
So I'm gonna
and re-upload them.
to everyone
You
who
cut
watched
out the
tonight.
begging. If you're not doing anything wrong, you wouldn't need to cut out the begging, bro.
Doesn't even know what he's talking about. So anyway,
You
to
cut out
everyone
the
watching
begging,
tonight,
you
Call him
take
a
the
slur,
stream
Phil.
down and you cut out a lot of the begging.
Tell
I
him
hope
that
you
you're shit with
enjoyed
a
it.
spoon.
I really do hope you enjoyed.
Come
it.
on,
Flip 'em
wow,
off.
what a grip.
I'm not.
Flip 'em off at the
biting
camera and say,
your-
"Fuck
your
you,
voice.
I
It's
mean
always
that."
the
Do
time.
it.
It was a good try. It
was a good try.
But you know,
You
I
tell
just,
viewers if they don't donate,
so
that
past
cat
it.
has to click.
So
I did do that.
I guess we moved on to the
Are we
reading
done
the super
now? Are we
chats.
good?
I guess if you don't want to,
Dude,
go
I'm
through the
already over
Keemstar stuff.
I
You don't
gotta
want to
get
go
outta
through the
here.
Keemstar stuff.
We agreed to 90 minutes, and I gave you more than double that. So I think that.
Don't
that
ever
at
bring
least
my
deserves
son
some
into this
respect,
again.
you know?
All right, yeah, well, yeah, people, everybody thought you would rage quit 10 minutes in, so yeah, I guess I give you some respect.
All right.
Right?
All right.
Read that one
Well,
too.
that's it.
Read
I
that
know
one
it's
too.
your
Come on,
show, but
read
I
them
gotta
all.
Get out of here.
All right, well, you have a good night, and I wish
Yeah,
you
it's
best of luck, and I do
unrecorded,
hope
not
you find that
necessarily
road to
cut.
redemption.
All right. And the thing
All right.
is, here's the thing. My final statement: I don't need redemption. I'm good where I am. People.
There you go.
are
So I don't
happy.
want to hear anything
Okay,
else in the
happy.
future about how
If
the
you-
internet
if you're
doesn't like
not,
me and it's
if you wanna
unfair.
Live in that world of drama and online stuff. More power to you.
Unrecorded
You wanna do
bitching
next
segment. Well,
Thursday
here's
at
an
10 p.m.?
unrecorded
We'll
banning
go
segment.
through more evidence.
I'm done hating on
Come on,
people
Phil.
for
Do
wanting
10.
to live-
Do another show. We'll
He
go
won't
through
even
more
let me,
evidence.
He won't even let me finish my
No, go
final
ahead.
statement. This
Go
guy.
ahead.
He still
Final
talks
statement.
over me. You can live in the world of internet drama as much as you want. You can enjoy it. Go for it. Normal people don't care.
Yeah, I've definitely
I
turned
don't
around
care.
on Steve.
We're all good.
'Cause
We're all good being
here's-
over here on our side. You can be
Oh, I'll
over
wait
there
till
on
after
their
he's
side.
done.
If ever we have collabs, maybe, who knows, right? But
We're finally at
I
the
don't
end, I
care
think.
about this stuff. I mean, more power to you. On to your next. Or if you make more content about me, I'm not going to be involved in it. I really don't give a shit. Okay?
Damn it, no more interviews.
All right. Yeah. Well, best.
Steve
best
is
of luck
streaming
to you.
DSP stuff tonight. Damn it, how does he keep toxifying everyone? He's making a detractor of the
Work on that
entire
10-year
internet,
plan
one
that you
person at a
promised your
time.
Parents and get
They're-
a job.
The redemption I don't need, the plan that failed because of COVID, and then I explained that. But again, you're coming
COVID's
out of
over,
context.
bro.
You're
COVID's
coming out of
over.
context of everything
You know,
else. There's
Honor thy
nothing
mother
else.
and father.
There's
That's a
nothing
big
else
deal.
to argue.
That sounds
about
like
here
some sort of
tonight.
detractor
They gave you the
reference.
money when you needed it, though, dude. They gave you the
All right.
money when you needed their help. You didn't keep your
Steve,
promise. That's all I'm
Steve,
saying.
You have a good night.
All right. Thanks.
Goodbye, stupid.
All right, friends. And he could just shut down his tab whenever he's ready and bounce out. That's fine. I don't. Yeah, he's gone. So, look, I did my best. I don't know.
Get
what
it.
to
I wanna
think
watch a little bit
about
of this.
whole situation. I kind of thought he was going to rage quit 10 minutes in, or whatever. And honestly, it went a lot like I expected. We got kind of him talking in circles, making excuses, and what it keeps coming back into my mind. If thousands or tens of thousands of people were calling you a lying scumbag on the internet for years, and you got an ally, and let's be clear, I'm not really his ally, but because of the relationship that he has with the Keno boys and the relationship I have with them, I would never betray the guy. I would never stab him in the back. And, there could be legal consequences. I got legal non-disclosure agreements written up that basically say I won't give out his personal information. I won't give out account numbers. All I will do is check the records of his bank at the time of the bank leaks, and then check them against the bank leaks and confirm.
I feel that it's from there on out pretty much the same stuff. But excellent work from Steve. And I was going to bring up earlier that I did not like the Steve dude when I first started seeing him on the different Keno stuff with DSP on there. And the reason why I don't like him is because it's a guilt by association. Keno Casino are loser scumbag shitlords. So you would think that people who would associate with them are going to be, if nothing else, okay with loser scumbag shitheads. And Steve's there, so I assume this guy sucks. But he did a great job here. He did not let DSP get off the little techniques that he likes to do. It's kind of like a fighting game, right? You got DSP in there, and he's got his little move set. He's got his setups. He has his patterns. And then when he gets bodied, well, suddenly the game sucks and he doesn't want to play anymore. But he did not let that game plan go through. He shut down all that stuff. On DSP's screen, you guys couldn't see it because you can't see from DSP's perspective, but the entire discussion, it was just punish counter the whole time on his screen. So, Bummer for him. Little Shadow, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Len?
How's it going?
Hey, I want to drop in because the first time I saw the interview, it was like very exciting, and now that I saw it second time, it's very frustrating.
Yeah, I can. Go ahead.
Go.
No, I have nothing to say. Continue.
That field can't be that big of a narcissist that he doesn't understand reality. But first, what's the thing that you learn from all this?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'll do whatever I want all the time. How about that?
Because it goes to a level that it's not normal. You know, you can be against the wall and say, you know what, fine, I'm done. I can't.
Yep.
But Phil didn't do that, and that's incredible.
It is wild. I guess I could admire on some level that DSP can show discretion when he wants to. We've seen this guy have loose lips about everything. This guy would be the worst person to run with when you are doing crimes. This guy is going to rat you out in a second. But and when it comes to this particular thing, he is tight-lipped about it, and I can almost respect that. Like, if I had some sort of criminal enterprise and I could just get some of that talking done, DSP would be a pretty good ally in that respect. You know, Burnell, Philo, did you guys do this racketeering? I don't know what you're talking about. What racketeering? You know, he's kind of got the Italian mafia angle going on, except it's done in such a stupid way.
It's very hard because it. I don't know. My head hurts a little now that I saw a second time this. Because he didn't show any receipts.
Nope.
Any.
He tried to. He tried to. He was going to break out that police report, and then he didn't have as much confidence anymore.
He even had the audacity to deny his wife's life.
Ah, man.
Because that's cat. That's cat. Like, man, why you do this to your significant other? You know,
don't care about her.
Even if you're not in the right. Even if, for example, this is a very Mexican thing, I think. But even if you know that the people is doing something wrong, it's your family and you need to vouch for them.
Yes. Definitely.
Like, that's simple.
I stick up for my wife. I stick up for my loved ones. I stick up for everyone. And so DSP just doesn't see it. He sees family in a different direction. He sees it as family is meant to protect you, which is true, but it's done that way by every single family member protecting the others first. It's a mutual system. DSP doesn't look at it that way.
And also, I mean, he has the audacity to go for the case record that he has at hand, but don't tell the name of the investigator.
Yes. He wants to exonerate himself just up until the point he has to do something. Then that's the end.
Yeah, the sad thing that comes from all this is that he has the cult very deep, and none of his dents is gonna take whatever it has at face value.
Nothing.
Because and that's the sad part.
I think that we've seen the perfection of the DSP cult, because that's what it started off as. Is his entire career has been more or less the manufacturing of his perfect cult. And he had a giant ass base to begin with. I'll give him that. He had a lot of viewers. There are some things that I can't necessarily deny when he says. I go back and watch some of his old stuff. For example, watch the DSP Winery. Some of his old stuff in the comments section, people like him. They think it's funny. They think he's chill. They think he's cool and interactive and all this and that. Well, none of those people are still following him. Everyone's been filtered out through the process through which he's made this cult. And now we've reached the final point where he can confess basically to openly scamming them. And they're not going to leave. Not going to leave.
He took the point where he has enough dents that he can achieve that 150 per week.
Yes.
Per day.
It's 300
exactly
a day,
what
sir.
he needs.
300 a day.
he achieved that. He's fine with that. They can do whatever they want at this point.
He doesn't give a shit about. He doesn't care about a legacy except when he wants to complain and advertise himself. I think that's the thing that, well, definitely me, but a lot of other people are missing about the DSP narrative is that he doesn't actually care about his reputation. He doesn't care about being this positive influence on the internet. He just uses it as ammo to beg. That's it. Because if you really cared about your reputation, if you really cared about being remembered positively by history, you would seek innocence.
Yeah, and the other thing that really triggers me is that he likes to play both sides. It's 100% truth or it's not truth.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's 100% a lie, so it's a truth.
Yep. Exactly.
And he did constantly, and I was very frustrated already. Very much.
Life isn't black and white, except when I say it is. Man. This was a good ass interview, though. That was definitely legendary.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah, that was cool. I need to watch him coping about it. I haven't watched that. I probably won't watch it tonight.
The thing I was gonna say. Sorry, I interrupted.
Yeah, go ahead.
He said in the next podcast, he said, so I can. How he said, I can stall for 20 minutes without saying anything, huh? And I was like, this motherfucker. Now that I see it for a second time. He was exactly saying that to mock Steve about that Phil can do something for 20 minutes without saying anything.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I got you, Cardinals.
Man.
Come on, man. Let me. I'm gonna hear from Cardinals, and then I'm probably gonna head out. So let me.
Yeah.
No, you're cool.
Well, no. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
That I was want to vent a little.
Okay, no problem, man. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for having me. See you all there. Bye-bye.
Goodbye, little shadow. All right, hop in here, Cardinals. I'm gonna wrap it up. What should I play? I've decided I'll do a gameplay stream. I'll just get high and drunk and play something. I know I said last time I'm gonna play PlayStation 2, but I don't have to follow my promises. DSP taught me that. What's up, Cardinals?
What's going on?
Let me turn you down. You are loud. Not much. How are
sorry.
you? No, you're cool. I had you turned up.
I'm chilling. No, I mean, like, overall, like, I thought the interview was, like, pretty good. Like, he tried to get him on stuff, but, like, when it got, like, in my opinion, like, when it got to, like, the Birdside Phil part is, like, when things started getting, like, really derailed. It was like, okay, now we're trying to hit you with this. Now you're trying to hit you with this. And then, they kind of gave him an out because it was like two people like hitting him with stuff at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just like he got really cornered and he kind of used that as a way to kind of get out.
Yeah.
And I think that was part of like why it wasn't necessarily the best, but like I understand the reason why Brewside Phil was brought in, and I think what Brewside Phil did contribute was like pretty good. It's just that like the honor integrity part, like Phil is not gonna care about that. And
No.
Brewside is already kind of known in the detractors as the Detractorverse as like someone who does the research and stuff. So like I felt like it was just kind of like a little bit of waste of breath to say like my honor and my integrity and stuff. Like although I do understand where he's coming from.
Definitely.
So like I do get that. You know, it's
it's
just that
worth saying, but it's worthless, if that makes any sense.
yeah.
It's
and
because DSP doesn't care.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing is like it unless you got everybody that is like tunes into Phil's show or like stream on a regular basis and watch that interview, it really kind of didn't matter because it was just an entertainment for the detractors, really.
Mhm.
Because he's right, unfortunately, like the people in his community aren't gonna care because they don't know any better.
No.
And you know, it was nice to watch him really try to wiggle his way out and to watch Steve go in it. And then even the aftermath of that with like the Kino guys was even funny because he still just doesn't understand that Kino is fucking with him this whole time. And they're in this like long con sort of situation here with him. And I don't know, man. I mean, it's like I was watching Tevin kind of talk about it last night and he was like, it's like you're getting dogged on by people and it's like you just don't know you're getting dogged on. And it's like they like basically what they did was they sent Steve in to do this interview and say the stuff that they would want to say to him, but then they didn't do it. Steve did it.
Yes. Steve acted
know,
he essentially acted as their stand, like in JoJo.
Yeah.
Okay. See, we brought it back to JoJo. Don't worry, I managed to find a way.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. And it's wild because, again, me being wrong, I'm wrong all the time. It's fun because I'm wrong in good ways. I said that there's no way DSP would ever fall for Chris Chan level trolling, because that's what they got Chris Chan to do. They warped him into this narrative of, you know, you had these different factions and this side likes you, this side supports you. Man, no one likes you, Phil. You are completely alone. And he got hooked into a Chris Chan trolling. It's wild.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, like, it's interesting because it's like, I think in a way he kind of knows, he's just not sure.
Mm-hmm. He can't accept it.
Yeah, and you know, that's like one of the things that he did mention. He was like, well, why would they dog me? Because like Ashton and I have a show together. That means we're boys, right? And it's like, dude, like if you actually tuned into Casino and watched like for even a fraction of a minute, you would see that they shit on you, and that this fucking show that you guys are doing isn't like, there's a direct quote from Ashton. Where he was talking, he was like, you know that like, he was talking about like another show, and he's like, similar to like how Smart Guys isn't really about wrestling, it's just fucking with Phil. Like that's really what it is. Like I just don't, I don't know, man. I mean, and you know, in the beginning he brought up like the autism thing with Phil. I mean, that could be a possibility, but it's kind of hard with Phil to figure that out because there's the narcissism that's 100% there. There's the ignorance that's also 100% there. So to say that, you know, is, you know, I get why he mentioned it, but at the same time, it's like, dude, there could be so many factors, and it just doesn't matter because this guy's just going to be, you know, a scumbag piece of shit until, you know, he gets off the internet, and who knows when, you know, that will be. But, you know, one of the things that was also talked about, I forget who talked about it, but they're like, oh, it was you guys during the internet asylum. They're like, well, what would rock bottom look like for Phil? And it was like moving back in his parents' house. And I think that's ultimately where this ends.
Yes, I think so. I think that DSP is going to have to do some sort of exodus back home. And it's going to be so funny because it's the ultimate detract. It's not even really a win for us. We don't give a shit, but it's an L for him. And
right. And he used it. He like milked it yesterday, even though he was like, "Oh, I'm not gonna keep talking about it." Like, you know, it was the majority of his podcast yesterday, and then because it was the majority of his podcast, it delayed him doing gameplay. So for as much as he wanted to wear this badge of honor of like, "Oh, I'm just not gonna talk about it. I'm just gonna ignore it because blah blah blah," like you spent the majority of the time, and then you just started timing people out that like challenged anything that you had said or that had gone on. So it's like, it's just the same old song and dance. So it's like, even if he does do another interview, which probably not, I mean, it's not going to be nearly as entertaining with this one unless someone actually like really, I don't know, does something wild, because there's just not much you can do to convince this guy. He like, what he does in his mind works, so he's just gonna keep doing it. And you know, I think it was pretty upsetting to watch him be like, oh, that lunch meat sandwiches clip, ha 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 ha, that was so funny. And it's like, no, dude, like that wasn't a joke. Like you were genuinely trying to get people to like give you money and sympathize with you to save your house.
Pity me. I shouldn't eat this.
Yeah.
This is
like,
prison food.
I don't understand like how you think that that's like funny. Like I was just like, bro, there's no way this guy is laughing at this, but he was serious as a heart attack. He was like, holy shit, you know, like,
dude, I'm funny.
I don't know. Yeah, it's so wild. Like I keep saying it, like he has to be rage baiting at this point, because there's just no way someone's this delusional. I don't believe it.
I think that the Kino Casino, people bring up the money part of the component, and I do believe that's, you know, you can't deny that money is the component. He did get some pay pigs from them, but I think another component there that's important to fill is that the Kino Casino effectively deleted a lot of criticism out of his mind. Because he's been told his whole life he shouldn't beg, he shouldn't shit on people, he shouldn't scam people, he should respect his viewers. And then Ashton honestly advocates for none of that. He says it's cool and based to rip off your viewers. It's cool and based to demand money and scream at them. And
Yeah.
I think that affirmation from Kino Casino to engage in his worst behaviors, I'm going to make a hot take. I think it was more important than the money, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
now he's
also,
validated.
yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm done. That's it.
Well, no, yeah. I mean, it's validation, but I mean, not only that, man, but it's like if guys like Steve continue to come out of the woodworks from Kino Casino, it's a constant source for him to continue to be relevant, right?
Yes.
Anytime that he falls out of favor, tips slow down, whatever, then there'll be someone else to come in and be like, "Oh, so you're dark side Phil. How about that?" And then next thing you know, everybody's going to be talking about Phil again. And it's just like, and then he just falls out of favor and it rinses and repeats until, the end. And it's just like, dude, look, he could mention how much like we're jealous about him making money, X, Y, and Z thing. Bro, like that money leaves as quickly as it comes in and you are never happy. So you know what, dude? Like he keeps talking about, oh, if I won the lottery, like I'm gonna start suing people left and right. Bro, that money would be gone quicker than it came in. You wouldn't sue anybody.
Nope.
Like it would just be gone. So I mean to make infinite money and to have infinite resources in his mind, like he likes to say, but then still, not be happy, I think is a sadder existence and could hurt more than anything that we could do to him.
Definitely.
Right? Like, so I don't know, that's just me personally.
Oh, I agree because he doesn't understand the value of things. I know it sounds very poetic to say it like that, but I think that any one of us could have more fun with $10 than he could have with 100.
Oh, for sure.
So
yeah, I mean, and it's like like I made like a 20-minute video talking about it, but
I've seen your
basically,
videos. Definitely.
What's up?
Guys, go subscribe to Cardinals. He's got some DSP videos coming out.
It's not just DSP, but it also is like other locale stuff. But in the video, I kind of do talk about like the locale formula, and he's going to live the rest of his life most likely in the same kind of pattern of I get up, I beg, people give me money, I turn on whatever kind of game, I get frustrated with whatever kind of game, I complain about whatever kind of game, and then I go to bed. And and then it's just that same. And we all have like our similar like types of like daily routines, daily things.
We all
have
have
to do.
our
So it's
grind.
like, yes, exactly. It's just that at the end of the day, I would like to think that most people's grinds consist of something a bit more meaningful to not just them but the ones around them, whereas his grind is just put the money in the bag.
Yep. His grind leads to nothing. My grind leads to me having a
Yes.
kick-ass weekend. DSP's grind leads
Exactly.
to nothing.
Yeah, man, I don't know, I mean, but like to each their own. I mean, he can grandstand around as much as he wants to say he's happy, but he needs to put on a better face if he actually wants to try to convince other people of that.
Definitely.
Anyway, brother, well, I'll let you go. I'll let you wrap it up. You've already been on for a while.
All right, man. Thank you so much for coming in and giving us your thoughts. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. All right, I'll catch everyone on the next one.
All right,
Peace
take
out.
care. And I think that's going to be it for me tonight. Thank you, or for this anyway. Thank you so much, everyone, for swinging by. That was a good ass interview. I learned a lot. And yeah, sure, it's for the detractors, but there's another component here with what these interviews are for. It's not just for the detractors or the supporters. It's for everyone else. It's for those people who are stumbling through the internet and then they find that video and they say, oh God, this guy's terrible. I know to avoid this person. So maybe the interviews, they're not about changing Phil's mind or about convicting Phil, but in some ways, these videos exposing Phil operate as a sort of fence to protect the internet from Phil. So maybe. So yeah, that's gonna be it. I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna go get some food or something, then I'll be back to do some gameplay. I saw the game recommendations. I'll think on it while I'm driving about. But take care, everyone. Have a fantastic evening if I don't see you. And what did we learn? We learned that it doesn't matter.
Y'all have a great, safe, blessed day. You know what? I'm going to end this video on a really good, highly vibrational note.
Why should I allow you to talk when you don't support me? You don't give me any money to pay my bills, so therefore you're worthless to me. You don't have anything nice to say, therefore you're worthless to me. All you want to do is say snide comments, snide remarks, therefore you're worthless to me. You guys don't support me financially. You don't support me in a positive way. You don't encourage me to do great things. You don't fucking support me. So why should I support you and give you motherfucking assholes the right to say whatever the fuck you want? You don't get that fucking privilege. I won't let you have that fucking privilege. You want an opinion on this channel? Then donate some money. Put up or shut up. You want the right to talk on this channel? You want privileges? Then start paying my bills, motherfucker. Until you start paying my fucking bills, then you don't have the right, you don't have the privilege or the authority to say whatever the fuck you want on my fucking channel. Because I won't give you the privilege. Because if you're not supporting me monetarily, then you're fucking worthless to me.
Take care and be blessed, all of you. And may you find great light, power, and goodness within yourselves and redeem yourselves and just get out of the toxic minority. Period. Be with the majority and be good.
Get a 60-day supply of the platinum.
No? You know what? I'm gonna say somebody in Russia just died, and no one just died with that second gunshot. Somebody really toxic. Maybe Putin died by his own sword. Anyway, we have cleared the air. Everything is good. All of you take care and have a blessed, safe day and night.